Seeing the envious looks from the Wang family, Song Sanyu felt a great sense of satisfaction. He took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and placed it in old Ma's hands, grinning. "Mom, this is a gift from me and Chunyan for you." Old Ma looked down, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, Sanyu and Chunyan, you've struck it rich. An ox cart and silver hairpins." Wang Shi covered her mouth and chuckled, then quietly added, "Mom, that's not all. We also built a new house." Old Ma couldn't contain her excitement upon hearing this, her face lighting up with joy. "That's wonderful. My daughter and son-in-law are truly capable." Nearby, the grandfather and several uncles shared in the happiness for their little sister, while the aunts smiled genuinely at the good news. Song Sai discovered that his maternal grandfather's family was really nice. Even though they knew the family was wealthy, no one asked how they made their money or how much they had. Wang pointed to a pile of gifts on the living room floor and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, we can't stay too long this time. We need to go back early tomorrow. These are the New Year gifts that Sanyo and I prepared for you." After that, she took out 2 new cotton jackets from her basket and added, "These are new clothes I made for you. Try them on. Oh, and there are some scraps of fabric below. You can pick some good pieces to mend your clothes. I used them to make little pouches, which are handy." Although old Ma was happy with all the gifts her daughter brought, she was also a bit worried. "Chunyan, why did you bring so many things?" She glanced at her son-in-law and, seeing him smiling and carefree, she felt relieved. "Mom, it's fine. More than half of these gifts were bought by Sanyo. I bought less, and he wasn't happy about it." Wang chuckled, covering her mouth. Song Sanyo laughed and, noticing everyone looking at him, shyly waved his hand, saying, "It's only right to earn money to honor my parents." Hearing their son-in-law say this, the elderly couple felt very pleased. Sisters-in-law Zhao, He, and Zheng were naturally happy to see their sister bringing so many gifts home, especially since there were fabrics and cotton among them. Although their family was fairly well off, they still needed to buy grains and oil since their village had no land. They used these supplies quickly, especially since the men often got small injuries while hunting, which made medical expenses quite high. So, they saved every bit they could. The adults were happy, and the children were even more excited, especially when they saw the candy. The kids' eyes sparkled with desire. Song Sai jumped down from his grandfather's lap, grabbed some malt candy from the gifts, and turned to give it to his older cousin. "Big cousin, here's some candy for you." His cousin Wang Jian, who was 10 years old and more mature than the other kids, smiled as he accepted the candy and took the children to the kitchen to cut it. Song Sai followed, coming out of the kitchen with the biggest piece of candy in his mouth. He ran back to sit in his grandfather's lap, making Wang Tieshuan very happy, feeling that his grandson was close to him. It was still warm in his grandfather's lap. Song Sai wiggled closer to him. Seeing his son sitting in his father-in-law's lap, Song Sanyo felt a pang of jealousy. His daughter was a precious guest, and since she had come back after a long time, they naturally wanted to treat her well. The Zhao, He, and Zheng families did not wait for Grandma Ma to explain and began to prepare chickens and ducks, creating a busy scene. As the sun set and the moon rose, and Zhao called out, "Dinner is ready." The children playing in the yard, not afraid of the cold, seemed to hear a horn and rushed into the kitchen to help serve the food. Song Sai's eyes lit up when he saw the dishes his cousins brought. Dinner was plentiful, with white rice, braised fish, chicken with chestnuts, stir-fried bamboo shoots, preserved meat and vegetables, and a large pot of duck soup. Wang Tieshuan placed a chicken leg in Song Sai's bowl and affectionately patted his little head, saying, "Eat up. This chicken has been raised for years and tastes great." Seeing the head of the family start eating, the others followed suit. Song Sai happily gnawed on the tender chicken leg, which was just right for him. Next to him sat his cousin Wang Xiao, who had a round, chubby face. Seeing her little cousin enjoying his meal, she mimicked the adults and added some chicken to his bowl, saying, "Little cousin, if you want more, just tell me, and I'll get you some." The family laughed heartily at the 2 children's serious expressions. Uncle Wang Chuan had only this one daughter, and although she was a girl, She was cherished. He smiled while gently stroking her round little face. This time, the Wang family brought wine as a gift, which delighted the men of the Wang family. Grandmama noticed their eager looks and brought a jar of wine to the table, pouring each of them a large bowl. They didn't mind the cold and drank heartily. All of them enjoyed their drinks and had good tolerance. After one bowl, their faces remained unchanged. In contrast, Song Sanyu had only taken a few sips and was already as red as a monkey's bottom. Wang's wife worried about her husband and shot a glance at the brothers, prompting them to tone it down a bit. After a hearty meal and plenty of drinks, everyone quickly finished all the food on the table. That night, Wang's wife took Song Sai and Grandma Ma to sleep, while Wang Tieshuan helped his dizzy son-in-law to another room. Wang's wife cleaned up her son and tucked him in, softly coaxing him to sleep while chatting with Grandma Ma. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and pulled out a money pouch, placing it in Grandma Ma's hands. Seeing the pouch filled with silver ingots, Grandma Ma immediately waved her hand in refusal, saying, "You've already given enough gifts. Don't give me more money. Your father and I have enough. You and Dad have money, but this is for you from your daughter. Just accept it. We will also give something to your parents, so don't worry." After some back and forth, Mrs. Ma finally accepted the silver and smiled, saying, "Daughter, I will take this 5 taels of silver, but don't give me more in the future. Now that you have earned some money, be careful with it and save more. You only have one child, and saving now will help your child have a better future, understand?" Wang nodded and leaned closer to Mrs. Ma, whispering, "Mom, Senyo and I are saving money to buy a house in town next year. We want Sihi to go to school, and we will find work in town too. Sihi has always been well-behaved and looks good, so studying in town will give him better opportunities than staying in Songjia village. That's a good idea. If you need more money, I have some here. Just let Sanyo come and get it if you need it, Mrs. Ma said, seeing her daughter's sincerity and remembering the generous gifts and 5 taels of silver she brought back. She felt supportive of her daughter's plans. Wang smiled and nodded. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Song Si he was still sound asleep while Mrs. Ma and Wang were already up. Knowing their daughter was leaving today, Mrs. Ma and Wang Tieshuan began packing various dried goods and wild game, including dates, walnuts, chestnuts, wild chickens, wild ducks, and even 2 smoked pig legs, filling 3 bags and still wanting to pack more. Wang noticed her brothers occasionally bringing wild game from the kitchen to the bags. She glanced at her sisters-in-law and felt relieved when she saw their calm expressions. Her sisters-in-law were much better than her 2 sisters-in-law from another family. Once everything was packed, Wang woke Song Sihi. After a simple breakfast in the main room, they prepared to leave. Before they went, Wang took out several small money bags from her pocket and handed one to each of her nephews and nieces, smiling. "The new year is coming soon, so I'm giving you all red envelopes in advance. Grow up quickly and come play at your aunt's house, okay?" The children, holding the somewhat heavy money bags, looked nervously at the adults. When they saw their parents nodding, they felt brave enough to accept them. Hearing their aunt say to grow up quickly and come play, they all eagerly agreed. Their aunt was so nice. They had never received such a big red envelope before. Wang and Song Sanyo thought about the family business and exchanged a few words with the Wang family before preparing to head back. Knowing that there was something going on at the daughter and son-in-law's home, the Wang family did not stay long and prepared to walk together to the village entrance. The people of Wangjia village were aware that guests had come to Wang Tieshuan's house, but since it was cold and the door was closed, no one made a special effort to peek in. Today, the large group walking to the village entrance attracted many villagers to open their doors and take a look. When they saw a bullock cart, they instantly felt warmer and put on their coats to come out and watch. "Oh, Chunyun's family has bought a bullock cart. Tieshuan, your daughter is doing well," an elderly woman joked as she opened her yard door and saw the Wang family. Wang Tieshuan laughed heartily, looking quite pleased, but humbly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Another yard door opened, and a middle-aged woman stepped out. Seeing the bullock cart beside Wang Tieshuan's family and Wang Chunyun, She quickly approached with a flattering smile and said softly, Chun Yun is really capable now, even has a bullock cart to go back to her in-laws. Chun Yun, are there any well-off families in your village? My daughter Xiao Xiang is also at the age for marriage. It would be great if she could marry into your village, then she could have a bullock cart too. Sitting in the bullock cart, Song Sai rolled his eyes. Wangjia village might not have the best land, but its economy was actually better than Songjia village, which was closer to town. Each family had a few acres, but they didn't live well. At least the people of Wangjia village had enough meat, while the people of Songjia village barely had meat a few times a year. His mother was doing well now because he and his father were smart. Wang Shi smiled awkwardly at Wang. Songjia village isn't that great. Aunt Wang thought Wang Shi was just being modest and replied sarcastically, if you don't want to say, that's fine. Our Xiao Xiang isn't that picky. After saying this, she turned and slammed the door shut. The crowd exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. The Wang family used to think that living close to town meant Songjia village was doing well, but after visiting a couple of times, they realized it was actually worse than Wangjia village. However, once their daughters grew up, marrying them off was still the right thing to do. That was where hope lay. When they reached the village entrance, Old Ma and the elder hugged Song Sai for a while and then waved goodbye. Sitting in the bullock cart, Song Sai noticed Old Ma and Wang Tieshuan looking reluctant to part. Several uncles, aunts, and cousins also waved goodbye sadly. Unable to hold back, he stood up and shouted, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, cousins, I will miss you all. I will come back, and when I do, I will bring a bullock cart full of delicious food for you. Although children's words may not be reliable, they make adults happy when spoken. When Old Ma and Wang Tieshuan heard their little grandson, they felt warm inside. Wang Gui, Wang Yu, and Wang Chuan all smiled, looking gently at the small figure on the ox cart. Zhao, He, and Zheng families also laughed. The little sister, unsure how to raise children, thought her nephew was not only good-looking but also very polite. The other kids looked reluctantly at their little cousin, who was nice and pretty. They wanted to show him off today, but now he was leaving. The youngest, Wang Xiao, looked like she was about to cry, pouting her little lips in distress. When they got home, Zheng comforted her little girl for a while until she felt better. Once everyone returned to their rooms, the children eagerly opened their money bags to see how much their aunt had given them for the new year. In the big house, Wang Gui's family had one son, Wang Jian, and one daughter, Wang Zhen. They poured out their lucky money on the small table and were shocked, their eyes wide open. After a moment, they quickly counted the money and, confirming the amount, their smiles stretched from ear to ear. Wang Jian looked up, surprised, and said, Mom and Dad, and gave us 50 coins each. Wang Gui and Zhao were also surprised to see so much money from their sister, and it came unexpectedly. They hadn't thought to prepare a gift for their nephew. In the next room, the scene was the same. Two boys, Wang Kong and Wang Ding, stared excitedly at the money on the table, their eyes squinting with joy. He was amazed by the amount of lucky money. Their aunt was really generous. When she saw the boys trying to hide their money bags, she quickly said, Wang Kong, Wang Ding, let me keep your money for you. It will be useful when you need to marry in the future, okay? Wang Kong reluctantly pouted and handed his money bag to her. Seeing his brother do this, Wang Ding quickly took out 6 coins from his bag before handing it over, not wanting to part with it. He was about to ask for the coins back when Wang Yu stopped him, thinking it was fine for the kids to keep a few coins for themselves. It's okay, it's from their aunt. If they want to keep some, let them. Wang Kong, who had just been sad about losing his money, suddenly found 3 coins in his hand, and his face brightened instantly. He patted his little brother on the shoulder, acting like a big brother, and said, Good job, brother. Hee hee. The eldest and second families were happy, and the third family was even more so. The first and second families each had 2 children, while the third family had just 1. However, Wang didn't show favoritism. She directly gave her third brother's little girl 100 coins. When Wang Chuan saw so much money, his eyes felt a bit warm. He estimated that the money bag for his elder brother's family was around 50 coins, so giving 100 coins to his little sister was very thoughtful of her. My little sister is really considerate. The first and second families each got 50 coins, but my little sister gave 100 coins. Zheng had just seen her sister-in-law give out the New Year's money. The first and second families both had 2 children, while they only had 1 daughter. Although she felt a bit sour inside, she couldn't say anything, as she had only given birth to a girl after marrying into the Wang family for so long. However, she then remembered that her usually punctual monthly cycle had been delayed by 4 or 5 days, and her heart began to feel a hint of joy. Seeing his wife smiling secretly, Wang Chuan asked, "What's making you so happy?" Zheng leaned in close to whisper a few words in her husband's ear. Wang Chuan's eyes widened after hearing her, and then a big smile spread across his face, filled with excitement. "That's great. My sister didn't make a mistake, hurrah. Don't say too much. I'm worried it might just be wishful thinking," Zheng said, feeling anxious. Wang Chuan nodded repeatedly, carefully helping his wife sit down as he smiled and said, "Don't worry. Let's wait a while to confirm before we tell Mom and Dad this good news."
Okay.
Wang was in a great mood on this trip back to her family, and Song Sanyu felt the same. Song Sai thought that his father was so happy because his vanity had been satisfied. Having an ox cart made a big difference. It saved time and effort, and they could enjoy the scenery along the road. Even though it was winter and the trees were bare, Song Sai found it very beautiful. "Son, it's cold outside. Tomasit my lap," Wang said, noticing her son sitting on the other side of the cart, his little head looking around. She was worried he might get cold. Song Sai was happy to oblige. His mother's lap was warm and comforting, and he liked it very much. He stood up, patted his little bottom, and as his hand brushed against something in his waist bag, he felt something unusual. Curious, he looked down and reached into the small bag, pulling out a hard object wrapped in cloth. He noticed it was tightly tied with red thread, and he guessed what it was. When he opened it, he found 2 taels of silver quietly lying inside. This silver was clearly given by his grandmother, who had helped him get dressed that morning and had also helped him with his small bag. Wang sure saw the silver, but said nothing more. She wrapped it back up and placed it back in her son's small bag, smiling softly as she said, "This is from your grandmother, so keep it. After the new year, you will need it for school supplies." Okay, Song Sai nodded, feeling grateful that his mother was so generous. It was surprising for a child like him to have 2 taels of silver, but it felt nice to know he had savings now. Although Song Sanyu was driving the ox cart ahead, he occasionally turned back to talk. When he learned about his son receiving the silver, he smiled with a twinkle in his eye and teased, "Son, are you already saving money for your future wife?"
Ha ha ha.
Seeing his father's playful smile, Song Sai knew he would be teased again about getting married. Why did his dad always joke about that? The family chatted and laughed until they finally reached the familiar intersection at noon. When they got home, Song Sai jumped down first, surprising both Song Sanyu and Wang Shi. Why is he so bold? They thought. Song Sai was also startled. He had forgotten he was still a child. Without thinking, he jumped down, and looking at the ox cart that was taller than him, he felt a bit nervous. Old Zhang Shi noticed and quickly ran over, bending down to hug her grandson. She looked him over and, seeing he wasn't hurt, frowned and scolded, "You can't do that next time, okay? What if you fall?" "Yes, I understand," Song Sai replied seriously, seeing his family's worried faces. After Song Sanyu unloaded several bags from the cart, he smiled and patted his son's head. He turned to old Zhang Shi and said, "Mother, these are gifts from my mother-in-law's family. Please take care of them." Old Zhang Shi, who had been worried about her grandson, hadn't noticed the bags on the cart. Now seeing several large, bulging bags on the ground, she was overjoyed. As she approached and opened them, her smile grew wider. Inside were several wild chickens and ducks, and even 2 large pig legs. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, your in-laws are so generous. 3 Nyo, you really accepted everything. These can all be sold for money." While saying this, his hands were already honestly dragging towards the cellar. Everything was from the mountains and quite heavy. Song Sanyu and Song Danian quickly came over to help, carrying several bags of food into the cellar. After coming out of the cellar, the family went to the kitchen to prepare for dinner. There was a plate of braised pork with radish, some unknown stir-fried wild vegetables, and a large bowl of bone soup. It was late for dinner, and everyone was hungry. As they smelled the food, they couldn't help but swallow. Old Mrs. Zhang served a bowl of bone soup to her little grandson, smiling as she said, "Eat up." Everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks and started eating. In a whirlwind of eating, Song Sanyu let out a satisfied burp and patted his belly. Wang thought about the duck egg business, so she put down her bowl and chopsticks and pulled Song Sanyu outside to collect duck eggs. The sooner they finished, the easier she would feel. Otherwise, she would always be worried. Song Sanyu wanted to wait until tomorrow, but seeing Wang's anxious expression, he didn't dare to argue, fearing she might scold him later. He grabbed a few round baskets and put them on the cart, and the two set off. After finishing his meal, Song Sai saw his parents going out to collect duck eggs and his grandparents starting to weave baskets. Feeling bored, he took a small basket to the cellar, opened a bag, and took some dried red dates, mountain walnuts, and chestnuts, just enough to fill his small basket. He planned to go to the old house to play with his cousins. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going to find my cousins to play," Song Sai said as he walked over with his basket. Seeing their little grandson bringing so much food to play with his cousins, the old couple felt a bit emotional, thinking how their third son was not stingy, and neither was their grandson. After all, the other families had never really brought any food when they visited. Thinking of this, they looked at Song Sai with even kinder eyes. The third family was doing well now, and their grandson would surely have a bright future if he studied hard. It was a good thing for the children to get along well. "Okay, be careful on the way."
Got it.
Although Song Sai didn't particularly like his aunts, he really enjoyed spending time with his cousins, especially his third cousin, Song Sanha, who was always bouncing around and full of energy. He was lively and cute, and whenever there was good food, he would always save a little for him. Once, my cousin gave him an unknown wild fruit. Just as Song Sai was about to put it in his mouth, he noticed a whole row of bite marks on the back of the fruit, which made him very upset. Later, his cousins secretly told him that there were only 2 of these wild fruits found by his cousin. He had eaten one and treated the other like a treasure, not letting anyone touch it. The next day, he rushed to the new house before dawn. This reminded him of that day when he was having a nice dream. Suddenly, something was shoved into his mouth. When he looked, it was the wild fruit. He thought it looked good, but as he was about to eat it, he saw the bite marks on the back. He was so disgusted that he threw it aside. After learning the truth, he felt really regretful. Since then, Song Sai paid extra attention to Song Sanha, making sure to give him the most treats that their parents bought. As they approached the old house, they heard the chatter of cousins and the scolding of their aunts. The courtyard door was half open, so Song Sai didn't knock, but walked right in. "Little brother, did you come to play with us? Wow. Did you bring us some treats? You're so nice." Song Sanha was the first to see Song Sai, his eyes lighting up as he rushed over. Seeing the small basket in Song Sai's hand, he eagerly took it from him. Other cousins gathered around too. Song Dahua noticed Song Sai's rosy, cold cheeks and quickly took his hand, saying softly, "Little brother, come to my house to warm up. I'll get you some sweet water to drink."
Okay.
Although their houses were close, it was still a bit chilly on the way, so Song Sai obediently followed his older cousin to the main room. Originally, there was no main room in the old house, but after the family split, the big house bought a 3-room place. This room was used as the main room during the day and was where Song Dahua slept alone at night. In the main room, Jiang and Li were sewing clothes. Recently, both families had earned some money from a bullock cart, and not long ago, they each bought a piece of coarse cloth in town to make new clothes for the children for the new year. So they had been busy working on them. When they saw that Sai from the third family had arrived, Jiang forced a smile and said, "Sai is here," then continued sewing. Li, recalling something her husband had said recently, smiled warmly at Song Sai and quickly told her two daughters, "Get some hot water for Sai to warm him up." Song Sai was a bit surprised. In the past, when he visited his cousins, the two aunts were not this friendly. Today, he wondered what had changed, looking up at the sky, noticing the sun hadn't risen from the west. There was only one stove shared between the two families, usually used during the day. At night, they didn't use it because they had limited firewood and neither family wanted to spend money on more. So, they had to rely on their warmth to fight off the cold at night. On the stove, there was a clay pot steaming. Erhua and Sanhua carefully lifted the pot and poured a bowl of hot water. Dahua took the chance, while Jiangshi wasn't looking to grab a small handful of sugar from Jiangshi's room, sprinkled it into the bowl, gave it a little swirl, blew on it, and handed it to Song Sai, saying softly, "Little brother, drink up."
It's just right now.
Song Sai accepted the bowl without hesitation. After taking a small sip to check the temperature, he drank it all. After finishing the hot water, he felt warm all over. Meanwhile, his older cousins were already roasting chestnuts. Red dates and mountain walnuts could be eaten directly, but the raw chestnuts needed to be roasted or boiled first. He had tried them at his grandparents' house before. They were sweet and made for a nice snack. Li Shi saw the basket of mountain goods and smiled, asking, "Sai, where did your family get these?" They didn't have any around here. Although there were mountains, no one ventured deep into them, and the little at the foot of the mountain wasn't enough for the whole village. "We went to my grandparents' house yesterday, and these are all from them." Upon hearing this, Song Sanha's eyes lit up. He stopped roasting the chestnuts and quickly moved closer to Song Sai, rubbing his hands together, feeling shy as he quietly asked, "Sai, did San Aunt bring back any wild chickens or ducks?" Song Sai knew exactly what his cousin was thinking and smiled, covering his mouth. "Yes, there are wild chickens and ducks." Hearing that, Song Sanha nearly drooled, his big, shiny eyes fixed on Song Sai, without saying a word. In the past, he might have directly said he wanted to eat, but now he couldn't bring himself to say it. Recently, his father mentioned that their uncle's family didn't owe them anything. They often ate and drank at their uncle's place, but they had never given anything in return. His mother had even treated his little brother poorly before. Thinking of this, Song Sanha's bright eyes dimmed a bit. Sanha didn't say anything, and neither did the other cousins. They knew their uncle's family had been good to them, and they should be grateful. Seeing several children standing like wooden posts without saying a word, Jiang felt frustrated. They were all foolish. They didn't even know to take advantage of a good opportunity. But as an elder, she couldn't just tell her little nephew that she wanted to go eat. Li was also a bit anxious. Why was Sanha so quiet today? Sai usually liked her son the most. If her son spoke up, they would definitely go. Despite the adults' worries, none of the children mentioned going to the new house. It was Song Sai who, feeling sorry for his cousin, smiled and said, "Big cousin, second cousin, third cousin, big sister, second sister, third sister, come to my house for meat tomorrow. I came here just to invite you all to eat meat." Hearing his little brother invite him, Song Sanha couldn't stop smiling, and the other children also looked happy. Their little brother was so nice. He always called them when there was good food. When Jiang and Li heard the children could go eat meat, their faces lit up. At that moment, the aroma of roasted chestnuts wafted through the air, and the children quickly gathered around the stove, chattering excitedly as they began to eat the delicious chestnuts. Song Sanha picked out some large, round chestnuts and immediately handed them to Song Sai, proudly saying, "You invite me for meat, and I'll treat you to chestnuts." Song Sai raised an eyebrow. His third cousin was too clever. The chestnuts were his too, and so was the meat. What was he treating him to? Regardless of that, the atmosphere in the room was wonderful. This was the first time Song Sai felt that the first, second, and third families were all one big family. After eating some chestnuts and mountain walnuts at the old house, he was pulled by his third cousin to play a game of eagle-catching chicks in the yard. As the sun slowly set, painting the sky in soft orange and red hues, with the distant mountains shrouded in twilight, Song Sai prepared to go home. Seeing Sai getting ready to leave, Li hurried back inside to grab a small handful of peanuts. After a moment's thought, she took the little basket her nephew had brought and filled it with half a basket of peanuts, feeling a bit reluctant as she stepped forward to hand it over, saying, "Sigh, Andy doesn't have much to offer. Just these peanuts left. Take them home with you." Song Sai felt awkward.
What was his aunt really saying?
Did she want him to take them or not? In the end, he accepted them, but it wasn't his idea. His third cousin directly took them from their mother and handed them to Song Sai. Seeing only a small amount of peanuts in the basket, he frowned and said, "Mom, this isn't enough for 3 people at Uncle's house, plus Grandma and Grandpa. This won't even fill a gap. Forget it. I'll bring more tomorrow." Lee was quite angry, but smiled and nodded at her son. Yes, let Sonha bring some tomorrow. You're too small to carry it." Song Sai glanced at his cousin and gave him a look that said good luck, then greeted his aunt and several cousins before heading home. Sure enough, after walking a few steps, he heard his cousin crying loudly in the old courtyard. Song Sai could only silently wish for a candle for his cousin's troubles. As he returned to the new house and was about to enter the small courtyard, someone suddenly picked him up from behind. Smelling a familiar scent, Song Sai sweetly called out, "Dad, you're back." My good son, did you miss me?"
Yes.
Wang couldn't handle the affection between the two and said, "You two have only been apart for a little over an hour. Do you really need to be this clingy?" "My son is my heart, my soul, my sweet treasure. You wouldn't understand this feeling," Song Sanyu replied earnestly. Song Sai quickly nodded in agreement with his father's words. Wang rolled her eyes at the two of them and huffed. I don't understand. Your son came from my belly. Do you know what it means for a mother and child to be connected?" Old Mrs. Zhang heard the commotion from the kitchen and came out. Seeing them talking at the courtyard door, she smiled and said, "Hurry up and come in. It's getting dark." Only then did Song Sanyu and Wang stop their playful banter and enter the small courtyard. The ox cart had just been left at the old house, and the couple brought back the duck eggs to store in the cellar, preparing to pickle them the next day. This time, there were quite a few, and Song Sanyu planned to buy some ceramic jars in town the next morning since they didn't have enough at home. He also wanted to buy a cast-iron pot, as he couldn't forget the taste of the stir-fried dishes made in one after his last visit to the restaurant. Although the ceramic jars could work, the taste from them was nothing compared to that of the cast-iron pot. So, this time, Song Sanyu decided to buy one. After putting the duck eggs in the cellar, it was completely dark. The Song family was used to eating by candlelight, and they didn't mind using 1 or 2 candles. Dinner was simple: a bowl of plain porridge, a coarse flour bun, a plate of pickled radish, and a plate of salted vegetables and cured meat. They all ate happily. During the meal, Song Sai mentioned that he invited his cousins over for dinner tomorrow, and both Song Sanyu and Wang had no objections. Old Mrs. Zhang and Song Dajing also agreed, and the family happily made their plans. After finishing dinner and cleaning up the dishes, a few people returned to their rooms to wash up. Song Sai went back to his room, climbed into his small bed, and prepared to sleep. He had come back from his grandmother's house today, hadn't slept on the way, and didn't rest in the afternoon at the old house. Now he was extremely tired, and his eyelids were starting to droop. Song Sanyu, worried about his son, walked into the room and saw his son's little head nodding off. He quickly helped his son out of his clothes, tucked him into bed, and after confirming he was asleep, quietly returned to his room. "Is he asleep?" Song Sanyu nodded. "Yes. That's good. Just now, our son said that when he went to the old house today, his second aunt gave him peanuts. Do you think his second aunt has lost her mind?" Wang Shi said with a surprised expression. After all these years as sisters-in-law, she had never seen her second sister-in-law so generous. A hint of a smile crossed Song Sanyu's eyes as he replied, "The second aunt may be silly, but the second uncle is not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let them keep it." The next morning, the sounds of the grandparents talking filled the small courtyard. The father was chopping wood with a thud-thud-thud sound. The mother was cooking in the kitchen, making a scrape-scrape-scrape noise. Song Sai comfortably lay in his warm blanket, feeling a sense of peace. After struggling in bed for a while, He still couldn't leave the warmth of his blanket and snuggled in again, falling back asleep comfortably. After having breakfast, Song Sanyu set off for Baishui town. Upon arriving in town, he bought a clay pot and some salt, then headed to the blacksmith shop. As he stepped into the shop, Song Sanyu felt as if he had entered another world. The shop was warm and steamy, a stark contrast to the cold weather outside. Two strong men, like small mountains, were hammering iron blocks. They wore thin clothes with their sleeves rolled up, revealing their strong muscles. Each time they struck the red-hot iron, sparks flew, and the intense heat hit Song Sanyu's face, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. One of the blacksmiths looked up, wiping his sweat, and immediately greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome. What would you like to buy? Do you have any ready-made iron pots?" The blacksmith nodded and smiled. "Yes, we have them hanging on the wall. Take a look and see if there's one you like. If not, I can make one for you and you can come back to pick it up in a few days." Estimating the size needed for a stove, Song Sanyu quickly chose a pot that was neither too big nor too small. He smiled and asked, "How much is the first one in the middle row?" The blacksmith looked at the spot Song Sanyu pointed to and replied with a smile, "This pot isn't big. You can have it for 3 taels of silver." After a pause, he laughed and said, "The iron pot is not negotiable. If you buy it now, I'll give you a spatula for free." "That sounds great. A spatula is perfect for cooking." Song Sanyu happily paid the money, carried the iron pot back to the cart, organized everything on the cart, and covered it tightly with an old blanket before heading home. Ever since he got the cart, every time he went to town or returned, he couldn't avoid chatting with the villagers, almost needing to go through everything on the cart one by one. He left early in the morning and returned at a reasonable hour, leaving the cart at the old house. Song Sanyu reminded his nephews and nieces not to forget to come to his house for dinner before heading home with his basket. When he got home, Song Sanyu put down the basket and headed straight for his son's room. This little guy had been sleeping in more and more lately, even more than he did as a child, like a little pig. When he entered the room, he saw that his little lazy pig was still sound asleep. Song Sanyu watched quietly for a moment, worried that his son would be hungry and not grow tall. He leaned in and gently called, "Son, Sai, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your backside." Then he lightly pinched Song Sai's little nose. Song Sai, who was sleeping soundly, felt uncomfortable and frowned, waking up immediately. Seeing his dad, he pouted unhappily. "Dad, what are you doing? I was sleeping so well." Noticing his son's displeasure, Song Sanyu rubbed his nose. He admitted he acted on impulse, but he was just worried about his son being hungry. Feeling it was for his son's good, he stood up straight, hands on his hips, and said, "Hurry up and get up to eat something, or you'll really turn into a radish head." It was impossible. In his past life, he had grown to 1.83 meters, definitely a handsome guy. Glancing at his dad's height, Song Sai's smile faded. His dad seemed to be at most 1.70 meters, and as for Wang, she was lucky to be 1.60 meters. Was he really destined to be short in this life? Song Sanyu happily helped his son get dressed and out of bed. Since his grandson woke up late, old Mrs. Zhang only prepared a bowl of steamed egg custard. She lovingly patted her obedient grandson, who was eating the custard, and said with a smile, "Eat this bowl of custard to fill your stomach. It will be lunchtime soon, and Grandma will cook chicken legs for you." Okay. In his past life, he never paid attention to roasted chicken or duck legs. He especially loved chicken feet, wings, pig's feet, and ears. He had a particular fondness for certain brands of duck. Now, just hearing the words chicken leg made his mouth water. Even without special seasoning, chicken legs from ancient times smelled amazing. "Okay," he said, swallowing his saliva and nodding obediently. When his little nephews and nieces came for dinner, Mrs. Wang was not stingy. She went to the cellar and took out a wild chicken and a wild duck. Thinking it might not be enough, she also grabbed a piece of cured meat weighing about 2 pounds. Mrs. Zhang saw her daughter-in-law bringing so much food and felt both pleased and a bit concerned. She was happy that her son's family, despite being separated, still treated the children well. However, she thought her daughter-in-law was a bit foolish for being so generous and not worrying about expenses. Yet, she realized her thoughts were contradictory, so she decided to just go along with it, not wanting to interfere with the children's matters. Today's lunch was going to be lavish. Song Sanyu took out the iron pot and asked Mrs. Zhang to cook with it. It was the first time she had ever used an iron pot, and she was amazed. Even Mr. Song, who was sitting outside enjoying the sun, came in to take a closer look.
Song Sai was also excited.
When he first arrived here, he noticed that every meal was boiled, and he had no appetite. At first, he didn't understand until he grew a bit older and walked into the kitchen, discovering that they only used clay pots for cooking. He later learned from his grandfather, who was fixing farm tools, that iron items were expensive in this era. Mrs. Zhang realized this too and looked at her son with concern, asking, "Third son, this iron pot must cost quite a bit, right?" Song Sanyu smiled and nodded, holding up 3 fingers. "Oh my, 3 taels of silver. Why are you so generous?" Mrs. Zhang exclaimed, pinching her son's arm in frustration, feeling a bit relieved. "Mom, why are you pinching me? I'm doing this for you. You're all of an age where you've never had food cooked in an iron pot. Now that I can afford it, I want to buy it for you." Mrs. Zhang, who had just been upset, was instantly moved to tears by her son's words. "Uncle, Aunt, Grandpa, I'm here." Song Sanyu called out as he hurried into the courtyard with a small basket, greeting everyone with a big smile. Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt Sai cousin and his siblings followed closely behind, greeting everyone one by one. Cousin Song Sonha, cheerful and lively, held out a small basket to Grandma Zong, saying sweetly, "Grandma, my mom asked me to bring this for you to eat." Grandma Zhang paused, looking at the half-full basket of peanuts with suspicion. Could the second branch really have this kind of thoughtfulness? Why was she so doubtful? While she thought this to herself, her face broke into a warm smile as she lovingly patted her grandson's head and said, "Your mom is very thoughtful." Song Dae quickly stepped forward and handed over the basket, smiling, "Grandma, this is from my mom." Grandma Zhang looked at her 2 grandsons, then at her eldest grandson, feeling surprised. What was going on today? Was it possible that her daughters-in-law were up to something again? This morning, Song Dae, Song and Song Dahua noticed that their second aunt's family was preparing food, while they had nothing in their hands. When cousin Sonha invited them to the new house for a meal, the 3 of them decided together not to go. Their mother always took advantage of them, and if they didn't recognize this, they would end up with nothing. It was unfair that only the 3rd uncle and aunt's family benefited. Seeing the kids not going, Jiang was frustrated. After trying to persuade them with no success, she retreated to the bedroom and took out some persimmon cakes. Seeing the kids still frowning, she gritted her teeth and grabbed a few more, placing them in a small basket. Only then did the kids happily carry the basket and join Sonha at the new house. Once they arrived, they pulled Song Sai outside to play hopscotch while the adults prepared lunch in the kitchen. After a busy time, the delicious smell of meat wafted out. The kids, playing nearby, caught the scent, and without Grandma Zhang needing to say anything, Song Sonha was the first to grab Song Sai's hand and run inside. Once in the yard, the aroma was even stronger. The little one took a deep breath and exclaimed, "This is the smell. It's so delicious." With many people around today, Wang carried the dishes from the kitchen to the main room. Seeing Song Sonha's eager expression, she chuckled and said, "Go wash your hands, it's time to eat." That was exactly what Song Sonha was waiting for. He dashed off to wash his hands, and the other kids hurried after him. After they all finished washing, Song Sai looked at the dark water, and then at his own clean hands. He thought to himself it was fine if it wasn't dirty, eating wouldn't make him sick. Lunch was plentiful, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, chestnut chicken, braised duck, and a big bowl of cabbage and egg soup. Just looking at it made them feel hungry. Grandpa Song glanced at the children from both families and smiled, saying, "Let's eat." After speaking, he was the first to pick up his chopsticks and served a chicken leg to Song Sai and Song Sonha. Only then did everyone start eating. During the meal, Song Sanyu and Wang Shi also served plenty of meat to the children. Song Sanyu thought that although his sisters-in-law weren't great, his nephews and nieces had wonderful personalities, which he appreciated. Their family only had Sai, and even though he would live in town later, it was better to have more brothers. Everyone felt satisfied after the meal. Afterward, the cousins took Song Sai to play in the yard, while several cousins helped Wang Shi and old Zhang clean up the dishes. Kids, once they're full, just want to sleep, and after playing for a little while, Song Sai felt sleepy and yawned repeatedly. The other children caught his yawning, and one after another, they started yawning too. Once old Zhang finished cleaning the kitchen and saw the kids looking tired, she smiled and said, "Dae, take your younger siblings home to sleep." Song Dae thought the same, but felt it was a bit rude to leave right after eating at his uncle's house. However, since Grandma suggested it, he nodded and said goodbye to his uncle and aunt before heading home with the little ones. Seeing his son yawn several times and looking extremely sleepy, Song Sanyu walked over, picked him up gently and carefully placed him on the bed, taking off his cotton coat and tucking him in. Once Song Sanyu saw his son asleep, he quietly walked out and closed the door. Old Zhang looked concerned and asked, "Is he asleep?" "Yes, he is." "That's good. Let's start pickling the duck eggs. If we don't do it now, we won't make it by the end of the month," Wang Shi quickly reminded. "Okay," Song Sanyu nodded, went to the gate to close it, and then he and the old man went to the cellar to move the duck eggs to the kitchen. The family got busy in the kitchen. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of February. The harsh cold had quietly faded away, and the scent of spring began to fill the air. Some early spring grass had started to peek out, as if testing the world. In the village, the sunlight became warm and gentle. Wang Shi worried about her son getting cold, so she still dressed him in a thick cotton coat. Today was the 28th day of the lunar year, and Song Sanyu planned to take the duck eggs to the county town, along with his wife, son, and parents, to shop for New Year supplies. The couple had tidied up early that morning, even styling their hair neatly, looking as if they had dressed with care. Perhaps the intense gaze from their little grandson made old Zhang and Song Dajing feel a bit shy. Song Sai is 5 years old this year. His parents are both 23, his grandfather is 46, and his grandmother is 45. In the past, people in their 40s were just getting married, but in ancient times, they were already grandparents. Thinking about being in his 40s with many grandchildren, Song Sai shivered and quickly looked up with wide eyes, saying, "Grandpa and Grandma, you must live a long life. I want you to always be with me. This way, I can always be a child." The old couple didn't understand why their grandson suddenly said this, but seeing his sincere little eyes made them very happy. If their grandson loves them, how could they not be joyful? They moved the pottery jars onto the ox cart, covered them with a worn blanket, and placed 2 empty baskets on top. Song Sanyu first helped the 2 elders and his wife onto the cart, and then he carried Song Sai up. Only then did the family set off. In 2 days, it will be the new year. Many villagers from nearby towns were heading to the market, and everyone knew that the Song family had an ox cart for hire. So, when they saw the cart, many people waved, hoping to catch a ride. This was also the reason why Song Sanyu went to the old house early that morning to fetch the calf, as Zhang's expression was not good. However, Song Sanyu didn't indulge her. After telling his older brother, he took the calf and left. On the ox cart, there were 5 members of Song Sanyu's family, and with the pottery jars, there wasn't much extra space. So, along the way, whenever Song Sanyu saw people from nearby villages waving to catch a ride, he shook his head apologetically and said, "There's no room on the cart." After a little while, Grandpa Song saw familiar figures ahead and shouted, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, are you going to the market too?" Song Dafu was carrying several woven baskets, and old Qian was holding a basket of eggs. They were heading to the town to sell them for money to buy some meat and sweets for the new year. Hearing the voice behind them, they turned around and saw their younger brother's family, smiling and responding, "Hey, little brother, you're going to the town too. We're going to the county, but we have to pass through the town. Big brother and big sister-in-law, come and sit with us. There's room on the cart." Song Daniu and Song Iniu rented Song Sania's ox cart to take passengers. They had placed 10 small wooden benches on the cart, 5 on each side. Besides the space taken by Song Sania's family and 10 jars of duck eggs, there were still 2 spots available, and Song Dajeng warmly invited Song Dafu and his wife to join them. Song Sanyu saw that his uncle and aunt had already stopped their ox cart. Noticing that they were a bit shy to come over, he warmly approached them and said with a smile, "Today, our family is going to the county town. We're not taking any passengers, just our family. Uncle and aunt, it's perfect for you to come along and chat with my parents." "Yes, big brother and sister-in-law, come on up." Old Mrs. Zhang also smiled warmly. Song Dafu and old Mrs. Qian then reluctantly climbed onto the ox cart. Song Danian had 3 brothers and he was the youngest. His eldest brother, Song Dafu, also lived in Songjia village and their families had a good relationship. The second brother, Song Daba, had married into a family in Qiao village, Yunshan town, because times were tough when he was of marriageable age and his family was poor. At first, they kept in touch, but over time, they gradually lost contact, mainly due to the distance. Seeing his younger brother's family so enthusiastic made Song Dafu happy, feeling that his brother still cared for him. They got onto the ox cart, and Song Sanyu called out, causing the cart to creak as the ox steadily made its way to the town. As soon as Song Dafu got on, he noticed several clay pots covered with a worn blanket on the cart, realizing that this was his nephew Sanyu's business. He didn't say much, but old Mrs. Qian was curious. She had heard rumors in the village that Song Danian's youngest son was collecting duck eggs for business. She was surprised it was true, and wondered how well he was doing. It would be great if he could help her 3 sons, but then she thought better of it. Her little nephew hadn't even taught his own brothers, so how could he teach his cousins? The 4 elders chatted and joked along the way, playfully teasing Song Sai. Soon, they arrived at the small town. Song Sanyu stopped the ox cart and helped the 2 elders down. Song Dafu and old Mrs. Qian got off and looked up at the sky, waving to Song Sanyu, "Hurry to the county town, otherwise, it will get dark when you come back." "Okay, uncle and aunt. We'll go ahead," he replied. "Goodbye, great uncle and great aunt." Song Sai observed the 2 elders along the way and found their gentle and loving personalities very likable. When they reached their destination, he followed his father and sweetly said goodbye. Song Dafu and old Mrs. Qian smiled with their eyes nearly closed and kindly said, "Goodbye, Xiaohua. The county town is a bit far. Chunyun, remember to keep Sai warm so he doesn't get cold." "I know," Wang replied with a smile. After the 2 families parted ways, Song Sanyu gently patted the little cow's rear, and the little cow immediately quickened its pace. Old Mr. Song and Mrs. Zhang were worried that the pottery jars might get damaged from the bumps, so they held onto several jars tightly during the journey. The county town was a bit far, and Mrs. Wang didn't want her son to feel the wind, so she wrapped him snugly in a small cotton blanket and held him close, occasionally chatting with Song Sanyu, who was driving the cart ahead. The journey to the county town was long, and Song Sai fell asleep in his mother's arms. He only woke up when he heard his father call from the front. "We're almost there. Look, we can see the city gate." Hearing about the city gate, Song Sai immediately perked up. Looking at the tall and imposing city gate, Song Sai felt a small shock inside. The gate had 3 large traditional characters written on it. After staring for a while, he finally recognized them as Jinfeng County. He felt a sense of pride. Even though he didn't have any special powers or systems like in other time travel novels, he was already satisfied that he was in a time with traditional characters. "Chunyun, count out some coins. We need to pay the city fee soon," Song Sanyu said, frowning at the long line at the city gate. Mrs. Wang nodded. "I've prepared it already." Did they really have to pay a city fee? Song Sai remembered reading about city fees in historical dramas. He didn't expect this alternate time to have them too, but it made sense. The government needed to collect revenue. The county town was indeed bustling with people. There were 4 long lines at the entrance, and although the guards checked quickly, it still took about a quarter of an hour before it was their turn. It was Song Sai's first time seeing ancient guards, and he was very curious. The soldier collecting the city fee wore a leather helmet decorated with a red tassel, a deep red cotton outfit, and leather armor. He had a wide black belt around his waist and a long sword, about a meter long, hanging at his side, which looked quite intimidating. The soldier had a serious expression and glanced at the Song family. He noticed a fair and cute little boy on the cart, staring at him with wide eyes. This was unusual. Most children from the town or farming families would cry at the sight of them. But this little boy was curious instead of scared, which made the soldier's stern face crack a slight smile. "That'll be 6 coins. Song Sanyu was taken aback. Last time, he and his older brothers earned 5 coins with the ox cart. This time, with 4 adults and 1 child, plus the ox cart, they only received 6 coins. Was the official bad at math? Although he grumbled internally, he quickly handed over the copper coins from Wang. The soldier took the 6 coins, nodded, and signaled for them to hurry along. Song Sanyu smiled and nodded at the soldier, leading the ox cart into the county town. As soon as they entered the county town, Song Sai felt the difference from the town. The town had old houses, uneven stone streets, and few small shops. The markets were small, selling common food and goods, and most of the people shopping came from nearby villages, dressed simply in plain colors. In contrast, as soon as they entered the county gate, they saw people in colorful clothing. There were locals in ordinary cotton clothes, scholars in long robes, and wealthy merchants in splendid attire. Some hurried along, while others stopped to watch. The buildings and shops in the county were mostly brick and wood, often 1 or 2 stories high, with shops lining the streets. Each shop had a sign hanging under the eaves, giving it a charming old-fashioned look. The streets in the county were much wider than in the town. Although the road was also made of stone, it was smooth and clean. The ox cart moved slowly, barely feeling any bumps. On the 28th day of the new year, the streets were bustling with activity. Various vendors were everywhere, some carrying goods to sell, others pushing carts filled with New Year items. There were also common vendors on both sides of the road selling tofu, needles and thread, buns, wontons, and pancakes. The vendors called out to attract customers, creating a lively atmosphere of ancient market life. Song Sanyu stopped the ox cart in front of the Zue Feng building. After a while, he came out with a smiling middle-aged man. Manager Lu laughed as he walked. "Brother, you always come at just the right time. The young master just urged me, and then you arrived." I wanted to come sooner, but this time the young master wanted more, so I was 2 days late," Song Sanyu said, showing a troubled expression. Manager Lu nodded in agreement, thinking of the delicious egg treasures. He patted Song Sanyu on the shoulder. "Brother, you've worked hard, but you might have to work even harder in the future. I expect the young master will want even more after the new year. To be honest, your pickled duck eggs are very popular with the families in the county, especially the wealthy ones. They all rushed to my Zue Feng building to buy egg treasures." Song Sanyu's eyes lit up as he grinned and replied seriously, "It's fine. As long as the young master needs it and the Drunken Wind Tower needs it, my little effort is nothing." "Good." Manager Lu walked in front of the ox cart and saw the clay jars on it, his eyes shining. He thought about the price of a single egg treasure in the restaurant and swallowed hard. "Uncle Lu, what are you doing here?" A child's surprised voice came from below. Manager Lu snapped back to reality and looked down to see a 4 or 5-year-old boy staring up at him with big, bright eyes, looking very excited. Lu was a bit puzzled and scratched his head, wondering why this little one seemed so familiar with him. "Son, he is not Manager Lu. He is Manager Lu's brother. They are twins," Song Sanyu explained, realizing his son had made a mistake. "Oh, I see." Song Sai nodded in understanding and then said seriously, "Hello, Manager Lu. I am Song Sanyu's son, Song Sai. You can call me Little River." Manager Lu was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter, looking at the cute and well-behaved boy with interest. "You can call me Uncle Lu." He then affectionately patted Song Sai's little head. Song Sai was not shy at all and cheerfully shouted, "Hello, Uncle Lu." Most of the people who came to the Drunken Wind Tower to eat were from well-off families. When their children met the manager, they either looked down on him or were shy. This bold and adorable little guy was a first for Manager Lu, and in this short time, he had already taken a liking to Song Sai. All right, let's go. Uncle will treat you to a meal. He then looked at Song Danian and the others with a smile. You must be my younger brother's family, right? Come on, let's go inside to eat. With that, he took Song Sai's hand and walked toward the Drunken Wind Tower. Song Danian, Lao Zhang, and Wang Shi were a bit taken aback. They had never met such a hospitable person before. They turned their gaze to Song Sanyu, who smiled and said, It's fine, let's go eat. It's already noon. After all, he would be giving some bonuses to Manager Lu at the end of the year. Since both Lu managers were family, having a meal together should be fine. At that moment, 2 staff members from the Drunken Wind Tower came out, moved the clay jars from the ox cart to the second floor, and helped Song Sanyu lead the ox cart to the backyard. Only then did they enter the Drunken Wind Tower. As Song Sai walked into the Drunken Wind restaurant, he curiously looked around, appearing like a curious child. The restaurant's decoration was similar to that of ancient hot pot restaurants from his previous life. It had 2 floors and looked grand from the outside, with luxurious interiors. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was the spacious lobby. In the center of the lobby was a stage, likely for storytellers, surrounded by tables and chairs. There were customers dining at the moment. The wide staircase to the second floor was beautifully carved, and Song Sai noticed several elegantly dressed guests coming down from upstairs, guessing that the upper level was reserved for wealthy patrons. Little he, right? Uncle will take you to eat. Are you hungry? Manager Lu said, growing fonder of the brave child.
Yes.
Manager Lu led Song Sai ahead, with Song Sanyu and others following behind. When they reached the small kitchen, Master Wu immediately spotted Song Sanyu and greeted him with a smile. Little brother, you're here. He then nodded politely at the others, recognizing they were family.
You all came at the right time.
The food in our small kitchen is great during the new year, Master Wu said, quickly serving dishes, while joking with Song Sanyu. Haha, then we are in for a treat. Master Wu, you don't know how unforgettable your cooking is. No matter how I try at home, I can't replicate your flavors, Song Sanyu said sincerely. Hearing this, Master Wu beamed with joy. He believed his cooking was delicious and rivaled that of the big kitchen. Haha, eat well today. We have lamb soup too, so be sure to have a few bowls, he added. Today's meal was indeed lavish. Braised pork, stir-fried lotus root, vegetarian 3 delicacies, fish head with tofu, and a large bowl of lamb soup. The aroma of the food nearly made Song Sai cry. This was his first real experience of eating stir-fried dishes since arriving in ancient times. Although his father had bought an iron pot, the family was used to cooking with clay pots, and they typically made 1 pot of food at a time. Plus, they only had salt, sugar, and bean paste as seasonings. Now, seeing chili powder in the vegetarian dish excited him. After the meal, he would definitely ask his parents to buy some chili powder to take home. Song Danian, Old Zhang, and Wang were eating at a restaurant for the first time. They were amazed by the luxurious place and, once they saw the food, they regained their senses. They swallowed hard, glancing at the dishes again. Manager Lu noticed Song Sai staring at the food and smiled, saying, "Let's eat first." The group took their food to a nearby dining room. Manager Lu politely placed a piece of braised pork in Song Sai's bowl and said, "Everyone dig in."
Don't be shy.
They finally started eating, and after just 1 bite, they realized the difference between their home-cooked meals and the restaurant's food. Their cooking was just rice, but this restaurant's meals were truly delicious, with great color, aroma, and taste. They were enchanted, especially by the bowl of lamb soup, which was fragrant and fresh, warming them all over. After they were full, they patted their round bellies and said goodbye to Manager Lu, planning to explore the county before heading back. Manager Lu understood and affectionately ruffled Song Sai's hair, saying, "Little he, next time you come to the county, remember to find Uncle. I'll take you for good food." "Okay, goodbye, Uncle." Song Sai waved his little hand in farewell. Song Sanyu went to the backyard to fetch the ox cart, neatly placing empty clay jars on it. Once the family was on the cart, he drove it toward the center of the county. Just as he entered the restaurant, he saw a group of performers passing by, and he guessed their show must be starting now. It took only a short while to reach the lively scene in the center of the county, where indeed a juggling performance was taking place. Everyone wanted to get closer to watch, and more people were arriving. The cart couldn't go further, so the family got off. Song Sanyu told them to wait while he stored the cart, and the others nodded in agreement. As soon as he left, more people suddenly flooded into the street. They looked up to see a dragon and lion dance team approaching, and the crowd grew denser. Wang noticed her in-laws were pushed to the other side of the street and quickly held onto her son. She wanted to pick him up, but there was no space to bend down. Song Sai felt uncomfortable, surrounded by a crowd, unable to see anything. At that moment, he could only hope that the people around him wouldn't make any unpleasant noises, or he might be the first person in history to be overwhelmed by them. Good. The acrobats and the dragon and lion dance team met, and both sides began to show off their skills. The audience was very excited, cheering loudly, which attracted even more people to gather on both sides of the street. Wang was pushed around by the crowd and suddenly changed her expression, gripping Song Sai's hand tighter. On the other side of the street, Lao Zhang and Song Danian were also frightened and looked worried. Their daughter-in-law wasn't holding Sai, and he was so small. What if he got pushed or stepped on? Both of them looked anxious and tried hard to push through the crowd. Before they could get through, another wave of people surged in. Wang felt the little hand in hers suddenly slip away. She reached out but couldn't grab her son's hand, and in her panic, she cried out, "Don't push. Don't push. Where are you, son? Don't scare your mother." On the other side, Song Danian and Lao Zhang, who had been watching, felt dizzy when they saw their daughter-in-law crying in distress. Lao Zhang felt weak and would have fallen if not for the crowd. Song Danian quickly supported his partner, his eyes red, murmuring words that seemed to comfort either himself or his wife. "It's okay. My Sai will be fine. My good grandson is so well-behaved." His voice choked up as he spoke. At that moment, Song Sai was also very scared. With so many people around, he felt small and vulnerable to being stepped on. Remembering the thought of being crushed, he shivered and tried to look around. There were people everywhere, and he couldn't find a corner to hide. He could only be pushed forward by the crowd. Suddenly, he spotted a stone lion. His fear quickly settled, and he adjusted his position, getting pushed to the foot of the stone lion. With quick movements, he climbed up onto it. Once he was on top, he felt a sense of relief, smiling widely and patting his chest, realizing how close he had come to danger. Before he could fully relax, he looked around for his parents, but didn't see them. Instead, he noticed a little girl in a pink dress in the crowd, her eyes filled with panic as she stared at the stone lion beneath him. When she saw that Song Sai noticed her, she looked at him with pleading eyes. Song Sanyu parked the ox cart and hurried over, thinking about how happy his son would be to see the acrobats for the first time. He imagined lifting his son onto his shoulders so he could see better, and the thought of his son's joyful laughter made him smile. As he ran closer, the crowded scene in front of him startled him, and a wave of unease washed over him. His right eye began to twitch uncontrollably. Song Sanyu covered his heart with one hand and pressed the corner of his eye with the other, shouting into the crowd, "Mom, Dad, Chun-yun, it's me. Mom, Dad, Chun-yun, it's me." After calling out several times without any response, Song Sanyu joined the throng, finally squeezing into the space where they had just been, but it was empty. It felt as if a part of his heart had suddenly collapsed, and his throat felt tight, making it hard to breathe. He swallowed hard, trying to push down his fear, and shouted even louder, but still received no answer. His mind went blank, his face turned pale, his legs felt weak, and cold sweat began to pour from his forehead, followed by a wave of panic. Whimper.
Sanyu.
Hearing the voice felt like finding a lifeline. He turned towards the sound and saw his father, mother, and Chun-yun, but not his son. Looking around again, he still didn't see his son, and at that moment, he noticed the expressions on his parents' and wife's faces, causing his heart to drop. Son, see he is missing, see he is missing. Old Mrs. Zhang's face was pale as she cried, struggling to catch her breath while pounding her chest. Next to her, Song Danian looked as if he had aged 10 years, his eyes red. Mrs. Wang was in tears, desperately pushing through the crowd, calling out hoarsely, see he, where are you, son? It can't be. My son won't be in danger. He's so small. What if he gets stepped on? As this thought crossed his mind, Song Sanyu shivered and immediately pushed into the crowd with renewed urgency. His force caused complaints from those around him, but he ignored them, focusing intently on the ground as he searched. Meanwhile, Song Sihe, upon seeing a little girl, thought of many ways to escape, but dismissed them all. With his short stature, if the crowd surged, he would only become another victim. The little girl might also think that it's unrealistic to expect her peers to save her. She could only squeeze desperately towards the stone lion, but her strength was not enough. After struggling for a long time without moving, tears streamed down her face. Song Sai looked at the crowd rushing in from the other side, his face turning red with worry, when suddenly a young man caught his eye. The young man was tall and strong, much taller than those around him, and was moving forward with the crowd. Seeing the young man's towering figure, Song Sai suddenly had an idea. Hey, strong guy. Song Sai shouted while waving his hand vigorously. During this time of year, there were many things to do in the county, and He Mingqing, who was strong, worked 2 jobs a day. After finishing his morning tasks, he hurried to another employer, but the crowd was too large, and he could only move forward slowly, hoping to finish quickly and get home before dark. Suddenly, He Mingqing felt something moving beside him. He turned to see a child grinning and shouting at him. When the child saw him looking over, he smiled widely. He Mingqing looked around in confusion and pointed to himself, and Song Sai immediately nodded. He Mingqing pushed through the crowd and approached, curiously asking, Kid, do you know me? What do you want? Seeing the young man come over easily made Song Sai even happier, and he shouted, Big brother, please help me. There's a little girl over there in danger. Can you help me carry her over? Following the child's gaze, He Mingqing saw a little girl not far away, crying in the crowd. He immediately understood and nodded to Song Sai, then walked over quickly. Before long, he returned carrying the little girl and placed her on the stone lion. As soon as the little girl was on the stone lion, she forgot her tears and rushed towards Song Sai. He was taken aback, but felt her trembling body and quickly patted her gently, saying, It's okay. It's okay. We're safe now. Seeing the crowd was still very crowded, He Mingqing frowned and directly lifted one child on each shoulder, moving with the crowd towards the exit. Both Song Sai and the little girl were startled, and when the little girl pouted and looked like she was about to cry again, Song Sai quickly reassured her. Don't cry. The big brother is just taking us out. We'll be safe outside. The little girl, feeling a sense of closeness after being held for a while, relaxed her pouting lips and looked at Song Sai with wide, curious eyes. She was cute and chubby, dressed in nice clothes that showed she came from a wealthy family. She had probably gotten separated from her family, who must be very worried, especially her mother, since she was right beside her when they got separated. Brother, my name is Shunyue and I am 4 years old. She really was a girl from a rich family, showing no signs of shyness at all. My name is Song Sai, and I am 5 years old. Although the new year hadn't come yet, it was close. When the little girl heard his answer, her big, shiny eyes blinked, and she tilted her head, asking curiously, Brother, did you get lost too?
Well,
isn't that obvious? The little girl was very talkative and seemed completely unconcerned about where she would go next. She was very friendly towards him. Song Sai thought that if he had a little sister, she would probably be just like this. He Mingqing didn't say anything along the way, quietly leading the 2 little ones out of the crowded area. Once they reached a less busy spot, he set them down. Seeing the 2 children looking up at him with trusting faces, He Mingqing realized he wouldn't be able to finish his work today. During the journey, besides worrying about whether his parents and grandparents could find him, Song Sai had also paid attention to the young man carrying them. He looked quite young, probably around 16 or 17, but he was tall and strong, which made him seem more mature. His clothes were very ordinary, made of rough cotton with a few crooked patches, making him stand out from the people in the county town. However, this older brother seemed quite anxious, as if he had something important to do. "Big brother, please don't leave us. We got separated from our families. Can you help us find them? I have money, and I can pay you." Song Sai had brought money with him, thinking he might find some fun toys in the county town to take back to the old house, but he ended up losing himself before buying anything. The little girl beside him nodded in agreement. He Mingqing looked at the two little ones, who were so serious, and a small smile appeared on his face. But then he remembered that they were both missing children, and his smile quickly faded. "Do you know where your families are? If you do, please take me there. I will follow you," He Mingqing said gently. Song Sai's eyes lit up at the words, and he quickly nodded and said loudly, "I know. I'll take you there." The little girl thought for a long time, but couldn't remember. When she saw the older boy about to leave, she hurriedly grabbed Song Sai's hand. Noticing that the little girl seemed like she might cry again, Song Sai quickly comforted her. "It's okay, let's find my family first, and then we can look for your family together, alright?" The little girl nodded and quietly said, "I'll listen to you, brother." Oh dear, if it weren't for the situation, Song Sai would have found the little girl adorable. However, finding her family was important. Song Sai held the little girl's hand and quickly ran towards the place where he and Wang had just been separated, while He Mingqing quietly followed behind them. Meanwhile, the members of the Song family had been searching through the crowd but still hadn't found Song Sai. The anxiety they felt began to overflow. Old Mrs. Zhang and Song Danian supported each other, nearly unable to stand, their faces filled with tears. They felt as if the sky had fallen. They had come to the county town for a fun day, and now everything was in chaos. How could their good grandson just disappear? The county town was so big. Even if he wasn't hurt, what if he was taken away? The more they thought, the more anxious they became. Wang remained silent, her eyes starting to lose focus, murmuring, "Sai, where are you? Don't scare me, son. Where did you go?" Song Sanyu looked pale and felt just as bad. Seeing his wife and parents like this, he tried to stay calm and said in a normal tone, "Don't worry, our Sai is always smart. He might be waiting for us where we got separated. And if we can't find him, there's always the authorities." He said this, but deep down he knew it wasn't true. He had already gone back 3 times, and his son was nowhere to be found. Where could he be? "Please, don't let anything happen to him. If something does, neither I nor your mother could go on." Perhaps Song Sanyu's tone was too certain, or maybe the Song family still held on to a glimmer of hope, but they stumbled towards a place where Song Sai had been separated. Holding the little girl's hand, Song Sai stopped at the spot where he had last been with his mother. He looked around but didn't see his grandparents or parents. Not feeling discouraged, he took a few deep breaths to rest and then squatted down with the little girl by the roadside, ready to wait for his parents. If they didn't come after a while, he would go to Manager Lu's place. If that didn't work, he would return to Songjia village. After all, he, Song Sai, would always be the son of Song Sanyu and Wang Chunyan. His parents would never abandon him, and he would never abandon them. He Mingqing silently squatted behind the 2 children, protecting them in his embrace. On the other side of the street was a vendor selling date cakes. Song Sai smelled the sweet aroma and thought about buying a piece when his parents arrived. Just then, he heard a soft voice from a little girl saying, "Big brother, I want to eat." Following the direction of her finger, Song Sai realized the little girl had the same idea and also wanted a date cake. Seeing her pitiful expression, he sighed inwardly, feeling that he had lost something but still needed to comfort the child. He stood up and took the little girl's hand, leading her to the date cake stall. The vendor was an elderly woman with graying hair who kindly asked, "Sweethearts, do you want to eat date cakes?" Her warm words made Song Sai think of his grandparents, and he felt a slight sting in his eyes as tears began to gather. He sniffed and forced a smile, asking Grandma, "How much is a date cake?" Each cake was about the size of his palm. For the three of them, they would buy 4 cakes. 1 for him, 1 for the little girl, and 2 for himself should be enough. The elderly woman replied with a smile, "Each one is 4 coins. How many do you want?" "Grandma, we want 4. The vendor's eyes crinkled with joy as she said, "All right, I'll pick the ones with more dates for you. My date cakes are sweet and delicious. I guarantee you'll want more after finishing." She quickly wrapped the cakes in oil paper and handed them to Song Sai. He counted out 16 copper coins from his small bag and paid the vendor. She happily accepted the coins and quickly picked up a small cake, placing it in the little girl's hands. The girl smiled sweetly and immediately began to eat. Perhaps she hadn't eaten lunch, so she was a bit eager. Song Sai worried she might choke and gently patted her back from time to time. Once she finished her piece, he handed her another one and gave 2 to He Mingqing, who had been standing behind them. He Mingqing waved his hand to refuse, but Song Sai frowned and insisted, "Big brother, you helped us, so you should have this. Please don't refuse." Seeing the child's serious expression, He Mingqing touched his rumbling stomach and finally accepted the date cake. He took a big bite of the warm date cake and tasted the sweetness. He Mingqing paused for a moment, then started eating it slowly. He finished one piece of cake and wrapped the other piece in oil paper, putting it in his pocket and occasionally reaching in to touch it. Having eaten a full lunch, Song Sai wasn't too hungry yet. However, seeing the little girl enjoying her cake, he took a small bite and found it quite tasty. Meanwhile, Song Sanyu and his group arrived at their destination with a glimmer of hope. When they looked up, their faces lit up with immense surprise. "Sai, my son, I finally found you." Hearing the familiar voice, Song Sai turned around and was tightly embraced. The feelings he had been holding back suddenly burst out, and he cried loudly. When Wang saw her son, her previously dazed eyes brightened. She quickly walked over and hugged Song Sai, unable to hold back her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. Old Zhang and Song Danian didn't need to be mentioned. Upon seeing their grandson, the elderly couple immediately collapsed to the ground, their faces beaming with long-lost smiles and tears of excitement in their eyes. Old Zhang exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Thank goodness! Thank goodness! I finally found my dear grandson." Over here, Song Sanyu and Wang tightly held their son. After releasing their emotions for a while, Wang choked up and said, "Son, you almost scared your mother to death." Song Sanyu, holding his son tightly, had red eyes from crying and felt like crying again upon hearing her words. After being hugged by his parents and crying for a while, Song Sai's earlier fear vanished completely. Seeing his grandparents collapsed on the ground, he walked over, wrapped his little arms around their necks and comforted them, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, it's okay.
I didn't get lost."
They held their regained grandson tightly, their hands trembling slightly. All their worries and fears melted away the moment they embraced him. Old Zhang gently stroked her grandson's hair, her vision becoming blurry again as she choked out, "It's good that you're safe. Good that you're safe." Once everyone calmed down, they lost interest in exploring the county town and decided to head home early. Songjia village felt safer. "Are you leaving, big brother?" Seeing his family so excited, Song Sai almost forgot he needed to help the little girl find her family. Noticing her sad little eyes, he quickly stepped forward, took her hand, and comforted her, saying, "I'm not leaving. I'll take you to find your family right now, okay?" Song Sai pointed at the little girl and said to Song Sanyu and the others, "Dad, Mom, this little girl is called Xinyue. She got lost from her family too." He then pointed to He Mingqing and continued, "This big brother just helped us get out." Upon hearing this, Song Sanyu and the others quickly stepped forward to express their gratitude. Wang Shi took out a silver ingot from her pocket, which she had just used to pay at the restaurant. 1 ingot was worth 10 taels. In the past, Wang Shi would have felt pain parting with such a large amount, but given the situation, she willingly offered it to her son's savior. He Mingqing was startled by the sight of the silver ingot and quickly waved his hands, saying, "You don't need to be so polite. I didn't save the young master. He is very clever and climbed onto the stone lions safely by himself. I just helped him down." Hearing that his son was so smart made Song Sanyu very happy, but he also wanted to show appreciation. He took the silver ingot from Wang Shi's hands and tried to give it to He Mingqing. They struggled for a while, but He Mingqing was much taller, and in the end, he didn't accept the ingot. Song Sai watched the two of them tugging at each other and then looked at the little girl beside him, whose eyes were red. He anxiously said, "All right, Dad, big brother, please don't refuse." He then went to He Mingqing and took out 2 small silver coins from his little bag, which were his New Year's money from his grandmother. "I'm giving this to you. I saw you looking worried just now, so you must have something important that we delayed. This is a small compensation. Big brother, I hope you'll accept it." He Mingqing looked at the small coins in the little hand and softly said, "It's just a small favor. You don't need to give me money. I would help anyone. You have to take it. Big brother, please accept it." Song Sai stood on his tiptoes and held out his small hand toward He Mingqing, looking very serious and determined. Remembering how his little sister loved meat, He Mingqing reached out and took one of the coins from Song Sai's hand. "My name is He Mingqing, and I live in Hejia village near Jinfeng County. If the young master needs help in the future, you can come to me." After taking the coin, He Mingqing felt uneasy, thinking he hadn't done much to deserve it, and quickly added, "All right, I will remember." Song Sai nodded and then turned to the little girl, Shen Yue, who was holding onto his sleeve with a pitiful look. He gently asked, "Don't be afraid. Can you tell Big Brother if you remember where your home is?" Shen Yue thought for a moment and shook her head, tears starting to well up in her eyes again. It looked like she was about to cry. Once Wang regained her composure and saw the little girl, who had lost her way with her son, on the verge of tears, her heart softened. She approached the little girl and gently said, "Dear, can you remember your parents' names?" Upon hearing Wang's gentle voice, the tears that were just about to fall from Shen Yue's eyes spilled over. Wang took out a handkerchief and tenderly wiped the little girl's tears, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. If you can't remember, that's okay." Then she picked up the little girl and stood up, turning to the others from the Song family and saying, "Shall we go to the authorities to report this?" "Wait a minute," Song Sai called out as he noticed the little girl's fancy clothes. He stepped out onto the street and asked a middle-aged man, "Sir, are there any wealthy families with the surname Shun in Jinfeng County?" "Yes, there are." Meanwhile, at the Shun residence, a round, plump young man was pacing back and forth in the garden, his forehead glistening with sweat, his brow furrowed. The warm smile he usually wore had vanished, replaced by a look of worry. "Sir, sir." A servant rushed over. Mr. Shin quickly approached, his face filled with surprise. "What is it? Has my yaya been found?" The servant shook his head. "Sir, we've searched all the nearby streets and haven't seen the young lady. The housekeeper is still out looking. Should I report this to the authorities?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Shin became even more anxious and urgently nodded to the servant, saying, "Yes, report it right away." The servant immediately ran out. "Sir, do you think my yaya will she?" At that moment, a round-faced young woman approached, her eyes red from crying. "Don't worry, my dear. Yaya has always been a lucky child. She will be fine. I've sent the servant to report to the authorities. I believe we will see our yaya soon." Mr. Shin reassured his wife, though he felt quite anxious inside, his round belly trembling with worry. "Sir, sir." The servant who had just run out hurried back in. Seeing this, Mr. Shin shouted angrily, "Why are you back? I told you to report it." The servant, undeterred by the outburst, exclaimed with joy, "Sir, sir. The young lady has returned." "What? My yaya is back. Did you hear that, my dear?" He was the first to dash out of the inner courtyard toward the outer courtyard. Shin Qian ran to the outer courtyard and saw his daughter safe and sound at the entrance. He immediately felt relieved, and a big smile spread across his round face, his eyes squinting with joy. He rushed over and hugged his daughter tightly, saying, "You scared your parents so much. You must not run off like that again." "Daddy, Yaya was scared." The little girl cried out loudly upon seeing her family. Shun Qian thought his daughter was crying because of his tone, so he quickly spoke softly, Don't cry, sweetheart. Did Daddy raise his voice? I was just worried. I didn't mean to yell at you. Yeah, it's really you, said the young woman who had come out, and upon seeing her daughter, she scolded her with tears in her eyes. In the end, the three of them embraced and cried together. Mom and Dad, since my sister's found her family, let's hurry back. Song Sai, after the incident of getting lost, just wanted to return to Songjia village as soon as possible. Okay, let's go home, Song Sanyu nodded, holding his son's hand tightly. Hearing this, the Shin family, who had been crying together, turned around, revealing their round faces and red eyes. Shun Qian was the first to regain his composure. Yeah. Did they bring you back? Shan Yueyue rubbed her red eyes and nodded, saying softly, a big brother found me. Then another big brother saved me, and they brought us out together. Though he didn't fully understand, Shun Qian realized that without this family, his Yiya might have been in great danger. A grateful smile appeared on his face, and his cheeks flushed with excitement as he said loudly, Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to my Yiya. The woman from the Shin family also looked grateful, leaning slightly forward with appreciation and nodding repeatedly. Uncle Shun, no need to be polite. You should thank this big brother. He saved the little sister. We just brought her here. My home is far from the county town, so since we've safely delivered her, we won't stay longer. Song Sai pointed to He Mingqing behind him, eager to clarify their role, feeling a bit uneasy and cold. Shun Qian nodded in understanding and exchanged a glance with Xiao Shi, who immediately went inside the courtyard. Shun Qian explained, Today, my wife took our daughter and some servants to the street to watch a performance. For a moment, we lost Yaya. Just as we were about to report it to the authorities, you returned her to me. I am truly grateful. As he spoke, Shun Qian felt a wave of relief and continued, Since you have matters to attend to, I won't keep you. A Qian, is this enough? Mrs. Shun said with a smile, carrying a tray from the inner courtyard. Shin Qian turned to look at the tray and nodded in satisfaction. He took out 2 money bags and handed them to Song Sanyu and He Mingqing, smiling as he said, Please don't refuse. Yaya is our only daughter. You have brought her back, so you are our saviors. Song Sanyu and He Mingqing were confused. When they opened the bags, they were shocked to find gold ingots inside. They couldn't accept this. They seemed to have received something too valuable and quickly tossed the bags back into Mrs. Shun's tray. Shin Qian and Mrs. Shun were taken aback and hurriedly picked them up, pulling and tugging at them. Song Sai watched, shaking his head at the ongoing formalities. In the end, Shun Qian won. In the struggle, he threw the 2 bags outside and pushed them away, quickly closing the door behind him. His swift movements were surprising for his round figure. Goodbye, big brother, came Yaya's cheerful voice from the courtyard, followed by her giggles. The 3 exchanged glances, picked up the money bags from the ground, and knocked on the Shin family's door a few times. The laughter abruptly stopped. After knocking for a while longer, the courtyard fell silent, and they shook their heads in resignation. All right, Mingqing, you keep the money. If you don't accept it, the Shin family will feel uneasy, Song Sanyu said, noticing He Mingqing's hesitation. But it's fine. Didn't you hear the bystanders? The Shin family is a prominent household in Jinfeng County. It's normal for them to reward their saviors when their only daughter is rescued. If you refuse, it might seem like you have ulterior motives. Song Sanyu wanted to clarify things for the young man. He Mingqing bit his lip, thought for a moment, and said seriously, I understand now. I'll accept it. Song Sanyu nodded with a smile. Mingqing, let's go back. Where do you live? I have an ox cart and can give you a ride. He Mingqing looked up at the sky and nodded. This time he didn't refuse. If he had to walk alone, it would take him at least over an hour. He didn't mind the darkness, but he was worried about his sister being home alone. All right, then come with us. Song Sanyu bent down and lifted Song Sai onto his shoulder with a smile. They walked to the place where the ox cart was kept, climbed onto the cart, and left the city gate. He Mingqing sat in front with Song Sanyu, chatting casually. On the cart, Wang Shi held Song Sai tightly in her arms. Song Sai felt that this hug was different from the one when they came to the county town. When they arrived, his mother was in a good mood, gently hugging him and humming a tune. Now, her embrace felt like she wanted to hold him tightly, and although it was a bit hard to breathe, Song Sai stayed quiet. He understood Wang Shi's feelings. He was their only child, their hope, and today he almost got lost. Who wouldn't be worried? On the other side of the cart, old Zhang and Grandpa Song stared intently at their grandson, as if afraid he would disappear if they looked away. After a while, He Mingqing's voice came from the front. Uncle Song, my home is just ahead. You can let me down here. It's getting late. You should hurry back. Song Sanyu glanced at the small village ahead, looked up at the sky, nodded, and smiled. All right, be careful. It was nice meeting you today. My home is in Baishui town, Songjiakan. If you need anything, you can find me there. Okay. He Mingqing nodded, a hint of a smile on his usually serious face. Goodbye, big brother. Hearing the commotion, Song Sai quickly poked his head out from under the blanket, waving his hand. Seeing Song Sai's cute face, He Mingqing waved back, goodbye, Xiaohe. At that moment, a 10-year-old girl stepped out of the small courtyard, looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with worry. Where was her brother? He should have been back by now. Oh well. She decided to start cooking. Her brother worked 2 jobs a day and must be very hungry. Thinking this, the girl returned to the kitchen, took out a chipped clay bowl, and looked at the nearly empty jar of brown rice. After calculating her brother's pay schedule, she gritted her teeth, scooped half a bowl of rice, and poured it directly into the pot. She added 2 ladles of water, covered it, and started the fire to cook porridge, while thinking about where to find more food. Creak! The sound of the door opening came from the small courtyard. The older brother has returned. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she happily threw away the stick she was holding and ran out. Just as she reached the kitchen door, her smile faded, and she said coldly, "Aunt is here." "Oh, is this how you treat your aunt? Don't forget, the place you're living in was found for you and your brother, because I felt sorry for you too." A middle-aged woman with slanted eyes, high cheekbones, a downturned mouth, and a frown stood with her hands on her hips, her voice sharp and mocking. He Minglan pressed her lips tightly and said nothing, gripping her hands tightly. The middle-aged woman ignored the girl's attitude and continued, "Your mother has passed away, but our family has spent money and effort to help. We've supported you two for years. You should be grateful. What's going on with your brother's wages this month? He used to send them early, but this month he hasn't sent anything yet, and I had to come here myself to collect." He Minglan suppressed her grievances and replied, "Brother finished a job recently and just found a new one in the county. He hasn't come back yet." The middle-aged woman scoffed, "Humph, I hope you're not lying. If I find out you two are hiding money, you'll be in trouble." After searching the kitchen and finding nothing of value, she cursed and left. Watching her aunt walk away, He Minglan scoffed, "Humph, I hope you choke on your food, get caught in the rain, trip over your words, hurt your back while sneezing, and have nightmares while sleeping." "Haha, Minglan, didn't your brother tell you not to imitate the village women?" Just as He Minglan was getting into it, she heard a familiar voice behind her and turned around excitedly, saying, "Brother, you're back." He Mingqing walked in and gently pinched his little sister's face as a form of reprimand. "Ouch! Be gentle, brother. Minglan knows she was wrong. It's just that aunt came to bother us again, saying that after our mother died, their family helped us and supported us for years. How can she say that? When our mother was sick, they didn't want to help at all. If it weren't for the village head getting angry, they wouldn't have lifted a finger. The money for the funeral was what our mother left for us. They tricked us out of 5 taels of silver when we were just kids. Supporting us for years is a big lie. We lived in their house for several years, but during that time, life was tough. Brother, you had to wake up early every day to chop wood and fetch water, and there was a lot of farm work during the day. I had to take care of their whole family, washing clothes and cooking meals. I was only 6 and you were just 11. Even if there was some kindness, we worked like animals to repay it.
Now,
How can they be so shameless, taking all your wages and leaving you with nothing?" If it weren't for your strength, we wouldn't have survived. Thinking about how our food is running out and your clothes are torn without any fabric to mend them, I feel so sad. I still remember when our parents were very loving. Father was cheerful and mother was gentle. But one day, father suddenly passed away from an illness. Mother couldn't handle it and became depressed, leaving us not long after. My little sister and I were left helpless and had to rely on our only relatives, our uncle and aunt. We never expected this. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit bitter, and saw his sister's red eyes. He had no choice but to reveal his surprise. "Little sister, look at this." What she thought was a treat from the county turned out to be a cloth bag. She opened it, and her eyes widened in shock. She quickly ran to the door to close it tightly and pulled her brother back inside, her voice trembling. "Brother, even though life is hard, it's better to live than to do something foolish like stealing money. Listen to me, little sister. Today, I met someone important." He quickly explained what happened. After hearing the story, her face lit up with a big smile. She excitedly hugged her brother's arm and said, "Brother, this must be our mother's blessing. Luckily, you are tall enough for the young master to notice you and help you. This is wonderful. With this money, I can finally cook a nice meal for you and buy some fabric to make you new clothes." Seeing his sister so happy, his previously stern expression softened. The heavy burden he felt on his shoulders suddenly lifted, and he sighed in relief, smiling faintly. He reached out to ruffle her slightly disheveled hair, feeling a pang of affection. "Little sister, would you like to change our lives?" "Change our life?
How do we do that?" He Minglan asked, confused.
"This gold ingot weighs about 10 taels. 10 taels of gold is worth 100 taels of silver. We can buy a house on the outskirts of the county. I'm strong, so I can work 2 jobs. This way, we can support our life in the county, and when you are old enough, I can help you have a grand wedding," He Mingqing said with a smile. "I don't want to get married. I want to stay with my brother forever," He Minglan said, pouting shyly. The sky darkened like ink, and the evening shadows grew deeper. The distant mountains were already hidden in darkness, and faint yellow lights began to flicker in the nearby village. Song Sanyu finally saw Songjia village ahead and turned around, happily pointing forward. "Mom, Dad, Chunyan, we're almost home." Noticing Wang was shushing him, he quickly lowered his voice. "Is Sihu asleep?" Wang nodded. "That's good. We're almost home anyway, so I'll go slower," Song Sanyu said, gently patting the cow's rear, causing it to slow down from a trot to a walk. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached their small courtyard. Before they could reach the door, they saw 2 dark figures approaching, looking quite scary. "Little brother, Mom, Dad, you're finally back." A familiar and urgent voice came from ahead. "Big brother, second brother, what are you doing here?" Song Sanyu jumped off the cart and took a few steps forward. Song Danyu also stepped closer, worried. "Where have you been? You scared me and Erniu. We were just about to light a torch to welcome you back." Song Erniu added, "Exactly. Mom, Dad, Sanyu, what happened? Why are you so late? If we didn't know you were safe in the cow cart, we would have gone to look for you." Hearing his son's anxious voices, Song Danian felt a bit relieved and smiled. "Let's talk at home. We're tired from the journey, and Sihu is asleep, so let's keep our voices down." Okay, let's talk at home," Song Daniu said as he helped the elderly couple down from the cart, nodding in agreement. Once they returned to the courtyard, Song Sanyu carefully carried his son back to the room before heading to the main hall. Inside, Wang lit a candle, and the dim light flickered on. Sitting at the lower end of the table, Song Erniu noticed their parents' red eyes and tear-streaked faces. He looked at Wang and his younger brother, who had just entered the hall, both with swollen eyes. Worried, she asked Mom, "Dad, little third, what happened to your eyes? Is something wrong?" Song Danyu also noticed that their faces looked strange and echoed, "Yes, Mom. Dad, what's going on?" Song Sanyu smiled bitterly. "Today, our little, he almost got lost."
What?
Song Danyu and Song Erniu were startled and quickly asked what happened. Song Sanyu explained everything from the beginning, but He didn't mention the gold ingot given by the Shin family. He was afraid his older brothers would say something that might cause trouble later. Luckily, our little he is smart and climbed onto the stone lion by himself. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous, Song Danyu said, feeling relieved. Our little he has always been different from other kids, Song Eunryu praised, thinking about how if something happened to little he, it would be a big problem for the family. Thankfully, little he was safe. After a long day on the ox cart and feeling emotionally drained from the county town, the elderly couple didn't say much before they felt tired. Stifling a yawn, they said, Danyu, Eunryu, it's getting late. You should head home. We can talk more tomorrow. Song Danyu and Song Eunryu agreed and left. They had gone to the county town to buy New Year's goods but ended up buying nothing. They even forgot to grab a meat bun for dinner. Now, back home, they were both hungry and tired. Wang Shi forced herself to stay awake, lit a candle, and went to the kitchen. She boiled a pot of water and added some coarse flour pancakes to cook. Then she took a little sugar from the jar and added it to the pot. Soon, the pancakes were bubbling in the water. The four adults enjoyed a bowl of the cooked pancakes, feeling satisfied. After cleaning up the dishes, Wang Shi remembered her son was still sleeping on an empty stomach. She took out 2 eggs from the cupboard and went to the bedroom, placing them in a clay pot on the stove to boil, thinking that when her son woke up, he could have something to eat right away. After finishing these tasks, Wang Shi noticed Song Sanyu hadn't returned yet. She picked up the candle and walked to her son's room, where her husband was indeed waiting. Song Sanyu was squatting by the bed, staring intently at their son, gently stroking his little face with red-rimmed eyes. Wang Shi worried that the light might wake their son, so she placed the candle in the bedroom and joined her husband, adjusting the blanket over their son and squatting beside Song Sanyu. Looking at her adorable son asleep, Wang felt a huge weight lift off her heart after a whole day of worry. With tears welling up in her eyes, she wiped the corners and said, her voice trembling, Sen-yo, today I felt like I wanted to die. It's my fault for not keeping an eye on Sihi. If Sihi hadn't found his way back, Hearing this, Song Sanyo immediately pulled Wang into his arms and gently comforted her, saying, today's events are not your fault. It's my responsibility. I took you to see the show, and if we hadn't gone, this wouldn't have happened. He was scared not only because their son was missing but also by the look of despair in his wife's eyes. He feared that if their son didn't come back, his wife might also lose hope, and then what would be the point of his own life? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The heavens are watching over us. RC, he is a good child who knows to come back. Wang finally couldn't hold back her tears, which fell silently. With tears in his eyes, Song Sanyo saw his wife crying and couldn't help but wipe his own tears. After a while, he sniffed and said, it's okay, as long as our son is safe. Let's not cry anymore. We should go back and rest. Tomorrow is the 29th of the year, and we have nothing at home. We need to go to town to buy some New Year's goods, so we can start the new year happily. Wang nodded, and she and Song Sanyo stood up and returned to their bedroom, where silence fell once more. On the bed, Song he silently shed tears, whispering, Mom and Dad, please don't abandon me. I'm very good. I'm already 18 and won't be a burden to you anymore. Ji Shui, you've grown up and should have your own life. Please don't disturb me anymore, said Song's father, picking up his bag and leaving with a slam of the door. Song Ji Shui looked at his mother, who sat silently on the sofa, and pleaded, Mom, you won't abandon me, will you? I'm grown now. I can earn money and go to school. Please, I just want you by my side. His mother didn't respond, only looking at him coldly, as if he were a stranger. Her words were icy. Ji Shui, you're 18 now, and an adult. Your father and I have saved some money for you. Live your life well. With that, she stood up and left decisively, ignoring his pleas.
Why? Why don't you want me?
If you didn't want me, why bring me into this world? Song Ji Shui collapsed on the floor, staring at the closed door, and painfully shut his eyes. Song Sai could no longer tell if this was reality or a dream. The feeling of being abandoned washed over him like a tide, almost drowning his heart. He felt a deep pain and coldness in his chest. The next morning, the elderly couple woke up early and busied themselves in the kitchen. Wang and Song Sanyu first checked on their son. Seeing him sleeping soundly, they decided not to wake him and quietly went outside to help with chores. In the yard, Wang fed the chickens while Song Sanyu took off his cotton jacket and began chopping firewood. After chopping for a while, beads of sweat appeared on Song Sanyu's forehead. Wiping his brow, he turned to Wang and said, "I'll go to town later to buy some New Year supplies. Do you need anything?" Wang shook her head and replied, "No, just buy what you think is needed." "Okay." Old Zhang came out with the prepared meal and called, "Sanyu, Chunyan, it's time to eat."
Coming.
They put down their tools, washed their hands, and sat down to a simple meal. After finishing, Song Sanyu set off, while Wang and Old Zhang, along with Song Danian, began cleaning the house. Cleaning before the new year symbolizes sweeping away bad luck and welcoming the new year. After yesterday's events, they all worked especially hard today. As the sun rose higher, Old Zhang looked at his grandson's room with some confusion and turned to Wang, saying, "Chunyan, why is Sai sleeping so long today? It's almost noon." Wang was also curious. Normally, their son would sleep in, but never this late. With that thought, she put down her cloth and walked into Song Sai's room. Soon, urgent cries filled the room. "Sai, wake up, son. Please don't scare your mother." Hearing the commotion, Old Zhang and Song Danian quickly dropped their brooms and rushed inside. Wang called out Sai several times without waking him. Feeling uneasy, she anxiously patted her son's face, but there was still no response. This scene made Wang panic, and she cried out loudly, "Father, mother, Sai won't wake up. What should we do?" Hearing their daughter-in-law's words, the elderly couple hurried over and gently patted their grandson's face. Seeing that their usually sweet and lively grandson was unresponsive, they too began to panic. Old Zhang held the little boy in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "What should we do, Danian?" Song Danian was in a panic, feeling lost. When he saw his daughter-in-law and wife looking to him for guidance, his mind went blank. After a long moment, he remembered to find a doctor and rushed out without delay. Song Sai felt like he was falling into endless darkness, with only a buzzing sound in his ears. It seemed like there were many people around him. In a daze, he felt someone lift him up, gentle yet rough hands supporting his neck. Then, a bitter medicine was poured into his mouth. He instinctively wanted to resist, but those hands gently held him down. "Sai, my dear son, drink the medicine," said his mother's voice, sounding as if she was crying. He wanted to respond but couldn't make a sound. He heard muffled sobs, as if they were coming from far away, yet also close by. "This child has lost a spirit. We need to bring that spirit back," a hoarse, deep female voice said, carrying a hint of mystery. After a long time, a strong smell of incense filled the air, followed by the sound of a copper bell ringing. Song Sai felt as if something was pulling him, tighter and tighter, and the bell's ringing grew more urgent. After a while, the hoarse voice returned, "Feed him the talisman water." Another wave of bitter, unpleasant taste spread in his mouth, worse than the previous medicine. Song Sai felt his stomach rebel, but he couldn't throw up. His stomach churned more violently and finally, he couldn't hold back and vomited. After he threw up, Song Sai felt relieved. When he lifted his head, he was startled by the scene in the room. It was filled with people. His parents sat by the bed with red eyes, his grandparents looked worried, and there were uncles, aunts, cousins, and some friendly villagers, all looking at him with concern. Most striking was an elderly woman in strange clothing standing in the middle of the room. Song Sai recognized her. She had come when their family built their house. "Son, you finally woke up. You scared us so much," Wang said, filled with joy as she immediately hugged her son tightly. Song Sanyu also rushed to his side, embracing him with fear and relief. Old Zhang, seeing her grandson awake, had tears in her eyes and gratefully held the shaman's hand, saying, "Thank you, thank you." The shaman, feeling a bit tired from her rituals, waved her hand and said calmly, This child's spirit has been called back. Be more careful when going out in the future, and avoid getting lost like yesterday." Old Zhang nodded quickly. Song Sanyu held his son for a while, confirming that he was truly awake. He personally walked the shaman outside to a quiet spot in the yard. He took out a silver ingot from his pocket and handed it to the shaman sincerely, saying, "Thank you, Granny Bai, for saving my son." Granny Bai looked surprised at the silver in her hand. It was her first time receiving such a large amount for her rituals in this village. Her tense expression slowly turned into a smile, but then she became serious again and said, "Song Sanyu, on the way here, I did a fortune-telling for you and your wife. It seems you are destined to have no children in this life."
What?
Song Sanyu was shocked.
No children?
Then how did Sai come about? Granny Bai quickly reassured him, "You were meant to have no children, but you have one now. This son is special. I feel he doesn't belong here." Hearing this, Song Sanyu became even more anxious and said, "Granny Bai, what should we do? I can't be without Sai. Don't worry, the child is fine now, right? Just take good care of him, and make sure he is added to the family register soon. With the protection of the Song family ancestors, ordinary spirits and monsters won't be able to take him away." Song Sanyu felt relieved and asked Granny Bai if there was anything else to pay attention to. She simply replied, "Just take good care of him," and walked away on her own, refusing the offer of a cart. After sending off Granny Bai, Song Sanyu returned to the house. He saw his son's slightly pale face showing a hint of shyness, thinking it was because there were too many people around. He smiled at everyone and said, "Thank you for your concern. The child is weak. Let him sleep for a while." Everyone nodded in understanding and left the room together. The once noisy room immediately fell silent, leaving only Song Sanyu and Wang Shi, who looked at their son with eyes full of love, unable to blink. Wang Shi softly said, "Sweetheart, you must be hungry. You haven't eaten all day." Song Sai, seeing his parents' red eyes and remembering how his past parents had left him coldly, immediately rushed over and hugged them, burying his little face in their necks. He said softly, "Mom and Dad, I scared you. It won't happen again." Wang gently patted her son's head and said softly, "Okay, dear, don't scare your mother like that again." Song Sanyu lovingly stroked his son's back, recalling what Granny Bai had just said about them not having children. He felt a chill and hugged his son tighter, speaking firmly in a low voice, "Sai, you can only be our child." Song Sai, a bit confused, replied seriously, "I will always be your son, forever and ever." After a while of hugging, Song Sai lifted his head and was about to get up when he was gently pushed back down by his parents. "Be good, you were scared this time, so you need to rest for a few days."
What do you want?
"Mom will get it for you," Wang coaxed softly. Song Sai raised his head, trying to ignore a certain feeling in his body, and shyly said, "Mom and Dad, I just need to go to the bathroom." Feeling shy under his parents' watchful eyes, Song Sai took off his pants and pulled out his little thing. Maybe the gaze from behind was too intense, as he stared at the small wooden bucket for a long time without being able to go. He turned around with a pitiful look at his parents, hoping they would step back a bit. But Song Sanyu thought his son needed help, so he quickly sat on the edge of the bed, pulled his son into his arms, and helped him aim at the bucket, starting to whistle. Song Sai was embarrassed and wanted to struggle, but the urge to go was too strong, and he had to take care of his needs first. After finishing, Song Sai prepared to seriously scold his dad, but his dad unexpectedly grabbed his little thing and shook it gently, leaning down to ask in a soft tone, "Son, are you done? Do you want Dad to hold you while you go?" Song Sai's mouth twitched, feeling speechless. "Haha, little brother, you actually want Uncle to hold you while you go. Ha ha ha." Song Sana's voice suddenly came from the doorway. Song Sai looked at his position and then at his cousin laughing at him, feeling utterly defeated. He had wanted to be cool, but now that was all ruined. Just after taking care of his needs, his stomach started to rumble. Hearing this, Song Sanha immediately ran outside, shouting, "Grandma, little brother is hungry. Please make something delicious." Before long, old Mrs. Zhang entered with a large bowl of fragrant rice porridge. Seeing her grandson in good spirits, She smiled and said, "Oh, dear grandson, this porridge has been cooking for almost an hour, and I added some chopped preserved meat. It smells wonderful. Try it, and if you like it, I will make it for you often, okay?" "Okay." Song Sai nodded obediently and began to drink the porridge seriously. After just one sip, his previously noisy stomach suddenly quieted down. He took a few more sips and felt warm all over. Gurgle. Song Sanha's stomach growled from the side. Feeling everyone's gaze, he scratched his head shyly and said, "We left home in the middle of our meal because of Sai's incident, so."
Hehe.
"Sanha is thoughtful," Song Sanyu said, patting his nephew's head. Remembering the scene he saw when he got home, his eyes felt a bit warm. After returning from town, he found the yard in chaos, with his older brother running over with the neighbor's doctor, even losing a shoe. When he learned that Sai was unconscious, his second brother had said, "Dr. Lu said my nephew might have been scared. I'm going to get Grandma by," and hurried off with the ox cart. Suppressing his emotions, Song Sanyu smiled and said, "Mom and Dad, let's have a lively dinner tonight with the whole family together. Let's invite Uncle and the others too." He had this idea in mind, wanting to bring everyone together for the new year, even if his sisters-in-law weren't very likable. "Okay, your father and I will go call them," old Mrs. Zhang said happily. With her precious grandson awake, she was thrilled that the family could finally reunite after so long. The families in the main and second houses had not gone home yet. Hearing the younger brother's plan, Song Daeniu and Song Erniu immediately smiled. Jiang and Li were also happy, knowing that the third son must have bought a lot of meat in town today, so they were looking forward to a good meal. However, they didn't have much time to celebrate. Song Daeniu instructed his wife, Yuegue, "With so many people eating, the meat from the third family won't be enough. Since I bought 2 pounds of meat yesterday, go get it from home." Upon hearing this, Zhang's face darkened, but she didn't dare to argue, knowing her husband was not as obedient as before and would frown at her for any disagreement. "So you go too. Didn't I buy 2 fish the other day? Bring the big one," Song Erniu added quickly. Now it was Li's turn to frown, and the two reluctantly returned to the old house. Jiang returned to the old house and went to the bedroom. She took down some pork from the beam, then went to the kitchen to get a knife. She cut the pork in half. One half went back up to hang, while she carried the other half with a straw rope. As she left the bedroom, she ran into Li, who was heading out with the fish. Li glanced at the meat in Zhang's hand and frowned, saying, "Sister-in-law, that meat doesn't look like it weighs 2 pounds. I thought I heard Big Brother say it was 2 pounds. Zhang shot her a look and replied, "You heard wrong. Your brother said it was 1 pound. Without looking back, she turned and walked away. Such a stingy person, always trying to get an advantage, Li muttered under her breath. She glanced at the lively fish in her hands, suppressing the urge to go back and swap it for a smaller one, and walked toward the new house. Song Dafu and Old Qian also arrived, both smiling and carrying a box of pastries, which they offered to Old Zhang. After some polite refusals, she finally accepted them. Once Jiang and Li returned, the small courtyard became busy. Wang looked at the meat and fish, thinking it might not be enough for everyone, so she went to the beam and took down a wild chicken and a wild duck. Seeing the chicken and duck, Jiang and Li's expressions improved a bit. In the bedroom, Song Sai, who had been sleeping for almost a day, was now wide awake. He listened to the lively sounds from the courtyard and chatted casually with his cousins.
Wow.
Little brother, you have so much good food. Uncle is really nice to you. Unlike my mom, who makes me wait forever just to buy me a piece of candy, Song Sanha complained while munching on osmanthus cake. Song Erhua, feeling a bit embarrassed to see her little brother enjoying Sai's snacks, wrapped up the leftover osmanthus cake and placed it on the shelf. Sanha, dinner will be ready soon. Save some room. Song Sanha understood his sister's hint, stuck out his tongue, and patted his belly, saying, "Yeah, I want to save room for the meat later." "It's fine, second sister. I can't finish all this anyway. You all can share the osmanthus cake," Song Sai said with a smile, not minding the few pieces. His cousin's enjoyment of food was so appealing that it made him want to eat more. If his cousin were doing a food show in modern times, he would definitely have many fans. Wow, this is delicious. Aunt, your duck is so good. Mom, did you make the fish? It's amazing. At the dining table, Song Sanha was focused on his food, occasionally exclaiming in delight. Among her nephews, Wang's favorite was Sanha, who was cute and lively, though a bit noisy. It was just right since her son had a more serious personality, and having a little nephew around to make noise was perfect. Eat more if it's good, Wang said with a smile as she served a piece of duck to Song Sanha. Song Sanha was even happier and sweetly said, Aunt San is the best to me. Li, seeing her son being clever, smiled with pride. Meanwhile, Wang noticed that her own 3 children were sitting like wooden posts, not knowing how to eat meat, which made her want to scold them. In the room, Song Sai felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing his cousin's words. His cousin had often said this to him before, and now he was using it to win over his mother. Smelling the delicious food outside, Song Sai sadly finished a bowl of rice porridge with bits of preserved meat. A few men were sitting at a separate table, with a jar of wine in front of them. After a few bowls, they began to boast. While talking happily, Song Sanni unexpectedly downed a bowl of wine and soon turned red, crying loudly, Heaven, my life is hard. I only have one son, and you're playing tricks on me these days. After a while, Song Sanni tightly hugged the wine jar and said, You are my son. No one can take you away. He then held the jar close and softly hummed a lullaby, as if soothing a child to sleep. Seeing that Song Sanni was truly drunk, Song Dainiu and Song Erniu helped him into the house. Once everyone had eaten and drunk enough, it was completely dark outside. Old Zhang sent off his eldest son Song Dafu and daughter-in-law Lao Qian with a smile, then hurried back to check on his drunken son and the grandson who had just woken up. Old Zhang stood at the door, waving goodbye to his eldest and second son's families, saying, Take your time going back. Okay, we will. Dad, you should go back too. After sending everyone off and closing the courtyard door, Old Zhang returned to the main room and ran into Old Zhang, who was coming out with a candle. Old Zhang quickly asked, Is the son asleep? Yes, both the son and grandson are asleep. Chun Yun is taking care of them inside. I'll go make a bowl of hangover soup. You should rest. I'll go with you. You won't sleep well alone. The couple prepared the hangover soup in the kitchen. Old Zhang brought it to the room, and Wang quickly took it, saying softly, Mom, you should go back to sleep. It's getting late. Okay. After feeding you the hangover soup, you should sleep early too.
All right.
Wang helped Song Sanni sit up, fed him the hangover soup, then took off his clothes and shoes, pushing him to lie on the bed. Wang then blew out the candle, went to the next room, and lay down next to her son, holding him tightly. The next morning was New Year's Eve. Golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, landing softly on his eyelids. Song Sai groggily opened his eyes and saw his parents sitting beside him, both wearing gentle, affectionate smiles. Is our Sai awake? Wang said softly, reaching out to gently stroke Song Sai's little head. Song Sanyu leaned in, his rough hand playfully ruffling Sai's hair as he teased, You little rascal, you almost gave us a scare. Song Sai giggled, feeling a rush of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. He was grateful to have such wonderful parents.
Bang! Bang!
The sound of firecrackers erupted outside, accompanied by the laughter of children. Wang smiled and said, It's New Year's Eve today. We have a lot to do, so you can sleep a bit more, my son. Having slept all day yesterday, Song Sai didn't want to stay in bed any longer. As his parents stood up, he sat up to get dressed, but noticed their disapproving expressions. Feeling a bit wronged, he pouted and said, Mom, Dad, I'm so tired lying down, my back hurts. Seeing his son's pitiful expression, Song Sanyu's heart softened first. He quickly went over and hugged his son, saying, All right, if you're tired, you don't have to sleep. Dad will help you get dressed. He then gently helped his son put on his clothes. Wang felt a bit speechless. Sometimes her husband spoiled their son too much. She worried that he might grow up too pampered. Once the three of them were ready, old Zhang had already set the food on the table in the kitchen. Seeing her little grandson, old Zhang's eyes lit up as she rushed over, calling out all sorts of affectionate names. After expressing her love, the family finally sat down to eat. With many tasks to complete on New Year's Eve, after finishing their meal, the family got busy. Song Sanyu took his son to put up Spring Festival couplets on the door. Old Zhang and Wang busied themselves in the kitchen, frying meatballs, slicing cured meat, and making dumplings. Meanwhile, the old man sat by the stove, tending to the fire, his face glowing from the flames. At that moment, the sound of a gong echoed from the village entrance. It's time for ancestor worship. Everyone hurry to the ancestral hall. The village chief's strong voice resonated throughout the village. Since women were not involved in the ancestor worship, Song Danian took his son and grandson to the ancestral hall. It was just at the village entrance, and they arrived quickly. The ancestral hall was already filled with villagers. The first and second families were also there. When Song Sanyu saw him, he happily waved energetically. Song Sai smiled and waved back, causing his cousin to wave even more vigorously. The village chief stood on the steps in front of the ancestral hall. When he saw that most of the men from the village had gathered, he slowly opened the large door of the hall. Songjia village may not be large or have many people, but the ancestral hall is quite spacious, filled with many memorial tablets. The older elders of the village entered first, followed by the village chief and the others. Song Sai was very curious about what the ancestral hall looked like. This was his first time participating in an ancestor worship ceremony. He had asked his grandfather before and learned that there is a lot of significance to it. Children must be at least 5 years old to participate, as those younger might not survive. Reaching the age of 5 means they can be recognized in front of their ancestors. Once inside the hall, everyone looked serious. Song Sai smelled a strong scent of sandalwood, the fragrance of incense burning. After a few older elders lit the incense, the village chief stood beside the memorial tablets and said, Song Yukai, the 23rd village chief of Songjia village, leads all the men of the Song family to bow to our ancestors. The villagers all knelt down together with the village chief. Song Sai quickly followed his father and uncles, bringing his hands together and touching his forehead to the ground. He could hear the sound of heads bowing around him. Thud, thud. Especially next to him, his cousin was very earnest. After bowing, his forehead turned red, and he was rubbing it while grinning. First bow. Thank our ancestors for blessing Songjia village with a safe year. Second bow. Pray for our ancestors to continue blessing us with good weather in the coming year. Third bow. Pray for our ancestors in heaven to bless the Song family for generations to come. After the 3 bows, everyone stood up with the village chief. He glanced at everyone and continued, boys aged 5 from the family, come forward to register. There were not many 5-year-old boys in the village, and there were only 3, including Song Sai. After a few little ones stepped up, the village chief had them kneel on a mat to bow to the ancestors again and write their names in the family register. Song Sai was curious that the village chief could write. After the bowing, he leaned in to take a look. At first, he didn't understand the writing, and the second time, he still didn't get it. Was this writing created by the village chief? After the ancestor worship ceremony, Song Sai and his cousin waved goodbye and were led home by Song Sanyu. As soon as they entered the courtyard, a rich aroma filled the air. Song Sai's eyes lit up. After a day of plain porridge with no flavor, the sudden smell made his mouth water. He swallowed hard and ran toward the kitchen. Old Zhang saw his grandson run in with bright eyes. He picked up a piece of chicken from the pot with chopsticks, blew on it, and then offered it to his grandson. Song Sai immediately opened his mouth to eat the chicken, and the delicious flavor spread in his mouth. Grandma, your cooking is really tasty. It would be even better with some chili. He had thought about buying some in the county last time, but, well, let's not mention that. Seeing her grandson enjoying the food made old Zhang happy. She took out a small bowl and filled it with a juicy chicken leg, then offered it to her grandson lovingly, saying, Here, eat this to fill your belly first. Song Sai nodded, sitting on a small stool in front of the main room, enjoying the delicious chicken leg while watching his family busy with preparations for the new year. When the sun was high in the sky, old Zhang's voice calling for dinner came from the kitchen. The whole family gathered to serve the food, and even he had a task. Today's meal was especially rich, with chicken, duck, fish, and even abalone, which surprised Song Sai. Since coming to ancient times, it was his first time seeing abalone, and it was quite a novelty. He picked up a piece of abalone and put it in his mouth, wrinkling his brow at the strong fishy taste. Without chili or ginger, it was really lacking. "Son, is it good? I got it from Lu, the shopkeeper, when I went to town yesterday to deliver dividends. He said he bought it from someone while collecting herbs, and we can't find it in our town." The shopkeeper didn't give much. He hadn't wanted to take it out when the family was eating at the new house. Lu said this abalone is very nutritious, and good things should be saved for his son to enjoy slowly. "It's good. It is tasty, but maybe skip it next time without any seasoning." Song Sai stood up and insisted on giving everyone a piece. After they finished eating, Song Sanyu frowned and said, "It's really fishy." "Wait, Lu said this is delicious. How can it not taste good?" Wang also frowned and said, "It really doesn't taste good." "Dad, do you remember that meal we had in the county?" Song Sanyu asked while chewing. "Yes, I remember," he mumbled. "Do you remember the flavor?" "Not just you, Dad remembers too. Grandma remembers as well. The dishes from the county restaurant are just better, but we can't afford the seasonings they use." Old Zhang said from the side. "If only we could grow them ourselves, but I don't know where to get the seeds." Song Sai knew that spices were expensive. He had seen them in town before, and they were even pricier than salt. The shopkeeper mentioned that chili powder came from far away, and usually people in town bought it in small amounts. Hearing this, Song Sanyu's eyes lit up. He thought if he could find a way to get seeds and grow them himself, then grind them into powder to sell, he could make a lot of money. But after thinking it over, the excitement faded. It was too simple. Just getting the seeds would be a challenge. Plus, he had no idea what the chili plant looked like. After the family finished their meal quickly, Wang urged her son to rest in bed. Song Sai, who had wanted to play at the old house, saw the worried look on Wang's face and gave up his plans, pouting as he reluctantly went to bed for a nap. Lying in bed, Song Sai tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. Just as he was about to get up, he heard footsteps and a door closing from the next room. Soon, he could hear his parents talking softly. "Sanyu, how much money did we spend on our son's illness this time?" 15 taels of silver. "I gave 10 to Grandma Bai for the soul calling and 5 to the doctor. I didn't need to spend that much, but I was worried about our son, so I bought a not-so-old ginseng from the doctor." "You did the right thing. We only have Sai, so we should take good care of him. By the way, after the new year, can you check in town about the school rules? We need to prepare for our son. Also, let's look for a house in town, not too big, just enough for our family of 5. If it's too expensive, your older brothers can take Sai to school in the morning, and you can pick him up at night." "Sure, dear, you're wonderful, and you're good to my parents too." Then, a little while later, some inappropriate sounds came from the next room. Song Sai buried his head under the covers, forcing himself to sleep, thinking, "Really? I was just about to feel touched." When he woke up, the sky outside was dark, and there was no noise from the next room. Song Sai yawned, put on his cotton coat, and sleepily walked out of his bedroom into the main room. There, several adults were chatting and eating sunflower seeds. Wang saw her son rubbing his eyes, with damp lashes, and immediately came over to hug him, saying softly, "You took a good nap. How about staying up with us tonight to celebrate the new year?" After yawning again, Song Sai nodded. In ancient times, staying up on New Year's Eve was very important. It represented saying goodbye to the old year and welcoming the new one, with the whole family gathering to spend the last night of the old year together. There was also a legend that staying up could scare away the Nian beast and ensure the family's safety and health. Overall, it had a very good meaning. Old Zhang looked outside, seeing no light at all. He took a candle from the cupboard, lit it, and placed it on the big table. He also put some peanuts, walnuts, sunflower seeds, red dates, and chestnuts on the table. The family chatted and laughed in the dim candlelight, enjoying snacks while waiting for the new day to arrive. Song Sai broke his promise again. Who could stay up all night until dawn? He certainly couldn't. He wanted to meet the dream god.
Bang! Bang!
On the first day of the new year, the sound of firecrackers filled the village. Song Sai sat up and stretched comfortably, feeling happy and thinking that being a child was great because he had nothing to worry about. Song Sanyu was outside in the yard setting off firecrackers, guessing that his son must have been startled awake. He hurried into the bedroom and saw his son sitting up and dressing himself. He quickly went over to help. "Son, let me help you get dressed." "No need, I'm 5 years old this year. I can do it myself," Song Sai replied. Song Sanyu watched as his son put on his new cotton jacket and pants, looking neat and tidy without needing any help. He felt a little sad, realizing that seeing his son grow up wasn't always a good thing. "Sai, little brother, Happy New Year." Before Song Sai could step outside, he heard his cousin's cheerful voice. When he went out, he saw the small courtyard filled with people, his uncle, aunt, and his second uncle and aunt's family. Several cousins rushed over to ask about his health. His eldest cousin, Song Dae, seriously patted his chest and said, "Little brother, next time you go to the county, take me with you. I'll be your bodyguard." "I want to go too. No matter how many people there are, it won't crowd you, little brother," Song chimed in. "Me too. Me too." Seeing his older brothers say this, Song Sanha quickly squeezed in next to his little brother, putting a hand on Song Sai's shoulder and seriously saying, "Little brother, I'm here too. I'm 5 this year, and you seem to be only 8.
Ha!
Sanha, you're still a little squirt yourself, thinking about protecting Sai. Just don't get yourself into trouble," Song Dae laughed, seeing Sanha act like everything would be fine with him around. "Haha." The adults in the yard also noticed the commotion and laughed at Sanha's words, especially Song Erniu, who laughed the loudest at his son's antics. Old Mrs. Zhang saw her third grandson pouting unhappily and quickly approached him, saying, "Sanha, they don't believe you, but Grandma believes you." Song Sanha's previously angry little face instantly brightened with a big smile. "Grandma is the best." Everyone chatted and laughed as they moved to the main room, entering the most anticipated part of the day. The elderly couple, dressed in new clothes, sat at the head of the table, smiling at their children and grandchildren below. Song Daeniu was the first to step forward, placing his hands on the ground and bowing his forehead to the floor, saying loudly, "Wishing you both good health and a long life." "Very good," the elderly couple replied with smiles. Next was Song Erniu's father, followed by Zhang's and Li's families. After the adults finished bowing, it was the grandchildren's turn. Song Dae led his younger siblings to bow and wish Happy New Year to old Mrs. Zhang and old Mr. Song. The elderly couple watched their grandchildren with smiles so wide that their wrinkles seemed to disappear. "Good, good, good. You are all good children. Grandma will give you lucky money," old Mrs. Zhang said, pulling out several red money bags from her pocket. These were made from scraps of fabric given by the third daughter-in-law when she bought cloth in town, looking festive and beautiful. Each child received a money bag, and they were all overjoyed. Song Sai was also happy, thinking about how his parents hadn't given him anything yet and wondering how much he would get. He needed more than just a couple of silver coins for school. After the elderly couple handed out the lucky money, the eldest uncle stepped forward to give each child a red envelope. After he finished, the second uncle also gave each child one. The children, holding their money bags and red envelopes, were so happy they didn't know where to go. Next, Song Dae took his siblings to visit relatives and familiar families in the village to wish them a happy new year, and they received plenty of treats. Their pockets, bags, and even hats were stuffed full of peanuts, sunflower seeds, and a few thumb-sized candies. Song Sai and Song Sanha, being small and sweet-tongued, collected the most among the children. Their family was well known in the village, especially since their father, Song Sanyu, had been building a house and buying a cart this year. So, many village children made their first stop at their home. Their father had anticipated this and prepared early. That evening, Song Sai returned to his room early, happily placing the lucky money on the bed. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi sat nearby, eagerly watching their son open the red envelopes. Grandma gave 6 coins, uncle gave 1 coin, and second uncle gave 2 coins. Aunt and uncle are really going backward. They got the cart business for free, Wang said, feeling a bit angry when she saw the red envelope. 1 coin is just 1 coin. Aunt always likes to take advantage, and as for uncle, it's better not to mention him. Song Sanyu had known for years what kind of people aunt and uncle were, so he wasn't really upset. Wang snorted. Humph, this year I prepared 3 coins for each child, thinking they would at least give 2 coins each, and I would add some more in return, but look what happened. Song Sanyu quickly pointed to the red envelope from second uncle, saying, "Look, second uncle gave 2 coins, and mom and dad gave 6 coins. I guess the children from both families should get 2 coins each, while our family, Sai, got 6 coins all to ourselves." Wang was speechless. Isn't that how it should be? Although she didn't mind, she knew the truth. The old couple lived with them and shared everything, so it was normal for them to give more to Sai. Yes, 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 Song Sanyu quickly agreed, noticing his wife's displeased expression. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Song Sai happily put the coins into his little bag and stretched out his small hands in front of his parents, tilting his head and blinking his big eyes, saying, "Mom and Dad, did you forget something?" "Wife, what did we forget?" Song Sanyu pretended to be confused and turned to ask Wang. Wang covered her mouth and laughed quietly, glancing at her son. Seeing his pitiful expression as if accusing them, she gently ruffled his hair and said, "We didn't forget. I put it under your pillow early on." Upon hearing this, Song Sai quickly moved his pillow aside and found a red money pouch lying underneath. When he opened it, he was surprised to see a small amount of silver inside. Song Sai grinned widely, quickly pulled out a small box from the side of the bed, tossed the money pouch inside, and promptly closed the box with a thud. The couple knew their son had some savings, but seeing him act so quickly made them curious about how much he really had. Perhaps their curious gazes were too intense, and Song Sai reluctantly brought out the small money box from the side of the bed and opened it. Song Sanyu was surprised to see his son's savings, which were even more than his own. Wang counted and found that besides the 2 pieces of silver, there were nearly 200 copper coins. She exclaimed, "Son, there's a peddler in the village. Why don't you go buy something to eat?" In the village, a few merchants come by once a month. Whenever Wang and Song Sanyu see them, they give their son a few coins, hoping to buy him some snacks. However, the little guy doesn't need them. "Dad brings me snacks every time he goes to town, and I can't finish them all. There's no need to buy more. Let's save this money to buy me books later." Song Si, he genuinely feels he has no use for the money. Ever since the family started earning, he has been eating a lot, and even his cousin has helped him gain some weight. Just look at how much he enjoys sticking around him now. Time flies, and before they know it, it's mid-March. The spring breeze in March is warm, and a gentle wind brings the scent of earth and flowers to their faces. The fields are lush and green, and the willows by the roadside have sprouted tender new leaves. The sky is blue with fluffy white clouds, and the sun shines brightly, with a few swallows flying overhead. Early in the morning, Song Sanyu took the ox cart to town. His son is 5 years old now, and with the warm weather, it's time for him to start school. Song Sanyu plans to inquire about private schools today and see what supplies are needed for apprenticeship. Once in town, after storing the ox cart, he headed towards Miaochuan Hall. Halfway there, he remembered that Lu Zhonggui had mentioned that his children studied in the county, so he probably didn't know much about the private schools in town. After walking around, he decided to go to the bookstore, thinking the owner would know about schooling matters and could help him. Upon entering the bookstore, the young assistant from last time wasn't there, but the middle-aged man he had seen before was still present, deeply engrossed in a book at the counter, not noticing Song Sanyu's arrival. "Ahem, shopkeeper," Song Sanyu called out. The middle-aged man looked up suddenly, noticing a customer had entered. He politely asked, "What can I help you with?" Song Sanyu scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "Shopkeeper, you don't remember me? I came here before and had a disagreement with your assistant, and you helped resolve it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man examined Song Senyo closely and smiled. Oh, it's you. What brings you to our bookstore today? Song Sanyo replied, My little boy is of school age this year, and I want to find him a private school. However, we farmers don't know much about the private schools in town, so I thought I'd come here to ask. The shopkeeper nodded and smiled. I see. When you mentioned wanting your son to study, I thought you were just boasting. I didn't expect you were serious. People can be surprising. Let me tell you, in our town there are 2 private schools. One is run by Scholar Wang, which has been open for 3 years. However, Scholar Wang has not given up on the imperial exams, so only parents who want their children to learn some characters for work send them there. At this point, the middle-aged man glanced at Song Sanyu and noticed that the farmer looked uninterested, which made him realize that he was not satisfied with this school and surprisingly had bigger ambitions. The other school is run by my father, Scholar Fong. Although my father is just a scholar, his knowledge is not less than Scholar Wang's. He just had some bad luck. So he opened a private school in town. Most students who attend my father's school are aiming for the imperial exams, so the fees are higher than Scholar Wang's. This means there are not many students at my father's school, and some people don't even know we have a school, thinking there is only one in town. It would be good to send another child to my father's school to keep him busy with something else, as he has been worried about the country lately. Even if Song Sanyu didn't study, he knew that a scholar's knowledge was higher than that of a mere student. However, Scholar Wang's school only attracted those who wanted to learn to read, and since he was still preparing for the exams, he wouldn't have time to manage the children's studies. Scholar Fong's school, although it had a scholar, was focused on the imperial exams, and his son at home also said he wanted to take the exams. After thinking for a moment, Song Sanyu asked Manager Fong, How much is the tuition for your father's school in a year, and what are the requirements for becoming a student? Manager Fong was initially just chatting, but he was surprised to see this farmer genuinely interested in his father's school. After all this talking, I still don't know your name? Manager Fong asked curiously. Song Sanyu chuckled. My name is Song Sanyu. You can call me Sanyu or Brother Song. Hearing this, Manager Fong smiled and bowed slightly, saying, Brother Song, you don't need to call me Manager Fong. Since your son wants to attend my father's school, just call me Brother Fong or Mingxing. All right, Brother Fong. Fong Mingxing nodded with a smile and said, The tuition for the school is 3 taels of silver a year. If you want your child to stay and eat at the school, it will be 4 taels. Adding in the cost of writing materials, it will probably be 6 taels for the whole year. For becoming a student, you need to prepare 6 gifts: dried meat, celery, lotus seeds, red beans, red dates, and longan. I will talk to my father about it, and next time you can just bring your child. He then briefly explained the ceremony for becoming a student. Song Sanyu nodded repeatedly, asking Fong Mingxing to repeat anything he didn't understand. Once he grasped everything needed for apprenticeship, Song Sanyu said, Thank you, Brother Fong. I will prepare and take my child to find your father at the private school in a few days. Fong Mingxing shook his head and smiled, saying, No need to be polite, Brother Song. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me again. All right. After exchanging a few more polite words with the shopkeeper Fong, Song Sanyu hurried to the general store. He could buy everything needed for the apprenticeship there. After getting the items, he excitedly returned home. Song Sai knew his father was inquiring about the private school for him, so he didn't go to the old house to play. He focused on waiting at home, occasionally peeking out the courtyard gate to look down the village road. As noon approached, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Song Sanyud's voice came from outside. Son, I'm back. Song Sai immediately dashed out, and upon seeing his father, Song Sanyud instinctively bent down to hug his precious son tightly. Did you miss me?
Yes.
Song Sai grinned widely and shouted. In the kitchen, Wang was stir-frying spring bamboo shoots with a spatula. She had just pulled them from the ground that morning with her mother-in-law, at the foot of Crooked Neck Mountain. The combination with the flavor of cured meat was irresistible. Hearing the commotion outside, she poked her head out of the kitchen and saw the father and son being affectionate. She advised, Go wash your hands, it's time to eat. Okay. After putting his son down, Song Sanyud washed his hands and went to the kitchen to serve the food. Song Sai had always loved bamboo shoots, and in this era, they were even more delicious. Paired with the flavor of cured meat, he happily filled his little belly. Song Sanyud was also very satisfied with the meal. After patting his belly and burping, he smiled at the others at the table, saying, "I've inquired about the private school in town. It costs about 3 taels of silver a year, plus another 2 for stationery, so around 5 taels in total. As for lodging, that was out of the question. He preferred to keep his son close by." "That's good to know. We have an ox cart, so it's safe for you to go to town for school," Grandpa Song said, looking at his little grandson with a smile as he finished his meal. Hearing that he would start school in a few days filled Song Sai with excitement. He was finally taking his first step in this era. A few days later, on March 18th, the sky was a clear blue, with a few wispy clouds drifting in the wind. The sun shone warmly on the earth, and the village was filled with the gentle smoke of cooking from various homes, along with the cheerful sounds of children playing and dogs barking. Song Sai woke up early that day, changed into the new clothes that Wang had specially prepared for him, and took his beloved small bag. He went to the kitchen, where Wang saw her son looking cute and well-dressed, and she nodded in satisfaction. Old Mrs. Zhang served a bowl of steamed egg custard, sprinkled some sugar on top, blew on it to cool it down, and lovingly offered it to her grandson, saying, "Eat up." Song Sai took a spoonful and held it up to his grandmother's mouth, but she shook her head to refuse. He then offered it to Wang, who smiled and said, "Mother doesn't like egg custard." How could she not like it? Egg custard is so delicious. But Song Sai didn't call her out on it. He just thought to himself that he must achieve success in his studies. After breakfast, Song Sanyud carried a basket and held his son's hand as they walked towards the village entrance, watched by Wang and the elderly couple. Song Erniu was already waiting at the village entrance. A couple of days ago, the third brother had told him and the eldest brother that whenever there was a market, they would take their nephew in the morning, and the third brother would pick him up at other times in the afternoon. They had no objections to this arrangement. In fact, they were happy that their nephew was studying. Song Erniu was even a bit tempted, since they only had one son, Sai. Maybe they should also send him to a private school for a couple of years, so he could find work in town later. Thinking this way, once the third brother and his son got onto the ox cart, Song Erniu couldn't help but ask, "Third brother, how much does it cost to send a child to private school for a year?" Song Sanyud thought his brother was curious and explained, "It varies from 3 to 5 taels. There are 2 private schools in town." "Wow, that's expensive," Song Erniu said, surprised. He knew education was costly, but hearing such a high amount made him gasp. Even at the lowest rate of 3 taels, that would be 6 taels for 2 years. He felt torn inside. Their family savings, along with what they got from dividing the family property, totaled less than 11 taels. If they sent Sai to school, well, maybe they should wait and see how well the younger brother's Sai does first. March 18th was the day of the big market in town. There was no need for Song Erniu to call out. Soon the cart was filled with people. Seeing the cart full, the second uncle gave the ox a gentle pat, and the little ox began to pull forward with all its strength. In the nearby villages, people often recognized each other, especially Song Sanyud, who used to be quite a character. It was hard not to know him. Everyone was curious when they saw a well-behaved, good-looking little boy sitting next to him. Finally, a middle-aged woman couldn't help but say, "Song Sanyud, your child is really handsome." Song Sanyud puffed out his chest and smiled, saying, "Of course, he takes after me." He felt proud. A few people chuckled as they looked at the playful Song Sanyud, and then at the little boy with big, bright eyes listening to them. The atmosphere was filled with laughter. Soon, they arrived at the town. After Song Sanyud and Song Sai got off the carriage, they playfully slapped the cow and ran off quickly. Song Sanyud waved his hand, while Song Sai covered his mouth, laughing quietly, thinking that their uncle was worried about not getting money from their dad. Song Sanyud understood what his brother meant and didn't mind. He hadn't planned to give any money this time anyway. He looked down at his son and said, "Son, let's go. Dad will take you to learn and study." With that, he took Song Sai's hand and walked toward Willow Alley on the west side of the town. They walked for about 15 minutes when a faint scent of willow trees wafted through the air. After a few more steps, they saw a narrow alley ahead, with tall walls on both sides. As they got closer, they heard a clear voice reading aloud. Confucius said, "To learn and practice what you have learned is a joy." They stopped at the entrance of a courtyard made of gray bricks and tiles, with two faded red lanterns hanging above the door. For some reason, as Song Sanya listened to the reading, he started to feel a bit nervous. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Inside, they heard soft footsteps approaching, and then the sound of a latch being pulled. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a thin old man standing in the doorway, dressed in a blue long gown, with graying hair and a warm smile. He looked at Song Sanyu and Song Sai, then glanced down at Song Sai and said with a kind smile, "You must be the Song family that Mingxing mentioned, the ones who want to study, right?" "Yes, yes," Song Sanyu quickly nodded, and Song Sai also nodded seriously. "Haha, I am the old servant of the Fong family. You can call me Uncle Fong. A few days ago, Mingxing already spoke to the master about this. You don't need to be nervous. Come in, follow me," Uncle Fong said with a smile, leading the way as the two hurriedly followed behind. The private school is not large. In the front yard, there are 5 rooms arranged closely together, with no special decorations, only a strong scent of ink. As soon as you step over the threshold, you see a wall that separates the front yard from the backyard. When you walk to the backyard, you find a few willow trees swaying in the wind, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The backyard has 6 rooms, and although the surroundings look a bit old, it appears spacious and bright, clearly well-maintained. Uncle Fong walked to the door on the far west side, led 2 people inside, and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment. I will call the master." He then walked back to the front yard. After arriving at the private school, Song Sanyu felt a bit awkward, especially seeing the room filled with books. In the center of the main hall, there was an altar with an image of the founding master, making him feel even more uneasy. He looked at his son, who was already sitting comfortably in a chair, curiously looking around, showing no fear and seeming eager to try. Song Sanyu curiously asked, "Son, aren't you scared? I heard that if you can't recite your lessons in a private school, you might get punished." "If I can recite, then it will be fine, Dad." "You should have confidence in me," Song Sai replied confidently. "Ha ha ha, very good, very good. You have ambition," a hearty voice came from outside the door. Looking up, an elderly man with white hair walked in, hands behind his back. He wore a deep blue long robe, and his beard was snow-white, reaching down to his chest. The most striking feature was his bright eyes, which, despite his age, sparkled with interest as he looked at Song Sai. "This is our private school's only teacher, Master Fong," Uncle Fong introduced with a smile. Song Sai immediately jumped off the chair, walked up to Master Fong, and said loudly, "Master, my name is Song Sai. I am 5 years old and live in Songjia Village, Baishui Town." "Very good, very good. I heard you are here for the imperial examination. Studying requires perseverance. Are you willing to endure hardships?" Master Fong asked, one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard, looking at Song Sai with a warm smile. "I am willing, Master," Song Sai quickly replied respectfully. "This child seems bright and clever." Master Fong smiled kindly. The most important thing for a scholar is to have a righteous heart. After saying this, he sat in a grand chair at the head of the study, nodded slightly, and his tone became serious. "Let's begin." Song Sanyu immediately presented the 6 gifts he had prepared, placing them on the table. At that moment, Uncle Fong brought over 3 incense sticks. Song Sai quickly took them, lit them with a candle, and respectfully placed them in the incense burner. He knelt before Master Fong, bowed deeply, and said loudly, "First bow, thank you, Master, for accepting me as your student. Second bow, may you have a long and healthy life. Third bow, I promise to study hard and honor your teachings. With each bow, his forehead touched the ground with a thud, showing his seriousness and sincerity. Master Fong nodded in satisfaction, remembering that Mingxing had briefly mentioned the ceremony to him, surprised at how well the boy remembered. Seeing Master Fong's pleased expression, Song Sanyu looked at his son with pride, thinking how much he resembled him. Uncle Fong brought a cup of tea, and Song Sai respectfully handed it to Master Fong, saying loudly, "Master, please enjoy this tea." Master Fong smiled as he took the cup, sipped gently, and set it down on the table. He stroked his white beard and said, "Now that you are my student, you must follow the rules. Consistency in studying is essential. A correct heart leads to a correct pen, and a correct pen leads to correct writing. I hope you study diligently and honor our school." Then he seemed to remember something and asked Song Sanyu, "Does the child have a formal name?" Hearing this, Song Sanyu scratched his head, thinking that Sai was already a name. Country kids don't usually have such formalities. Sai is a nickname, and it sounds a bit rough. Since you are here to study, how about I give you a more scholarly name? Please grant me a name, Master. Song Sai touched his forehead to the ground again and bowed, while Song Sanyu also quickly bowed to Master Fong. Master Fong looked at the clever little boy and smiled gently, saying, "Zuan, without tranquility, one cannot achieve great aspirations. This name means aiming high and being able to study diligently to achieve great things. Thank you, Master, for the name Ziyuan." From now on, his nickname would be Sai, and his formal name would be Ziyuan. As for his studies, he would treat it as a dream. Master Fong nodded and took a brush from the table, marking a red on Song Sai's forehead to symbolize enlightenment. He then picked up a book from his desk and said kindly, "This book is called 3-Character Classic. I have specially copied it for you. I hope you read it well." Song Sai took the book with both hands. The pages were slightly yellowed, and there was a faint smell of ink. When he opened the first page, the words at the beginning, "Human nature is good," caught his eye. Each character was written neatly, with clear and strong strokes. Teacher Fong stood up, stroked his beard, and smiled. "Come, let me take you to the classroom."
Okay.
Teacher Fong led Song Sai to the classroom in the front yard. Song Sanyu watched his son leave with a worried expression. Old Man Fong, standing nearby, said with a smile, "The child is growing up and must leave home. I see the young master didn't bring anything, so he probably hasn't prepared his writing supplies yet." Song Sanyu nodded. "Then I'll go prepare his writing supplies and come back to pick up Sai in the afternoon." Old Man Fong slightly nodded and made a gesture to send him off as they both walked out of the backyard. Teacher Fong brought Song Sai to the first room on the left in the front yard. Inside, there were several paintings hanging on the walls and a few old books on the shelf. 3 small children were sitting at a desk, deeply focused on their work. When they heard footsteps, they all looked up at once, their eyes filled with curiosity upon seeing the teacher with a child. "This is your new classmate, Song Ziyuan. From today on, you will help each other and make progress together," Teacher Fong introduced. Song Sai puffed out his little chest and said with a smile, "My name is Song Ziyuan. I am 5 years old and live in Songjia Village, Baishui Town. I hope my older brothers will take care of me." The other children exchanged glances, and soon a tall, sturdy boy stood up first and said seriously, "Little junior brother, my name is Fong Xingli, and I am 6 years old." A round-faced boy dressed in fine clothes stood up eagerly after Fong Xingli sat down, puffing out his little chest. "My name is Jin Yuanbao, and I am 6 years old." Then a thin, petite boy stood up, smiling shyly at Song Sai. "My name is Meng Jilin, and I am 5 years old." "Meng Jilin? No, that sounds like something else." "Ziyuan, you can sit next to Jilin," Teacher Fong instructed. Song Sai nodded and walked over to sit beside brother Jilin. As soon as he sat down, Jilin picked up a handkerchief and wiped the desk for him, then smiled and said softly, "Little junior brother, no one has sat here for a long time, so I helped you clean it."
How sweet.
What a thoughtful child. Song Sai nodded obediently and said sweetly, "Thank you, brother." Hearing the sweet words from the little junior, Meng Zilan's eyes lit up, and she smiled happily. The little junior is so cute. She really wants to pinch his little cheeks. But her mother said not to pinch children's cheeks, or they might drool. Song-si, he was unaware of Meng Zilan's silly thoughts. Instead, he took out the 3-character classic that Master Fong had just given him from his small bag and placed it on the table, looking up seriously at Master Fong. Master Fong nodded in satisfaction, gently stroking his white beard, and said, "Xingli, Yuan Bao. Even though you both started school a month ago, your basics are not very solid. Now that Ji Yuan and Ji Lan are learning, you should also review and learn anew, understand?" "Got it, Master," Xing Li and Jin Yuan Bao quickly replied. "Good. Now adjust your sitting posture, don't look around. You must maintain discipline in class. Next, read along with me. After each sentence, I will explain its meaning. Before class ends, you need to be able to read the sentences I teach you and understand their meaning, understood?" Master Fong's tone was serious, quite different from his earlier gentle demeanor. "At the beginning, human nature is good." Master Fong read slowly from the desk. The little ones followed along, nodding their heads. "At the beginning, human nature is good." Seeing everyone nodding, Song-si, he quickly joined in to keep up with the rhythm. This sentence means, a newborn baby is innocent and has no malice. Nature is similar, but habits are different. Nature is similar, but habits are different. This sentence means, 2 children are born with similar natures, but if one is raised in a good environment and the other in a bad one, their personalities and behaviors will differ greatly. Master Fong explained each sentence, giving a brief meaning after each one. About 15 minutes later, he put down the book and said, "Let's stop here for now. You all review, and I will come back later to call on you. Xing Li, Yuan Bao, if the 2 juniors don't understand, you are responsible for teaching them while I check on your other senior brothers." With that, he left the room with his hands behind his back. Once they confirmed that Master Fong had really left, Jin Yuan Bao immediately turned to Song-si with curiosity and then looked at Meng Zilan beside him. "Hey, you both are 5 years old, but who is older?" Xing Li also turned around curiously to look at the 2 juniors. Meng Zilan felt a bit shy, and with everyone's gaze on her, her ears turned red. She softly said, "I was born on March 16th. Song-si thought that this Meng Zilan was quite fun, with a look and personality that leaned a bit feminine. "I was born on the 2nd day of June, so you can call me little junior brother. I wonder which of you is senior brother Yuan Bao, and which is senior brother Xing Li?" Song-si said cheerfully. Jin Yuan Bao suddenly stood up, clapping his round little hands on his chest, his face held high with pride, and said, "I am the senior brother. I am 1 day older than you, junior brother Xing Li." Xing Li looked speechlessly at the boastful Jin Yuan Bao, then smiled warmly at Song-si and Meng Zilan, saying, "From now on, you can call me second senior brother. Although Yuan Bao and I are a year older than you, we have only studied for 1 more month. Our understanding of the 3-character classic is not very solid yet, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask us." Wow, second senior brother is so gentle, Song-si felt a bit touched. "And me. I can recite the entire 3-character classic, which has 1,140 characters. I may not fully understand it yet, but I can help you with the simple parts," said Jin Yuan Bao, determined not to lose face as the senior brother. He thought he would have to work extra hard tonight. Wow, senior brother and second senior brother are amazing. Song-si clapped and praised them. He made them so flattered that they didn't know how to respond, their faces turning red. Meanwhile, Meng Zilan, the 3rd senior brother, looked at Song-si with big, expectant eyes. "3rd senior brother is also very impressive," Song-si said, giving Meng Zilan a thumbs up, making the child's eyes light up. "Haha, this kid is not at all like a little one. He is quite steady and interesting," said Master Fong, stroking his beard while watching the children inside with a smile, speaking to Uncle Fong behind him. Uncle Fong said nothing but looked at the children with increasingly gentle eyes. All right, the master will finish teaching the other senior brothers and come to check on you. You 2 junior brothers, take a look and ask us if you can't read," he said, turning to Jin Yuan Bao with a serious expression. Yuan Bao, hurry up and recite. If the junior brothers can't read, the master will definitely ask us to help. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan Bao seemed to remember something, shivered a bit, quickly sat down, and picked up the three-character classic, reading with great seriousness. It seemed he must have learned his lesson before, otherwise, he wouldn't be so motivated. After a while, Master Fong walked in. He first asked Meng Jilan to read the passage again. Although Meng read it with some hesitations, he got most of it right. Master Fong nodded in satisfaction and then asked Song Sai to stand up and read it as well. Even though the characters were traditional, he could understand the general meaning. Plus, their second senior brother had just taught them again, so Song Sai read it very smoothly. Master Fong nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Very good. Both of you read well. In the future, I will teach you in segments like today. Once you recognize most of the characters, I will teach you how to write. To reinforce your learning, you can prepare a small sand tray or slate at home for practice. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Jin Yuanbao and Fong Xingli, finally settling on Jin Yuanbao, squinting his eyes and saying, Yuanbao, recite it for me. Seeing his two junior brothers read so well, Jin Yuanbao was very happy. However, when he heard Master's request, his smile faded. Since they had done so well, why did he still have to recite? He glanced at Fong Xingli beside him, slowly stood up and quietly began. At the beginning, human nature is good. Nature is similar, but habits differ. If not taught, nature may change. The way of teaching values focus on specialization.
Bang!
Master Fong's face turned serious as he slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, Jin Yuanbao, for a whole month, I don't expect you to memorize it perfectly, but you should at least know half of it. Where have you been with your studies all this time? Jin Yuanbao was startled and looked at Master Fong with a pitiful expression, saying softly, Master, I'm sorry. I will memorize it when I get back. I will give you 3 days. If you still can't recite it by then, don't blame me for punishing you. Hearing this, Jin Yuanbao sighed in relief and looked up at Master Fong, saying, Master, I will definitely study hard and memorize it carefully. He clearly remembered being able to recite it just a few days ago. How could he have forgotten? I'll let you off this time, Master Fong replied coldly, then turned his attention to Fong Xingli. Xingli, it's your turn to recite. Fong Xingli nodded, stood up, performed a scholar's bow to Master Fong, and then said loudly, at the beginning, human nature is good. Nature is similar, but habits differ. To the ancestors, it is great harmony. I haven't fully memorized the rest yet. You recited well. Make sure to solidify the rest, and in 3 days, recite it for me together with Yuan Bao. Yes, Fong Xingli nodded in response. Beside him, Jin Yuanbao noticed the teacher's serious expression and quickly nodded in agreement. After spending some time together, Song Sai realized that this ancient setting was quite strange. They immediately asked him to memorize texts, even though he had only just learned the characters. He thought they should teach him word by word before expecting him to memorize anything. It didn't make sense to start with something so difficult. However, his senior brothers were quite nice. The eldest brother, Jin Yuanbao, was round and well-dressed. Although he didn't know what kind of fabric it was, it looked much nicer than his own thin cotton clothes. Jin Yuanbao came from a wealthy family and had a friendly, lively personality, but he didn't seem like someone who loved studying. The second brother, Fong Xingli, was a year younger than Jin Yuanbao and was strong in build, but he was serious and caring towards him and Jilan. He seemed like a well-behaved student who excelled in both character and studies. He wore similar thin cotton clothes, suggesting he was also from an ordinary family in town. The third brother, Meng Jilan, was good-looking and graceful. He had a quiet and dignified demeanor. If he were in modern times, he would definitely be a child star. He looked pleasant and treated Song Sai well, often asking if he had trouble reading any characters. It seemed he was literate and likely came from a well-off family, like Jin Yuanbao.
Zan, zan, zan.
The sound of a gong echoed outside the classroom, followed by the chatter of students. Was it time for a break? Class is dismissed. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so you can head home early. We will continue tomorrow. He then addressed Song Sai. Ji Yuan, your home is far. From now on, make sure to arrive here by the end of the morning period and have your family pick you up by the end of the afternoon period. Also, starting tomorrow, there will be a break every 10 days. Do not be late or leave early without a good reason. Do you understand? Song Sai nodded and bowed to Teacher Fong, saying, Understood, teacher. Good. Teacher Fong replied, then fixed a serious gaze on Jin Yuanbao, who seemed eager to rush outside. Feeling the intense stare, Jin Yuanbao quickly snapped back to reality, lowering his head like a quail. Once Teacher Fong left with his hands behind his back, Jin Yuanbao immediately perked up and exclaimed, Haha, we can rest this afternoon. Fong Xingli packed his books into his bag and said with annoyance, Don't forget about memorizing texts. This time, the teacher let you off easy, but next time he won't. If you get punished, don't come to me crying. Hearing about memorization, Jin Yuanbao deflated like a punctured ball, sighing, Sigh, I finally get a break, and I still have to memorize texts. A few people packed their books and walked out of the classroom. The teacher had something to do in the afternoon, so there were more than just Jin Yuanbao who was happy. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard several older students cheering joyfully. At the front gate, Jin Yuanbao and Meng Jilian walked together. Their families lived nearby, and after greeting each other, they walked away together. Junior brother, I heard you say your family is in Songjia village. Since they aren't here now, how will you get back? Do you want me to stay here with you? Fong Xingli asked, worried since no one came to pick up the junior brother. Look at this second senior brother, such a caring person. But that's not necessary. My dad said he would come to pick me up from school this afternoon, so I can just wait here. You don't need to stay with me, second senior brother. I'll wait here by myself. It's my first day of school, and my dad will definitely come early to get me. Then I can relax. You should wait inside the classroom. It's a bit windy outside. Okay, second senior brother. Take care on your way home. See you tomorrow. Alright, see you tomorrow. After Fong Xingli walked away, Song Sai, carrying his small backpack, prepared to go back inside the classroom. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure running towards him. As it got closer, Song Sai's face lit up with a big smile, and he shouted, Dad.
Dad.
Son. Song Sanyu, carrying a basket on his back, ran over, panting. Dad, why are you here? Song Sai asked with a beaming smile. Since he was used to being with his parents every day, he felt a bit sad being apart. Seeing his dad now made him very happy. Song Sanyu took a moment to catch his breath, then bent down to pick up his son. As they walked towards the town gate, he said with a smile, I bought you some writing supplies. I just finished buying them when I saw some students. After asking, I found out you didn't have class this afternoon, so I hurried over. He was glad he stopped by the bookstore. If he had gone home, his son would have been waiting alone in the classroom. Just thinking about it made him feel sad. It was essential to buy a house, preferably near the school, so he could keep an eye on his son. Okay, Dad, let's go home. I miss Grandma and Grandpa. Alright, let's go home. Song Sanyu playfully patted his son's bottom, hearing him giggle happily, and walked quickly towards the town gate. Today was the big market day, and Song Erniu had already made several trips with customers. Now he was waiting at the city gate for the last group of customers, ready to go home for dinner. Before the customers arrived, he saw his younger brother smiling as he carried his little nephew. Sai, you finished school so early? Is the reading time so short? Uncle, tomorrow is the official start. Today the teacher has something to do. Oh, you all get in the car quickly. I'm waiting for 2 more people.
Okay.
Song Sanyu carried his son onto the car. After waiting for a little while, a few guests returning to the village got on, and only then did Song Erniu set off for home. In spring, everything comes back to life. New buds sprouted on the trees and wildflowers began to bloom. The fields were full of green, creating a lively scene. The Song family village could only farm once a year. Besides winter, they would plant seasonal vegetables to eat or sell in town for extra money. They also dried some to keep for winter to change up their meals. The ox cart stopped at the yard. Song Sanyu jumped down with his son, and Song Sai eagerly broke free from his embrace and ran into the yard. Inside, Wang and the elderly couple were busy sorting the bamboo shoots they dug up early in the morning from Crooked Neck Mountain. They found quite a few bamboo shoots today, making 2 trips back and forth, and they had gathered almost enough. The bamboo shoots were delicious, and the Song family loved to eat them. "Grandma, Mom, I'm back!" Song Sai shouted joyfully as he rushed into the yard. Wang and the elderly couple looked up in surprise at the sound of his voice. Wang was the first to step forward, hugging her son and looking him over, then gazing at him with eager eyes. "Son, how was your first day at school? Were you tired? Why did you only have half a day of classes?" A series of questions showed Wang's eagerness. "Mom, it was great. The teacher is nice and the older students are too. I learned a lot today. Let me recite it for you." He began to recite, shaking his head and swaying. At the beginning, human nature is good. People are similar in nature, but their habits differ, if not taught. Song Sai stopped after a couple of lines, looking at Wang expectantly for praise. Before Wang could respond, old Zhang excitedly clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wow, my goodness! You learned this in such a short time and can recite it already. My clever grandson is so smart." Old Song nodded in agreement, smiling widely. As Song Sanyu and Song Erniu entered, they heard their son, nephew, reciting. Song Sanyu stepped forward and affectionately ruffled his son's hair, praising him for being smart like him. Song Erniu watched with envy, feeling moved. "You haven't eaten yet, right? Grandma will go make you some food." Old Zhang clapped her hands, dusted herself off, and stood up to head to the kitchen. "Mom and Dad, I'm going back. Suejiu is waiting for me at home with food." Song Erniu called out, and then went out to drive the ox cart. Song Sanyu would not stay for meal, saying there was food waiting at home. The news of Song Danian's grandson studying spread quickly, like it had wings. After Song Sanyu and Song Sai finished their meal, everyone in the village knew. Recently, Song Sanyu's family had been building a house and buying an ox, which was understandable. Any farmer with money would do the same. But studying was different. In the entire Baishui town and the surrounding villages, there were very few scholars. Even in town, there were hardly any, and ordinary people might never have seen a scholar. Now, Song Sanyu's son was going to study in town. Everyone was not only incredulous, but also thought Song Sanyu had lost his mind. Was studying really that easy? Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy more land for the family? To verify whether Song Sanyu's son was really studying, many women from the village went to the Song family that afternoon. Once the news was confirmed, the way the villagers looked at the Song family changed. There was a lot of envy and jealousy, and some ill intentions as well. Song Sai noticed this too. It was said that in the face of great interests, even brothers could turn against each other. They were all farmers, relying on the weather and hard work to survive, but suddenly one family had moved up a class and was living better than the others, making them a target of resentment. Sure enough, after a while, an elderly woman spoke up in a sour tone. "Aunt Yuxia, studying isn't that easy. Sanyu doesn't understand. You shouldn't encourage him. I think it would be better to buy more land in the village and find a good wife for Sai, so you can have more great-grandchildren." The speaker was Wang Lanhua, a well-known figure in the village. Her family was large, not rich, as she had given birth to 5 sons, who in turn had 10 grandsons. Exactly, Sanyu only has 1 son. Things can't continue like this for the next generation. "Yuxia, money should be spent wisely," another woman quickly agreed. Seeing support for her words, the elderly woman Wang Lanhua became even more enthusiastic. "I think so too. Chunyan looks strong, but Aunt Lanhua, our family's matters are not for you to meddle in. Our family only has 1 child, so what? My son, Song Sai, is smart and cute. No other child can compare to him. Aunt Lanhua, your family has many boys, but your eldest and second grandsons are already 16 or 17 years old and still haven't found partners." Song Sanyu said with a cold smile.
"You."
"Humph. Good intentions go unrewarded. Wang Lanhua felt embarrassed by the truth in his words. It was true that raising a teenage boy was costly. With over a dozen men in the house, the food expenses were high, and they were still crammed into 6 mud houses. Now, her eldest son's 2 children were of marrying age, but there was no money to build a new house. Every day, Wang Lanhua and her husband worried about their situation. The other women, seeing Wang Lanhua at a loss for words, quickly fell silent. Everyone has their own troubles, and no one wants their issues exposed. Soon, the yard, which had been full of people, was empty as they hurriedly found excuses to leave. Some people are just too idle, Song Sanyu said irritably as he closed the yard door. He turned to his son and gently asked, "Son, do you want to take a nap?" Song Sai shook his head. "No, I want to review what the teacher taught us." Although he could read, he still needed to learn the characters better. He then turned to his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, the teacher asked us to prepare a writing slate. I want to practice writing on it." "All right, Grandpa will get you a big one," the old man replied with a smile. "Son, I bought you some paper. You can practice on that," Song Sanyu said. "It's much clearer on paper." Song Sai shook his head. "Dad, paper is a bit expensive. I want to practice on the slate until I'm good at it, then I'll write on paper." "That's fine," Song Sanyu said, feeling proud of his son's thoughtfulness. He ruffled Song Sai's hair and smiled. "Today, I bought you some ink and brushes from the town bookstore. Take a look and see if you like them. The shopkeeper also recommended 2 handwritten books for you to use later." Song Sai ran into the main room and smiled when he saw the set of study supplies in the basket. In his past life, he had prepared for civil service exams tirelessly, and now he felt it was a new and interesting way to continue his studies. Seeing their son happy, Wang and Song Sanyu also felt joy. Wang thought about how starting tomorrow, their son would officially begin school and wouldn't be home for lunch. She took down the last wild chicken from the beam, planning to make a good meal for him that evening and save some for his lunch the next day. The new house here is very cozy, but the old house is chaotic.
Woo.
I don't want to go. I heard that if you don't do well in school, you get punished. I just want to stay home and play. Song Sanha initially wanted to ask his little brother if school was fun, but now he found himself in trouble and was unhappy. Song Erniu frowned and scolded. "If Sai can go to school, why can't you? Do you want to spend your whole life farming with your parents? I don't expect you to take the imperial exam. I just want you to learn some characters so you can find an easy job in town later." Lee, standing nearby, felt a bit sorry for the money spent, but since Sai could go to school, she believed Sanha could too. Plus, her husband agreed, so she supported it. She approached her son and gently said, "If you don't go to school, when Sai goes to town to live, you'll just be stuck at home farming. Is that what you really want?" When she saw her son was still unresponsive, she pulled out a big card. "I heard that workers in town can earn 600 or 700 coins a month. Just think of how much malt candy and pastries you could buy. If you don't want to go, then that's that." She pretended to be very disappointed, and Song Erniu sighed beside her. Upon hearing about malt candy and pastries, Song Sanha, who had been covering his ears, opened his eyes wide and leaned closer to Lee. "Mom, can you really earn that much in town?" Lee and Song Erniu exchanged glances and nodded. Erhua and Sanhua also looked hopeful. If their little brother worked in town, they would have some pride too. They all encouraged him, saying, "Sanha, if you go to school, you can buy candy every day." Erhua tempted him, and Sanhua added, "Don't you like Sai the most? You can ride the ox cart to school together every day." Although he felt something was off, he also thought they had a point. Just a moment ago, he was determined not to go, but now he was starting to imagine the happy scene of riding the ox cart to school with his little brother every day. Jiang knew that the third family was really going to school and scoffed. When she learned that the second family was also going to school that evening, she couldn't sit still. She thought it was one thing for the third family, but why should the second family go? Didn't they know their own worth? In the afternoon, while cooking in the kitchen, Jiang said with concern for Li, "Ju, studying costs a lot of money, several taels a year. Besides, I see San he is not the type to sit still, going there would just waste money. Instead, We could send him to learn a trade with the carpenter Zhang in the next village. Li immediately felt displeased and replied sharply, "Sister-in-law, how do you know, San, he can't sit still? Besides, the money wasted is my family's, so it's none of your business. And about that carpenter Zhang, everyone knows he only takes in students but doesn't help them succeed. Which child sent to him has ever learned a skill? I'm just trying to help, but it seems my kindness is wasted," Zhang retorted angrily. "You don't need to pretend to care. If you think Zhang is good, you can send a he or heir he to him," Li said, picking up her bowl and going back to her room. Seeing Li's stubbornness, Zhang secretly scoffed. Later, at dinner, Song Si he was thrilled to learn that his cousin was also going to school. Even though they wouldn't be in the same school, having someone to walk with made the journey less boring. Plus, his goal was to become a scholar, and having his cousin study could help him in the future. It was always good for the family to be ambitious. Learning would prevent them from being ignorant. After dinner, Song Si he made a study schedule for himself, which included waking up at 6 in the morning, studying, leaving for school by 7 after breakfast, and arriving at the private school around 8. Finishing school around 5:30 in the afternoon, getting home before 7, then studying for half an hour after dinner before going to bed. Since he was still young and needed to grow, he could extend his study time when he got older and had more schoolwork. However, his parents had mentioned buying a house in town, so the time spent traveling could be made up in his studies. Once he had planned everything, Song Si he blew out the candle by his bed and did semi-exercises before slowly falling asleep. Just before he drifted off, he thought about asking his father to make him an hourglass the next day to help him manage his time better. The next morning, Song Si he woke up early. Wang and old Zhang had already prepared breakfast. Seeing her grandson up, old Zhang helped him wash his face and handed him a willow twig to brush his teeth. Song Si he wanted to say he could do it himself, but seeing old Zhang's happy expression, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. While her son was eating, Wang took the chicken leg she had saved from last night and placed it in a wooden box. She also added a fresh bamboo shoot next to the chicken leg and topped it with freshly steamed rice from this morning. After covering the box, she took out a bamboo tube and reminded Song Si to drink plenty of hot water while at school. Finally, she packed everything into a small bag. After finishing his meal, Song Si followed Song Sanyu to the old house. Last night, his second uncle had mentioned that his cousin would also be going to school, so they would take turns picking them up. Song Sanyu agreed, but since today was Song Si's first day of school, he would definitely accompany him. When they arrived at the old house, Song Erniu was already waiting with Song Sanha by the ox cart. Seeing his younger brother, Song Sanha's eyes lit up, and he happily ran over to take Song Si's hand, saying, "Little brother, from now on, we will go to school together. Are you happy?" Happy. Of course, he was happy, but he worried that his brother might not be happy later on. "All right, let's get in the cart." Song Erniu moved forward to catch his lively son and helped him onto the cart. Song Sanyu also stepped forward to lift his son up and then sat with Song Erniu at the front. Along the way, they talked about what to prepare for school and how Sanha should greet his teacher. Song Erniu felt overwhelmed by all the advice, and in the end, he suggested that Song Sanha go along too, fearing he wouldn't do well alone. Song Sanyu naturally agreed, supporting his brother's idea of sending his nephew to school. On the way to school, having cousin Sanha with them made a big difference. He was very talkative and kept chatting the whole way, making Song Si giggle with his playful words. Time flies when you're talking, and before long, they arrived at the town. When they reached the school gate, they saw Old Man Fong waiting to greet the students. Song Si quickly got off the cart and went up to greet him. Old Man Fong smiled and patted Song Si's head, saying, "All right, hurry inside. The morning practice is about to end." Students living far away had to attend morning practice early, and even those living closer or in town would arrive early. Song Si planned to buy a house in town soon so he could come early for morning practice. A good day starts in the morning, and he didn't want to waste the clear mind and fresh thoughts that come with it. After saying goodbye to his father, second uncle, and cousin, Song Si hurriedly walked into the school with his small bag. "Yesterday, I was a bit nervous and didn't notice the words on the door. Today, I paid attention. In the front yard, there are 5 houses. 3 are classrooms labeled A, B, and C. The other 2 should be the kitchen and the dining area for the students. I saw a woman inside picking vegetables, probably preparing lunch. I walked to classroom A, where only my senior brother Fong Xingli was present. He was seriously reciting the 3-character classic. When he saw me, he smiled and said, "Junior brother, you're here?" "Yes, senior brother." "Did you come early to study?" He seemed like a very diligent child, the kind that parents would be proud of. Diligent Fong Xingli smiled and said, "My family runs a small business in town. My parents and grandparents wake up early, and I feel bored at home. So I thought it would be better to come early and study. I can learn faster this way." After saying this, he lowered his head and focused on his reading. He really is a good student. Seeing how responsible he is, Song Sai felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't let an ancient person surpass him. He quickly rolled up his sleeves, took out his book, and began to read word by word. In fact, he had memorized part of the 3-character classic in modern times, so it came back to him easily. The only challenge was that the characters were traditional, making it somewhat tricky to recognize. If he could write while reciting, he would probably remember it faster. However, he was still young and lacked strength in his wrists, so even practicing writing would be difficult. "Xingli, Ji Yuan, good morning." Just as the 2 were immersed in their studies, Jin Yuanbao and Meng Zilan appeared at the classroom door. "Good morning. Good morning." After exchanging greetings, the sound of a gong being struck outside interrupted them, and the noise from the neighboring students quickly quieted down. The teacher must have arrived. Sure enough, after a short while, footsteps were heard outside the door. Teacher Fong entered, holding a book in one hand and a ruler in the other, looking very serious. Song Sai felt a bit anxious when he saw the ruler, which was about half a meter long. He had a bad experience with rulers in his previous life. When he was in 5th grade, he had a math teacher in his 30s who looked kind but was very strict, showing no mercy when punishing students. No one in the class escaped unscathed. Song Sai even felt that the teacher at that time was venting his frustrations on the children, as he noticed that the teacher seemed particularly happy whenever he saw them cry or look scared. Later, one student couldn't take it anymore and tricked the teacher's child away, which caused a big uproar. Eventually, everyone learned the teacher's true nature, and the Education Bureau dismissed him, bringing the matter to a close. "Good day, teacher." A few of them immediately stood up and bowed. Teacher Fong slightly nodded and cleared his throat, saying, "Yuan, recite the sentences I taught you yesterday." Song Sai stood up and recited loudly. Teacher Fong, pleased, stroked his beard and nodded. Very good. "Jilan, you also recite." Meng Zilan stood up calmly and recited as well, which made Teacher Fong even more satisfied. He then turned his gaze to Jin Yuanbao, who quickly lowered his head in fear. Teacher Fong huffed but remained silent. After a moment, he softened his tone and said, "You all came here sent by your families to prepare for the imperial examination. If you want to succeed, you must be fully focused. I do not expect you to become top scholars, but you should at least aim to be students. Our country, Dichi, has just been established and needs educated people. If you study hard now, you can live more freely in the future. For those of us from farming families or small towns, even if we live a bit better than others, we still lack certain advantages. We have no experience and no good teachers, so the chances of passing are low. Therefore, I hope you all work diligently and do not disappoint your families. At the very least, you should aim to pass as students. Do you understand?" Teacher Fong spoke passionately, and the students felt inspired, replying loudly, "We understand, teacher." Seeing their enthusiasm, Teacher Fong smiled and said, "All right, let's continue. Open your books. Yuan Bao and Xingli, pay attention too." "We understand, teacher." Teacher Fong nodded and began the lesson. He taught in detail, turning each point into a small story, making it easier to remember and less dull. Even Master Jin Yuanbao listened with great interest. Song Sai thought that Teacher Fong was quite skilled in teaching. After several lessons, Teacher Fong reminded them to study well and hurried off to the next classroom. Song Sai looked at the hurried back of the teacher and asked his senior brother Zhilong beside him, "Senior brother, how many students are there in our school?" I know. The eldest brother, Jin Yuanbao, immediately turned around with a curious expression and said, "In our school, there are a total of 16 students in classes A, B, and C. Class A is just the four of us, Class B has 6, and Class C has 6. I heard the teacher say that the students in Class C will graduate next year or the year after, which is great." He finished with an excited look. Hearing there were 16 students, Song Sai thought being a teacher was a good job. Just considering the yearly salary of 16 students, that would be 48 taels of silver, which is enough to live well in the county. If he were to become a scholar in the future, he could also try this profession to support a family and, most importantly, he would earn the respect of the people. Song Sai shook his head, pushed aside distracting thoughts, and quickly focused on his books. If he didn't study well, thinking about it wouldn't help. After reading a few times and understanding the general meaning, he began to memorize it. Although he could already memorize some, he didn't want to stand out too much at this moment. After all, that was just the memory of his past life, and he would need to rely on himself in the future. Once he could read and recite that section well, Teacher Fong walked in. He called on both him and senior brother Zhilong, perhaps because they had performed well, and this time he didn't ask them to read, but directly to recite it. They successfully recited a few sentences, and were then asked to explain the meaning. When Teacher Fong explained the sentences, he used stories instead, so both of them could convey the general meaning. When they struggled with parts, the eldest and second brothers helped out. Although Jin Yuanbao wasn't great at memorizing, he was good at understanding and telling stories. Seeing that the children performed well, Teacher Fong was very satisfied. Knock, 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 the bells signaling the end of class rang outside. Teacher Fong smiled and said, "Go eat now, and we'll continue in an hour." With that, he left with his hands behind his back. The group had brought their lunches, and when Song Sai took out his food box from the cloth bag, Meng Zhilong couldn't help but say, "Junior brother, next time you can give your food box directly to Uncle Fong in the morning. He will keep it in the kitchen and help us heat it up at noon." Song Sai scratched his head and smiled. "I didn't know I could do that. I thought I had to heat it myself. It's also our fault for not explaining it clearly yesterday. Uncle Fong probably forgot too," Fong Xingli said apologetically. With that time, we could have just taken it to the kitchen. Junior brother, I'll take you there." Jin Yuanbao couldn't wait and pulled Song Sai towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, several students were lined up to get their meals. When they saw the group, they were curious and thought they were there to get food too, so they asked them to stand in front to be served first. The group explained they were only there for hot food, and the woman serving heard hot food, quickly took the food box from Song Sai's hands, placed it on the hot pot, and smiled at him, saying, "You can wait in the classroom for a bit, and I'll bring it to you when it's warm." "Thank you, Auntie. We'll head back now," Jin Yuanbao replied, clearly used to this routine. The other three received their steaming food boxes and returned to the classroom with Song Sai. Jin Yuanbao opened his box first, smiling widely. "My mom made me preserved meat and eggplant. I'll let you all try it later. She cooks really well." At the same time, the third senior brother, Meng Zhilin, opened his box, revealing white rice, fried meatballs, and stir-fried lotus root, which smelled delicious. Feeling a bit shy with everyone looking at him, he quietly said, "My mom's meatballs are also really good. You can try them later." "I have tofu and fish you can try too," Fong Xingli added, bringing his food box over, eager to share. Wow, what a wonderful group of friends, Song Sai thought. A day of studying passed quickly. The group packed their small bags and slung them over their shoulders as they left the school. In the narrow willow tree alley, several parents were waiting for their children, some with ox carts and others with horse-drawn carriages. "Dad, I'm over here," Jin Yuanbao exclaimed, bouncing towards a carriage. A sturdy, cheerful middle-aged man on the cart smiled broadly when he saw his son. Meng Zilin also ran towards a young woman who looked elegant and had fair skin. Meng's mother was happy to see him and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "Ji Yuan, see you tomorrow," Fang Xingli said as he spotted his grandmother standing at the end of the alley. He waved goodbye to his younger brother and ran towards her. Song Sai looked in the direction of his second senior brother and noticed an elderly woman outside the alley. Suddenly, she looked familiar. Oh, he remembered. She was the grandmother who sold buns in town. What are you thinking about, son? Song Sai turned to see his father grinning at him. With such a bright smile, it seemed like something good had happened. Song Sai scratched his head and thought, isn't it still a few days until we deliver the duck eggs to the county town? Dad, what's making you so happy? His teeth were showing in a big smile. Song Sanyu had accomplished something big and was feeling good. Hearing his son's question, he grinned and said, son, in a few days, you'll be able to live in town. This way, you can sleep a bit longer in the mornings, and it will be easier for me to take you to school. Upon hearing this, Song Sai's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, is that true? Did we buy a house in town? Seeing his son so happy made Song Sanyu even more joyful. Yes, I just bought it today. I didn't even go home for lunch. I was busy with this. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Everything is settled, and we have the deed.
Soon you'll be a town kid.
I even went to the carpenter to have a desk and bookshelf made for you. How about we move on your next day off? Although Song Sai liked Songjia village, ever since their family started making money, the villagers looked at them differently, which made him uncomfortable. Living in town would save him time for studying and allow him to play with some friends, though he thought his cousin might not be happy about it. Great, let's move together when I have a day off. Okay, let's go. I wonder how the boy is adjusting on his first day. Song Sai thought his dad was overthinking it. His cousin was very talkative and would surely fit in at the small school. When they arrived at the private school run by Mr. Wang, they saw his cousin surrounded by a group of kids.
Sai, see you tomorrow.
Sai, I'll bring you some snacks tomorrow. Me too. Song Sanyu watched with amusement as Song Sai waved back proudly. He approached and patted his nephew's head, laughing, looks like you're doing well in school. Seeing his uncle and younger brother, Song Sai smiled shyly. You all saw that? It's no big deal. They rode the ox cart to drop Song Sai off at the old house before heading back to the new one. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the month. Song Sanya prepared to move. A few days ago, the family visited a house in town and were very pleased. The house in town had the same layout as their new home, with a large yard and a well. There were 6 rooms in total, and it was made of blue bricks and tiles, although it was a bit older than their new home in the village. The location was quite good, right on the street, and the outermost room could be turned into a shop for business. The price was reasonable. Song Sanyab spent a total of 46.5 taels of silver. This was because the owner was eager to sell. Otherwise, it would likely have cost at least 48 taels. His father said that if the house were farther from the street and without a shop, it could probably be bought for around 30 taels. Song Sai remembered that their new home cost over 20 taels, so buying a house in the town center for over 40 taels, with a shop included, was a great deal. Learning from the last experience, no one in the village knew about their house purchase. Even the big and second families thought that the third son was just renting a place in town. Plus, Song Sanyab had been going back and forth to town frequently, moving a few things each time. Today, the family took an ox cart to town, and the villagers thought they were just going to the market. As they rode in the ox cart, chatting and laughing, they quickly arrived at the town. Their house was easy to find, located on the street with a large yard. Even with the ox cart inside, there was plenty of space. The 6 rooms included one for Song Sanyab and Wang, one for the elderly couple, one for Song Sai, a living room, a kitchen, and another room near the street that could be turned into a shop later. Both the young couple and the elderly couple were very satisfied, and Song Sai was even more pleased when he saw his room. When he opened the door, the first thing he saw was a brand new desk, neatly arranged with writing supplies. On the wall, a bookshelf held 2 new books that gave off a faint scent of ink. In front of the desk was a screen, and when Song Sai walked behind it, he discovered that the floor was covered with a carpet that extended under the bed. The bed was newly made, and all the bedding was also new. Looking at everything, Song Sai felt a tightness in his throat. He had just seen his parents' and grandparents' rooms, which were bare and simpler than their village home. Only his room was so nicely decorated. It was surprising how much had changed in just a few days. His father had given him such a big surprise. "Son, do you like it? I arranged this just like the private room at the Zue Feng Lu. Doesn't it look great?" Song Sanyu thought that if he had more time, he could have made it even better. Song Sai's eyes turned slightly red. He turned around and hugged his father's waist, his voice a bit choked as he said, "Dad, thank you. I feel really lucky to be your son." Seeing his son being affectionate made Song Sanyu very happy. He bent down and picked up his son, gently bumping heads with him and saying with a loving smile, "I'm happy too." "All right, enough with the sweet talk. Hurry up and move the things inside, especially those jars of duck eggs. They need to go to a cool place," Wang said. She was used to the father-son duo being so close, but she privately wished Song Sanyu would tone it down a bit. However, her husband didn't think it was necessary, which left her feeling worried. Once the house was mostly tidied up, Wang and old Zhang prepared a lavish lunch that delighted everyone. Song Sai was especially enjoying his meal, and when Wang mentioned that the chicken was not wild but a hen from their home, tears of sadness streamed down Song Sai's face. "Hen, oh hen, I wanted to save you, but you are just too delicious." After the family had eaten their fill, their excitement was still high, especially the older couple. Ever since they learned that their son had bought a house and a shop in town, smiles had not left their faces. They never expected to live in town, away from the hard life of farming, especially since this good fortune came from their third son. "Dinyan, do you think I'm dreaming? It feels so unreal." Old Zhang looked around the yard and, as if remembering something, reached out to grab her husband's arm. "Ouch, Yuxia, if it's not real, why are you pinching me? Does that make it real?" Song Danio rubbed his sore arm, a bit annoyed. This little exchange made the others burst into laughter. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Everyone was puzzled. They had just moved in. Who could be visiting? With a confused expression, Song Sanyu went to open the door and looked down to see a group of children peeking in. These were Song Sai's classmates. He often picked up his son, so he recognized Jin Yuanbao, Fang Xingli, and Meng Jilian among them. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, what are you doing here?" Song Sai exclaimed in surprise as he quickly ran to the door. "Haha, a few days ago you mentioned moving, so we decided to surprise you. We even brought you a housewarming gift. Let's see if you like it." Jin Yuanbao chuckled as he tossed the item to Song Sai and quickly ran inside. Fang Xingli and Meng Jilin also hurriedly handed their gifts to Song Sai and followed him in. The kids ran into the yard and confidently greeted the adults, making the elderly couple and Wang Shi very happy. The children in this town are different. They are strong, lucky, and good-looking. After just a few words, the elderly couple grew fond of Jin Yuanbao, thinking he was chubby, round, and adorable. Wang Shi liked Meng Jilin, finding her pretty and her voice sweet, like a caring little daughter. Meanwhile, Song Sanyu admired Fang Xingli, who looked tall and healthy, unlike his own son with his thin arms and legs. Seeing that his junior brother hadn't opened the gift, Jin Yuanbao pouted, "Junior brother, why aren't you opening the gift we brought?" Song Sai scratched his head and smiled. "I was just too happy to see you all. I'll open it now." He quickly opened Jin Yuanbao's gift box, revealing several types of pastries, 4 of each, looking exquisite and delicious. "These are the best treats from my family shop. I picked a few of each for you to try," Jin Yuanbao said with a grin.
"Great.
"And open my gift too, junior brother," Jilin urged quietly from the side. Song Sai then opened Jilin's gift box, which also contained food, several pieces of dried fish, not the usual kind, but they smelled like sea fish. Holding the gift box, Song Sai smiled and said, "Thank you, third brother." Seeing his adorable junior brother, Meng Jilin thought about how they had plenty of that dried fish at home and decided to bring more for him next time. Finally, he opened the gift box from his second brother, Fang Xingli, which held several meat buns and a large piece of tofu. Song Sai looked up with a big smile and said, "Thank you, second brother. I really like it." Fong Xingli felt a bit shy with everyone looking at him and said, "If you like it, I'll bring you more next time." Before Song Sai could respond, Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but interject, hands on his hips. "Humph. Xingli, I've been with you for so long, and you've never brought me anything to eat." It sounded like a couple having a playful argument. Fong Xingli seemed used to Jin Yuanbao's antics and replied calmly, "I'll bring you some too." Seeing the third junior brother looking at him with anticipation, he couldn't help but smile and said, "You won't miss out either." Wang noticed the children having fun and brought out some malt candy, persimmons, and boiled chestnuts. The kids didn't complain. They ate whatever she gave them, especially Jin Yuanbao, who enjoyed everything and made Wang and old Zhang smile all afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock at the door. Jin Yuanbao rushed over first, opened the door, and happily shouted, "Uncle Jin is here to take me. Jilan, let's go home together." The three of them had come together, and now they would leave together. Wang initially thought about keeping a few kids for dinner, but seeing that their families had come to take them home, she decided not to insist. She quickly brought out a jar of duck eggs and found some wooden boxes, putting 6 eggs in each for her son to take. Song Sai took the wooden boxes and shared the duck eggs with the three, saying, "These are homemade snacks. You can use them for dinner." "Extra food? Hee hee, that's great. Thank you, junior brother," Jin Yuanbao said with a silly grin. Meng Jilan and Fong Xingli also accepted the boxes without hesitation. After saying goodbye to Song's family, they headed home. Old Jin first dropped Fong Xingli off at his house, then took Jin Yuanbao and the neighbor's child home together. Jin Yuanbao and Meng Jilan lived right across from each other. They greeted each other and went home. "Son, you're back?" A slender, pretty young woman smiled warmly as she welcomed her son. "Yes, Mom. The junior brother's family gave us extra food for dinner," Jin Yuanbao said, showing the wooden box to his mother. Curious, Jin's mother opened the box and saw a few duck eggs inside. Her eyes flickered, and she frowned slightly, recalling that her son said the junior brother came from a farming family, so it was normal for them to be a bit simple. "Oh, really?" Jin's father, who was busy looking at accounts in the hall, came over out of curiosity. Seeing the duck eggs, he didn't find anything wrong and thought his son had made a good friend. He found it amusing that his wife seemed a bit picky, but he understood. She had lived in the county before and was now a bit spoiled after moving to the town. "Haha, Jin Bao, your junior brother is nice. Let the cook prepare them for you tonight," Jin's father said, affectionately patting his son's head. "Yes, that sounds good." Regarding food, Jin Yuanbao has always been very enthusiastic. In the evening, Jin's father cracked open a duck egg and handed it to his son, smiling. "Go ahead and eat." Jin Yuanbao took the duck egg, took a big bite, and after chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up. He mumbled to his parents, Mom and Dad, "This is really delicious. You should try it." "Really?" Seeing his son enjoying the egg, Jin's father picked up another duck egg from the table, cracked it open, and handed half to his wife while putting the other half in his mouth. After a few chews, he had the same expression as his son. Watching the exaggerated reactions of both father and son, Jin's mother was speechless. It was just a duck egg. How good could it be? After tasting the egg in her hand, she was astonished and said, "This tastes just like the signature dish I had at the Drunken Wind restaurant." "Are you talking about the Drunken Wind restaurant in the county?" Jin's father asked quickly. Jin's mother nodded. "Yes, I remember the dish was called Egg Treasure. It only had 6 pieces on the plate and cost 1 tael of silver, and you had to make a reservation to eat it." "It seems that Yuan Bao's little master brother comes from an extraordinary family," Jin's father remarked. The next morning, as the sun rose, it was the day to deliver duck eggs to the county, so the Song family got up early. Song Sai was no exception. He woke up early and jogged back and forth in the small courtyard. Ancient people had shorter lifespans, and he wanted to live a long life. While jogging, he silently recited the knowledge taught by the teacher a few days ago. In just a few days of learning, Song Sai discovered that there was a true top student in the class, Meng Jilian. Watching the quiet little guy, he realized that his learning progress was already surpassing Jin Yuanbao and Fong Xingli. If it weren't for Song Sai's modern adult mindset, he would have been left far behind. Unknowingly, Song Sai felt immense pressure, and he wasn't the only one. Jin Yuanbao and Fong Xingli felt it too. However, Jin Yuanbao remained carefree, while Fong Xingli worked even harder. This learning atmosphere pleased teacher Fong, and often led to Jin Yuanbao being invited to enjoy stir-fried bamboo shoots with shredded meat. When they arrived at the private school and finished the morning practice, Master Fong first conducted a routine check. He asked Song Sai and Meng Zilin to recite what they had learned yesterday. After they recited it well, Master Fong stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. He then started to test them on the golden ingots and Fong Xingli, but this time, he didn't ask them to recite from start to finish. Instead, he picked sentences at random, saying one line and expecting them to respond with the next. This really tested their memory. As expected, both students felt a bit nervous after Master Fong said this, especially Jin Yuanbao, who started to tremble slightly. Fong Xingli was a bit better, but still quite anxious. They were used to reciting everything in order and didn't expect Master Fong to change the method today. Without teaching, it's the father's fault. What's the next line? Yuanbao, you go first, Master Fong said seriously. Jin Yuanbao quickly recited the line in his mind and after a moment replied, if the teaching is not strict, it's the teacher's laziness. As a son when young. What's the next line? Xingli, you say, respect your teachers and friends, and learn the proper manners. Fong Xingli thought for a moment and quickly answered. The three principles are the duties of ruler and subject.
Yuanbao.
Jin Yuanbao silently began to recite again, but he was so nervous that he couldn't remember the next line for a long time. Xingli, you try, Master Fong said with a more serious tone. Master's kindness. The couple's harmony. Emperor Guangwu rose, for the Eastern Han. Master Fong increased the difficulty by picking from the middle. The two stumbled through a few more lines, and when Master Fong picked another line, neither could respond. He slammed the ruler down on the desk and said in a heavy tone, the imperial examination won't have you recite from start to finish. It will directly select a few lines, and you need to write the next or previous line. If you keep reciting everything from the beginning for each question, it will waste a lot of time. So, the only way is to read and memorize more until you can recite fluently, understood, Jilin and Ziyuan? Master Fong's expression was stern, and the two quickly nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. After Master Fong left, Jin Yuanbao frowned and pouted, complaining, I just learned to recite, and now I have to do it fluently. How is that possible? Fong Xingli remained silent for a moment, then opened his book and continued to study seriously. Seeing this, Jin Yuanbao shook his head in boredom and, with a pained expression, picked up his book to read as well. Song Sai understood Master Fong's good intentions. He just wanted them to study harder. Senior brother Yuanbao came from a wealthy family, so even if he didn't take the imperial exams, he had a family business to inherit. Therefore, he wasn't very focused on studying. The second brother, like him, came from a farming family and understood his parents' struggles, so he worked hard on his studies. As for the top student, third brother Lon, he just needed to pay attention in class. His talent made a big difference. It would have been great if he had a top student system when he traveled back in time. A day of studying passed quickly, and soon it was time to leave school. After saying goodbye to a few friends, he walked out of the private school. To his surprise, it was his grandfather who came to pick him up. Song Sai curiously asked, Grandpa, where's Dad? Why are you the one picking me up today? He knew his father was very attached to him, so something must have happened at home. Song Dainian patted his grandson's head, his face showing worry as he said, Your dad is at Miaochuan Hall. You'll find out when you get home. Feeling uneasy at his grandfather's expression, Song Sai hurried home. When he arrived, he noticed his grandmother also wore a forced smile. Being young, he couldn't get any answers from the adults and had to wait for his father to return. When it was dark, Song Sanyu finally came home. As soon as he entered the yard, he gave his family a bitter smile and said, We don't need to send duck eggs to the county anymore. They won't accept them. How could this happen? Hearing her son, Mrs. Zhang felt a sudden pang of sadness. That was 20 taels of silver a month. How could it just be gone? Song Danian frowned and asked, "What did Manager Liu say?" Song Sanyi sighed and replied, "He said someone in the county tried the duck eggs from Zuichuan Tower and then made their own at home, which tasted almost the same but was much cheaper." Manager Liu said he secretly tried them too, and the taste was indeed similar. "We can't continue this duck egg business." Mrs. Wang immediately protested. "Why can't we? We can sell to other restaurants or even other counties." I thought the same at first," Song Sanyu said. But Manager Liu advised against it. He said the person selling duck eggs isn't just anyone. They are closely related to the county magistrate of Jinfeng. If we do this, it would only bring trouble. Manager Liu also mentioned that even the young master treats this customer with respect, let alone us common folks. At this moment, Song Sai truly felt the significant gap between officials and common people in ancient society. This gap was not just about power and status, it also affected personal destinies. Because they were officials, the common people could not use their means of survival, even if they had them. They could only endure silently. In an instant, countless thoughts surged in Song Sai's mind, finally converging into one idea: to study hard and achieve success. Due to the duck egg issue, the elderly couple was in a bad mood. During dinner, Wang handed a money pouch to Song Sanyi, saying softly, "If we had known earlier that the duck egg business couldn't be done, we wouldn't have bought this house. Now that Sai wants to study, and we are living in this town, we need money everywhere. This is the silver you gave me before, a total of 20 taels. We still have a shop at home, right? You can do other businesses besides duck eggs. Your father and I can still help you for a few more years." "No, mother. This time the 20 taels for the duck eggs will still be settled as usual." "We have money," replied Sanyi. After buying the house and paying for their son's education, they still had 7 or 8 taels left. Now, with the 20 taels from the duck eggs, they had over 20 taels in total. Doing some small business would definitely be enough. Besides, they still had that gold ingot from the Shin family, so they weren't in a hurry. Wang also thought of the gold ingot and waved her hand at old Zhang, saying, "Mother, we just regret losing such a good business opportunity. We still have money for business, so you and father don't need to worry." Seeing her son and daughter-in-law speak sincerely, old Zhang didn't insist they take the money. After all, it would eventually be for Sai. Thinking about the duck egg business, old Zhang sighed. "If only we had known. We should have bought the recipe back then. Now we have a good recipe in hand, but we can't use it." "Mother, it's not that we can't use it. Even if we take it to Zuifeng Tower, they might not want it. The young master there is still a merchant and relies on the government to make a living." Hearing Song Sanyu's words, the others stopped talking. Seeing that Grandpa and Grandma were still feeling down, Song Sai smiled and comforted them, saying, "If we lose the duck egg business, we still have the chicken egg business. If we lose that, we can try selling goose eggs. Maybe we'll find a different business that makes us even more money. One day, we can open our own shop and sell whatever we want. The government won't control that, right? Besides, my dad is so smart, my mom is so capable, and Grandpa and Grandma are so supportive. Our family will definitely do well in business in the future." The old couple and Wang Shi were feeling down, but when they heard their grandson, speak so confidently, they couldn't help but smile. Song Sanyu patted his son's small shoulder and said, "Son, you're right. I'm smart. Or else how could I have such a wonderful child like you?" Wang Shi pretended to be angry and said, "This isn't just your achievement." Of course, he replied. Song Sai cleared his throat and continued, "Did you forget that I'm here too? Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, do you know how much our private school teacher earns in a year?" They shook their heads. "Our private school has 16 students. Excluding accommodation and gifts from parents, each student pays 3 taels of silver, so for 16 students, that's 48 taels of silver. Our big house with a shop only brings in a little over 40 taels. If I finish my studies and open a private school like our teacher, I could earn enough each year to buy a house like this with a shop. Then, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, you won't have to worry about living expenses anymore. We can just rotate between so many houses. If we get tired of staying in one, we can rent it out and collect rent every day. Perhaps because his grandson, spoke so realistically, everyone was momentarily stunned. Old Zhang was the first to react. Joyfully, she slapped her thigh and hugged Song Sai tightly, saying, "Oh my dear grandson, I'll be waiting to enjoy your success. If you become a scholar, our family will be prosperous."
Ha ha ha.
She then burst into laughter. Although Song Dajing knew that studying and passing exams wasn't easy, he was still quite moved to hear his grandson say their teacher earned so much silver. "Sai, your idea is great. I'll rely on you in the future. I won't wander around. I can just be the doorman for you. You see, the old man at your school is a doorman but is very respected. I think I'd be suitable for that role too," Song Sanyu quickly chimed in. Song Sai was puzzled. He had only given an example, yet his father seemed to have already planned his future work. Why would you, being so young, want to be a doorman? "It's obviously my job to welcome and send off guests," Song Danian said. He occasionally helped his son pick up his grandson, so he understood the ins and outs of the job. He believed he could do it better. Well, before he knew it, there was already competition. Song Sai truly did not expect the story to unfold this way. He thought only his grandfather and father felt this way, but to his surprise, when Wang and Old Zhang heard what their partners and Song Sanyu said, they looked at Song Sai with great interest. Song Sai felt awkward. They wouldn't be asking if there were any suitable jobs for them at the private school, would they? Sure enough, the next moment, Wang couldn't help but ask, "Son, is there a job at the private school that would be suitable for me? And what about Grandma? Is there something for her?" Oh, he really had just given an example. The adults in the Song family had initially looked gloomy, but now, thanks to his son or grandson, they were discussing things with great enthusiasm. It was as if he could become a scholar and open a private school at any moment. Song Sai quickly finished his last bite of food, silently watching his grandparents and parents engage in a lively discussion. He returned to his room and quietly began to memorize the three-character classic. Perhaps his grandparents and parents were too invested, as Song Sai dreamed that night. In his dream, he was an adult, dressed in a long gown and wearing a square cap, looking like a scholar. He appeared troubled, gazing at the two doormen standing at the entrance of the private school. One was older, with gray hair and a hunched back, while the other had wrinkles around his eyes and forehead, with a few strands of white hair. Together, they looked to be over 100 years old, standing on either side of the school gate, occasionally bickering with each other. As he walked into the inner courtyard of the school, he saw his grandmother and mother smiling broadly, happily serving food to the students, looking full of energy. Well, he hadn't answered his mother and grandmother about what they could do, but the dream provided an answer. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the sounds of the bustling market outside filled the air. Baishui town had a small market every 5 days and a larger one every 10 days. Their house was on the street, so they could hear everything clearly. At first, it was a bit uncomfortable, but over time, they got used to it. Song Sai got dressed and ran to the outer room. He opened the window and saw several plain-dressed farmers hurrying to the town with baskets to sell food and goods. It was just getting light, and there weren't many people on the street yet, but he could already smell the unique sense of the market, the earthy aroma of fresh vegetables, the smell of baked goods, and the distant scent of meat buns. These smells made Song Sai feel hungry, so he quickly closed the window and walked into the yard. Living in the town made going to school very convenient. The ox cart was usually kept at the old family home in Songjia village, making it easy to rent and pick up his cousin. Song Sai thought his father was too soft-hearted. He talked about collecting rent for the ox cart, but he only did so during market days. At other times, his uncles occasionally took passengers, but his father never mentioned collecting rent. His uncles had offered to pay, but his father, valuing family ties, declined. Sometimes, his father was quite generous, perhaps for the sake of his parents. Yesterday, he returned late from delivering duck eggs to the county, so the ox cart stayed behind. Today was market day, and he guessed his uncle would arrive soon. His father was already in the yard feeding the calf and preparing for the day. Seeing that breakfast wasn't ready yet, his father decided to stroll outside, thinking about the small business they were starting at home. Song Sai grabbed a handful of rice husks and took some fresh vegetable leaves from the kitchen to feed the chickens. He was counting on these 2 hens for his egg custard, so he willingly took on the responsibility of raising them. After feeding the chickens, Song Sai picked up a small hourglass he had his father make. It was a small bamboo tube with a tiny hole drilled in it, filled with fine clay dust. As the dust slowly fell, the bottom of the tube could be opened to reuse the fallen dust. After several days of research, Song San-nyo and his father created an hourglass that measured half an hour. A few days later, they made one for 1 hour and another for 2 hours. Now, whenever Song Sai had a study plan or exercise plan, he would use his special half-hour hourglass. In ancient times, there were ways to tell time by using the shadows cast by the sun. By observing the movement of shadows on a stone plate, one could determine the current time and even divide the year into 24 solar terms based on the length of the shadows. This stone plate is known as a sundial. However, ordinary farmers usually just looked up at the sun to get a rough idea of the time, so not many use sundials. In Songjia village, for instance, they were rarely seen, although there was one in the private school. Every time old Uncle Fong rang the gong for class, he would check the sundial for the time. Today, Song Sai woke up early and had been active for about half an hour. He stopped when he felt a slight sweat on his back. Although it was early April and the weather was getting warmer, there was still a bit of coolness in the morning. Getting sick in ancient times was a serious matter, and aside from taking medicine, there weren't many good options. So, as soon as Song Sai felt himself sweating a little, he quickly stopped. At that moment, the smell of food wafted through the air, and he hurried into the kitchen. "Sai, I'm here." Song Sanha's cheerful voice came from the doorway. It was his cousin Song Sanha. Hearing the noise, Song Sai poked his head out of the kitchen and saw his uncle carrying a basket and leading his cousin at the door. He immediately greeted them warmly. "Uncle, Sanha, have you eaten? If not, come eat with us." Seeing his older brother and nephew arrive, Song Dania dropped the feed on the ground, washed his hands, and walked over to look into the basket that Song Dania was holding. He smiled and asked, "Bamboo shoots? Did you bring these for us, big brother?" Song Dania rubbed his hands together and smiled. "Yes, Dae and found a lot of them on the mountain. Dahu said Sai really likes to eat them, so we brought some over." Song Sai was surprised that his cousin Dahu remembered his casual comment. He leaned in to take a look and saw that the basket contained more than 10 bamboo shoots. With a smile on his face, he said, "Uncle, thank you. I really like them." "That's great to hear." Song Daniu replied with a grin. "Big brother, Sanha, you're here. Breakfast is ready, come eat." Old Mrs. Zhang, hearing the commotion, saw her eldest son and grandson and walked over with a smile to greet them. Song Daniu quickly waved his hand, saying, "Mother, I've already eaten. You two go ahead. I still need to go work. There's no rush. Today we made rice porridge. You and Sana should each have a bowl to warm your stomachs before you go to work." Next to them, Wang prepared a big bowl of rice porridge in the kitchen and handed it to Song Daniu. With several people watching, Song Daniu felt he couldn't refuse. He blew on the porridge and quickly drank it all. Being a peddler isn't physically demanding, so he only needed a light breakfast to start his day. After walking for a while, the thin porridge had already digested, and now a warm bowl of white rice porridge felt comforting in his stomach. After finishing the porridge, Song Daniu hurriedly took the ox cart and left. The cart business was better in the morning. Fewer people would head to town in the afternoon. Once Song Dania left, Song Dalian returned home. The family, along with Song Sanha, began to have breakfast. Curious about Wang Xiaotsai's teaching methods, Song Sai asked his older cousin, "Cousin, how does your teacher usually teach? How are you doing in your studies?" Hearing his younger brother ask about school, Song Sanha's face scrunched up sadly. "Every day is just memorizing texts. It's so boring. Studying isn't fun at all, and the teacher is really strict. If you can't memorize it, he punishes you. I've been punished twice. When I complained to our parents, they didn't understand and punished me too. Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo.
He started to cry when he reached the saddest part. Seeing this, Song Sai quickly comforted him. It's okay, cousin. Next time, let uncle bring you here earlier. We can study together before class. Song Sai had heard his father say that Wang Xiaozai was preparing for the imperial exams, so he might lose patience with students who struggled after several attempts, feeling it wasted his time. But that was just a guess. It could also be that Wang Xiaozai always taught this way, using discipline to encourage progress. Song Sanha sniffled, looking at his little brother with teary eyes, and said sadly, "You're so great, little brother. I wish I were as smart as you." He often heard their father praise his younger brother for being clever and having a bright future, encouraging him to treat his brother well so he would remember him later. But they had grown up together. How could his little brother forget him? Hearing his nephew praise his son, Song Sanyu could hardly contain his smile and said cheerfully, "It's all right, Sanha. Come over earlier next time and study with Sai. You'll remember things faster that way. I'll take Sai to the private school, and I can drop you off too since our homes are close." Good. Song Sanha felt happy when his uncle said this. Previously, he asked his father to send him, but his father never did. He would just drop him off at school early and leave. Now that his uncle has spoken, he can go to school with Sai in the future. On the side, Wang was not very pleased. It wasn't that she was stingy about Sanha coming to her house, but Sanha was quite talkative, and she worried he might distract her son, Sai. However, since her husband had already spoken, she couldn't argue. Old Mrs. Zhang seemed to notice her daughter-in-law's concern. She added some food to Sanha's bowl and kindly said, "Sanha, since you will be coming early to study, you need to take it seriously.
You can't just do it sometimes, okay?"
Song Sanha nodded obediently. "Grandma, I understand. I will study hard." "Good boy." Old Mrs. Zhang nodded in satisfaction. After breakfast, it was still early, so Song Sai started to help Song Sanha with his studies. Although Sanha usually played around and chatted a lot, he had a good memory. He could recite a third of the three-character classic, though he didn't fully understand it. Growing up with his cousin, he knew that his cousin responded better to encouragement than criticism. So, after Sanha recited a small section, Sai exclaimed, "Cousin, you are really smart. You recited more than I did." Hearing this, Sanha felt proud and puffed out his chest, saying, "Well, I guess I'm okay. Since you are so smart, let me recite it for you, and you can see if I do it right." Sanha immediately nodded and smiled. "Okay, little brother, go ahead. If you can't, I'll help. All right." At the beginning, human nature is good. Nature is similar, but habits differ. If not taught, nature will change. The way to teach is to focus. Once Meng's mother.
Yada.
"Little brother, it's jade that is not carved will not become a useful tool." When Sai heard his brother stumble, he quickly corrected him, feeling pleased that he only needed to help a little. Yes, it's jade that is not carved will not become a useful tool." "Cousin, you remember it really well." Sai pretended to be surprised with his big round eyes. Cough, that's good. "Little brother, continue. I want to hear if there are other parts you struggle with." Sanha stood with his hands behind his back, looking serious like a teacher. Sai wanted to laugh, but continued reciting that the bond between father and son, the relationship between husband and wife. Brother.
What?
While stuttering through his lines, he looked to Song Sanha for help. Song Sanha, while his younger brother was struggling, was also silently repeating the lines in his mind. When he saw his brother unable to continue, he raised his head proudly and said in a calm tone, "A brother is a friend, a younger sibling is respectful." "Wow, Cousin Sanha, you're really smart," Song Sai exclaimed, covering his mouth with both hands in surprise. Song Sanha suppressed a smile and replied, "It's nothing. Keep going and I'll help you." Later, when Song Sai stumbled over a few more lines, Song Sanha easily helped him out. Feeling pleased with himself, he was about to share some brilliant thoughts when his younger brother's next words made him feel uneasy. Brother, you're so smart. I'll recite for you every day. If I don't understand something, will you teach me? Do we really need to recite every day? If he had to recite daily, he wouldn't have time to play after returning home, and that wouldn't do. The weather was nice, and there were many treasures waiting for him to explore on Crooked Neck Mountain. Cousin Sanha isn't afraid he can't recite later, is he? That's why he doesn't want to teach me, Song Sai said, looking at him with a doubtful expression. Song Sanha immediately felt displeased and replied, It's just studying, right? I'm 3 years older than you, so of course, I can learn better. Since you're so eager to recite, I'll agree to help you. He thought he could just review the material at home. He was a clever kid, and reciting wouldn't be hard for him.
Great.
After some playful banter, half an hour passed quickly. Song Sanyu came over, patted his son's head, and then his nephew's head, smiling. Let's go. It's time for school. The two boys, with their small bags, followed Song Sanyu to the school. The school they attended was closer to home, while the one for Cousin Sanha was a bit farther. After dropping off his son and watching him enter with Mr. Fong, he took his nephew to another school. This morning, they had wasted quite a bit of time with the reciting, and most of the morning study time had already passed. In the classroom, the second and third older brothers were diligently reciting. When they saw him arrive, they only greeted him casually. It wasn't their fault. Mr. Fong's questioning style yesterday had startled them, and they were worried about being called on today and not being able to answer. Although Song Sai was somewhat confident, he couldn't guarantee that he would answer correctly. After reaching his seat and settling in, he quickly took out his book and began to memorize it seriously. After a few rounds of practice, Jin Yuanbao suddenly appeared at the door, panting and holding his chest, saying, Phew. I thought I was going to miss morning practice. Fong Xingli frowned and said, Morning practice is almost over. It's fine if you miss it. Hee, it's not over yet, Jin Yuanbao replied without getting upset. He walked to his seat, placed his bag on the desk, and the next moment, a loud knocking sound came from outside. Jin Yuanbao immediately looked worried and said, No way, I haven't memorized it yet. The teacher won't randomly call on us again, will he? As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Fong walked in with his hands behind his back. He didn't say anything but scanned the room, making the seated students feel uneasy. Jin Yuanbao silently prayed to all the gods, hoping not to be called on. It seemed that Teacher Fong noticed the children's nervousness and said gently, Tomorrow is the Qingming festival, so you will have a day off. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but cheer, and Fong Xingli and Meng Jilin also felt happy. Song Sai secretly rejoiced. In his previous life, there were 2 days off each week, totaling 8 days a month. In ancient private schools, there was only 1 day off every 9 days, which was hardly enough rest. It was fine now that the weather was warm, but in winter it would be tough. However, he just complained in his mind, knowing that modern education provided at least 9 years of compulsory schooling, while in ancient times, one had to spend real money to have the chance to study, so it was important to cherish the opportunity. Seeing the children below looking happy and carefree, Teacher Fong stroked his beard and squinted his eyes, saying, Yuanbao and Xingli are 6 years old this year, while Jilin and Ziyuan are 5. Although you seem young, your time is tight. The children from wealthy and powerful families start their studies at the age of 3. After a pause, he continued, After you finish 3 Character Classic, you will also study 1000 Character Classic, 100 Family Surnames, and Jade Forest for young learners. Then you will need to learn Classic of Filial Piety, Great Learning, Doctrine of the Mean, Analects, and Mencius. By the time you finish all these books, you will have studied the 5 classics, and you will be at least 14 or 15 years old. Later, you can try for the student exam. If you are lucky enough to pass, there will be arithmetic and the 6 arts to study. By the way, the most important thing is calligraphy. Having good handwriting is crucial for the imperial examination. If your writing is poor, even if your essay is excellent, the examiner won't pay much attention. So I hope you all take your studies seriously and maintain a proper attitude. I'm not worried about the others, but I am concerned about Yuanbao. Worried about me? Why, teacher? Jin Yuanbao asked, confused, pointing to himself. Teacher Fong snorted and said seriously, "Even though you have never attended early classes, I know exactly who comes and how seriously they study. Jin Yuanbao, you call yourself the senior brother, but you have not set a good example for your 3 junior brothers. Whether in early classes or studying, you are always at the bottom." Feeling called out, Jin Yuanbao lowered his head shyly. Teacher Fong stroked his beard and continued in a gentler tone, "Among the children, your family is the most well-off, so you should have the best chance of passing. However, you daydream in class and do not study diligently. Your peers, who joined a month later, are already catching up to you. Don't you notice this?" Jin Yuanbao's face turned red, and he opened his mouth but couldn't find words to argue back. "Yuanbao, the teacher hopes you will study seriously and memorize carefully. You are very smart. You just need to focus more." "I'm sorry, teacher. I will work hard from now on," Jin Yuanbao said sincerely as he stood up to look at Teacher Fong. Teacher Fong nodded in satisfaction, waved for Yuanbao to sit down, and smiled. "Good. I will watch your progress, and the same goes for the rest of you." "Yes, teacher," the others quickly nodded in agreement. "Next, we will learn." Teacher Fong opened the book and began teaching earnestly. After Teacher Fong's words, the students took their studies more seriously, especially Jin Yuanbao. In the past, when Teacher Fong would leave for other classes, he would often get distracted and chat with his friends. Now, when the teacher went to other classrooms, Jin Yuanbao quietly focused on his book, making Song Sai feel a bit uneasy. Until the sound of the class bell rang outside, signaling the end of the lesson. Jin Yuanbao finally slumped onto the bench, closed his eyes, and looked a bit unwell. Fong Xingli, worried that Yuanbao might feel upset after being scolded by the teacher, gently comforted him, saying, "Yuanbao, don't be sad." "Yes, Yuanbao, when I go to school, I'll call you so we can go to morning practice together," Meng Jilin added to the encouragement. Right, senior brother Yuanbao, we will improve together," Song Sai also chimed in, fearing that the little guy might get angry and develop a dislike for school. The teacher really should have discussed such matters privately. Even though they were young, they still cared about their pride.
"Sad?"
"I'm not sad. I'm just thinking about what delicious food my mom prepared for me today. I was in such a rush for morning practice that I didn't even have time to open my lunchbox. I hope there's a chicken leg. If not, smoked meat will do, hee. Jin Yuanbao said while rubbing his chin in imagination. Noticing the strange looks from everyone, he smiled and added, "You don't think I'm unhappy because the teacher scolded me, do you?" "I'm a little upset, but the teacher spoke the truth. I haven't been studying seriously lately, but I've decided that I will study hard with all of you from now on." It must be said that the phrase "a broad mind leads to a healthy body" perfectly fits Jin Yuanbao. Everyone thought he would be sad, but he was completely unaffected. No matter what the other two thought, Song Sai truly admired him.
Stop thinking about it.
"Aunt Lu should have our food warmed up by now. Let's go get it," he said, rushing out first. The others exchanged glances and followed him. The little chubby boy kept his word. By the time afternoon classes started, he sat up straight, his little head bobbing, and was incredibly focused, making Fong the teacher very pleased. Time flew by, and the school bell rang again. The group packed their small bags, said their goodbyes, and headed home with their families. On the way, Song Sai cheerfully said, "Dad, tomorrow is Qingming Festival. Take me home with you. We have a day off." "Really? That's great. I was thinking of asking for your leave today, but I was worried it might affect your studies." When they got home, Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Wang were making green rice balls, also known as Qingming cakes. These are usually made during the Qingming festival for children to enjoy. Back when the Song family hadn't split up yet, they had made them a few times, but with so many kids, there wasn't much for each one. Looking at the glutinous rice flour in the wooden basin today, it seemed they were making quite a lot this time. Song Dajun was also busy, heating water in the kitchen. When the water boiled, Mrs. Zhang added the cleaned mugwort to the hot pot, briefly blanching it before rinsing it in cold water and placing it on a small table in the yard. On the table was a wooden cutting board with a small hole in the center. Mrs. Zhang placed the mugwort on the board and took out a wooden mallet from the kitchen, starting to pound the mugwort. During this process, she occasionally added some water, and soon the mugwort juice began to flow out. After a while, there was a whole bowl of mugwort juice. Wang added the juice to the prepared glutinous rice flour, mixed it well, and kneaded it into a smooth dough. She then dripped a few drops of lard on top, covered it with a damp cloth, and waited for it to rise. "All right, it still needs to rise a bit longer. Let's go eat," Wang said as she brought the small table into the kitchen. Seeing her sons staring eagerly at the wooden basin, she smiled and asked, "Are you excited to eat the green dumplings later?" Song Sai nodded sweetly and said, "Yes, I want to eat more this time." "Okay," Wang replied cheerfully, patting her son's little head, then turned to start cleaning the dishes. At dinner, Song Dajing took a few sips of porridge, put down his chopsticks, and said softly, "Third, I've noticed you've been out and about these past few days. Have you found any small business opportunities? Your mother and I have been staying in town and are getting restless without work." "Exactly. You used to think about living well every day, and now that we are living well, you're still thinking about that small piece of land at home," Mrs. Zhang remarked. "The elderly just can't sit still. It's like the neighbor who always helped him in his past life. The neighbor's wife passed away early, and he raised several sons by himself. Later, all the sons got into good universities and did well. They were also very filial, often inviting the neighbor to stay with them. However, he never went, and even when he did, he would return early after just celebrating a holiday. Despite receiving a retirement pension of 7,000 or 8,000 a month, allowing him to enjoy retirement, he just couldn't sit still. He either collected cardboard in the community or mediated disputes among neighbors, always being a worrywart. Especially for him. Ever since he learned that his parents had divorced and left him behind, he can't remember how many meals the neighbor has fed him. In the end, he lived at the neighbor's house during the day, only returning home to sleep at night. Some said the old man was raising him like a son. After starting college, he got used to calling the neighbor once a week. Otherwise, he felt empty inside. After graduating from college and not finding a good job right away, it was the neighbor who helped him get an internship at a company. However, he couldn't handle the long hours and decided to quit. The old man then encouraged him to take a civil service exam, thinking it would allow for a better work-life balance. During that time, the old man was always by his side. He wondered how sad the old man would be after he passed away, especially since he hadn't had the chance to repay him properly. "I've been around this town a lot these days and noticed that food sells well. Simple items like meat buns, wontons, dumplings, and noodles are made by several people. If we want to sell something, we need to come up with something new, but I haven't thought of any ideas yet," Song Sanyu said, scratching his head with a frustrated expression. "Think about it some more. There's no rush," old Zhang comforted him. "You're right, Mom," Wang replied, then added after a moment, "By the way, Sanyu, we need to prepare some firewood for tomorrow. I asked about the firewood in this town, and it costs 6 coins for a bundle, which is a bit expensive. Since we're going back tomorrow, we can chop some from the mountain to bring home." Wang was very supportive of saving money and smiled. "Yes, we can all go back together tomorrow and chop more. We can use the ox cart to bring it back, and it will last us for a while." "Sounds good." After dinner, they tidied up a bit, and as it got dark, old Zhang lit a candle and went to the kitchen with Wang to make green rice cakes. Song Danian and Song Sanyu took some bamboo and carving knives and followed them into the kitchen. The two hadn't found a good way to make money lately, but they had made great progress in their carving skills. They thought that since the hourglass could measure time, it could also be sold for some money. With a ready storefront at home, they decided to practice their carving on the bamboo, preparing to make the hourglass more exquisite so they could earn some money from their skills. Song Sai was very supportive after learning about it and offered many suggestions. He advised his father and grandfather to carve some cute animals on the bamboo. Later, when he saw the finished products they made, they were quite disappointing. So, he used his imagination and thought of some simple cartoon mice, kittens, and puppies from his past life. With just a few strokes, they came to life. His father and grandfather followed his lead and carved some decent ones too. Later, Song Sai suggested adding some nice phrases like wealth and prosperity. "May all your wishes come true. Congratulations on your wealth and smooth sailing." He even took a piece of paper to ask the teacher to write these phrases down so his father and grandfather could learn them. Now, they were getting more skilled at carving and were ready to try it out after the Qingming festival. Everyone in the house was busy in the kitchen, and Song Sai was not idle either. After a quick wash, he returned to his room, lit a candle, and seriously did a set of eye exercises at his desk. Then he began to memorize what the teacher had taught that day. He recited it several times from start to finish, thought about the main ideas, and finally used a small wooden board to cover parts of the text, reciting what was hidden. After repeating over a dozen sentences, Song Sai nodded in satisfaction, put down his book, and headed straight to the kitchen. A delicious smell was already wafting from the kitchen. As soon as Song Sai walked in, he was handed a green rice dumpling. The outer layer was made from glutinous rice flour, giving it a chewy texture. The filling was red bean paste, which was smooth and delicate, contrasting nicely with the soft outer layer. What surprised Song Sai the most was that one of the dumplings even had an egg yolk inside. From what he knew, ancient times didn't have savory green dumplings. Perhaps only sweet ones were common in their area. This was a nice twist. He used to love rice balls filled with chicken and egg yolk, always choosing the egg yolk. Suddenly, Song Sai had a bright idea. They could make breakfast. Rice balls wouldn't work since they needed ketchup, which he had never seen, and even if it existed, it probably wasn't affordable for their family. But they could make egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes. The egg pancakes only needed simple ingredients like flour, shredded potatoes, and seaweed. They had soybean paste at home, and a little chili powder could be bought. Stirring it into the potatoes and seaweed would surely taste great. As for the mixed grain pancakes, they only needed corn flour, and the rest was the same as the egg pancakes. They just needed to get a flat pan and a small spatula. He really was an ordinary but clever little moneymaker.
Hee hee.
Seeing his son eating and smiling foolishly, Song Sanyid said happily, "What's going on? Are you that happy eating a green rice cake?" Song Sai struggled to swallow the green rice cake in his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he watched his family laugh. The others felt a little uneasy from his laughter, and Mrs. Zhang began to think of strange ideas. Song Sai then looked around and said, "Mom, Dad, Grandma, I have an idea for a business we can start." "Really?" Wang Shi was a bit surprised. Then she noticed the bean paste on her son's mouth and laughed. "You're not suggesting we sell green rice cakes, are you? That won't work. Everyone can make them, and people won't want to spend money on them." Mrs. Zhang agreed, saying green rice cakes are an old recipe. "My dear grandson, are you thinking of salty green rice cakes? That won't work either. Duck eggs are too expensive, and people in town won't buy them unless we come up with a business that costs just a few cents. Then it might sell better in town, but for that price, it seems like we only have buns, steamed bread, and fried dough sticks." Song Sanyid and Song Danian, who were sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. "Son, it's getting late. You should go to bed soon." Song Sanyid noticed that an hour had passed and quickly reminded him. "I know, Dad. Listen to me. I'm not talking about green rice cakes. I'm talking about egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes." "What are egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes? I've never heard of them. Do they have eggs and flour?" Mrs. Zhang became interested in food. Wang Shi and Song Sanyid also became curious. Previously, it was their son who told them about dried leeches and salted duck eggs. Did he have another good idea? "Yes, Grandma. You're really smart. Since we can make buns and steamed bread with flour, why can't we make thin pancakes and fill them with some vegetables to eat?" Song Sai praised Mrs. Zhang with a big thumbs up. Mrs. Zhang felt a bit shy from her grandson's straightforward compliment, while Song Danian, seeing his wife's awkwardness, lowered his head and chuckled while carving a bamboo tube. "Son, can you explain in detail what we need for these egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes? I want to see how much it will cost and what the price should be if we make them," Song Sanyid said seriously, putting down his carving knife and bamboo tube. He truly believed that it was better to control the business himself, even if it meant earning less, rather than having others dictate terms. "For egg pancakes, we need eggs, whole wheat flour, shredded potatoes, and seaweed. The most important ingredients are soybean paste and chili powder. Mixed grain pancakes are similar. We can use corn flour or brown rice flour." "Dad, can you calculate the cost?" Eggs, brown rice flour, shredded potatoes, and sauces are easy to talk about, but the main concerns are chili powder and kombu. There's no need to mention chili powder. I asked Lou at the restaurant about it before, and he said it's a bit more expensive than salt. Kombu isn't as pricey, especially in coastal areas where it's abundant, but getting it here costs about 10 coins per pound. Adding all this up, a simple egg pancake would cost at least 5 or 6 coins, and that might not even be enough, Song Sanyu thought worriedly. Wang felt optimistic, saying, Sanyu, these are just ideas. When we get home tomorrow, let's try making it ourselves and see the actual costs. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Exactly. We haven't even tried making it yet, so let's wait until we get back and give it a shot. Song Danian shared the same thought, suggesting they buy a little of the ingredients to test the flavor. If it turns out well, they could use it in their shop, giving him and his wife something to do instead of being idle all day. He nodded and said, I think that's a good idea. He then turned to his grandson, affectionately patting his little head and smiling. Studying is great. Look at my grandson, already thinking about helping the family.
Ha ha ha.
Hearing his son being praised made Song Sanyu laugh heartily as he patted his son's small back, feeling proud that his son was not only his only child but also the reason for their family's success. Wang finished putting the last green dumpling into a wooden basin, washed her hands, and smiled. All right, it's getting late. Let's all go back and rest. Dad, Sanyu, you two should stop working. It's hard on the eyes to work at night.
Okay.
The two agreed, tidying up their tools before heading back to their rooms. Song Sai said goodbye to the adults and hurried to his own room. Once back, he lay on his bed, reciting what he learned today and reviewing previous lessons before finally falling asleep. Knowing his parents would definitely return for Qingming, Song Erniu drove the ox cart early the next morning. Wang packed the green dumplings into a basket along with the incense, paper money, and offerings that Song Sanyu bought earlier. They all climbed onto the ox cart, as ancestor worship usually happens in the morning, so they left early, while the air still held a hint of coolness. Wang held her son close, gently rocking him as they traveled. During the Qingming festival, the rain falls gently, and travelers on the road feel a deep sadness. This line of poetry is quite accurate. Although it isn't raining, a fine mist covers the distant mountains, as if they are draped in a light veil, creating a hazy and mysterious atmosphere. Unlike the gloomy weather, the Song family in the car is in a good mood. They have recently moved from the village to the town, and after some time, they find themselves missing Song Family Village. With the ox cart moving quickly, they soon arrive at Song Family Village. The village has been bustling lately, with everyone talking about what business Song Sanyu is involved in and how much money he has made to afford renting a place in town. People who go to town to sell vegetables say that Song Sanyu's rented house even has a shop, which is quite impressive. When he lived in the village, no one noticed the wealth gap, but now that he is in town, people feel a bit awkward when they see Song Sanyu's family. Auntie, uncle, you're back. It's been a while since we last saw you, said Song Ping, the village chief's son, as he greeted them with a smile while carrying a hoe. Xiao Ping, are you heading to the fields? Song Ping nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm planning to loosen the soil a bit. Old Zhang waved his hand and said with a grin, you should go early, otherwise, when the sun is high, it will be hard to dig. As they walked from the village entrance to the old house, Old Zhang and the elder acted like officials on an inspection, waving and greeting everyone they passed, even those working in their yards. The couple was showing off, and the key was that the second uncle and the old man were very cooperative, making the ox cart move very slowly. Song Si felt like jumping off to walk instead. Finally, they reached home, where everyone from the big house and the second house was already waiting at the new house. They were waiting to go together to pay respects to their ancestors. This ritual is usually led by the older generation, so the people from the two houses thought that Song Ernyo and his family should be back soon, so they arrived early. See, you finally returned. I thought your school wouldn't have a break. Song Sand, he rushed over as soon as he saw the ox cart. After Song Si got down, he excitedly ran over to him. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, little brother, the other children from the big house greeted one by one. Song Si also politely walked over to greet them, saying uncle, auntie, older brother, older sister, second sister, third sister, good morning. Then, he took out some hairpins from his small bag and handed one to each of his sisters, smiling as he said, eldest sister, second sister, third sister, I saw these in town and thought they would look great on you, so I bought them for you. Big flower, second flower, and third flower were very happy to receive the head flower. Although there were occasionally peddlers who came by, they sold only a few simple items, so there wasn't much to choose from. The little brother brought back these new styles, and everyone was delighted. He was really good to them. Li was pleased to see both her daughters happy. Her husband was right. The Four Rivers family had a good nature and thought of them even when they went to town. Wang forced a smile, but inside she grumbled, feeling it was unfair. Her family worked hard all their lives but never made much money, while this family seemed to thrive without effort. It was better they left and didn't come back. Recently, old Zhang was particularly satisfied with Li. Although she was usually a bit slow-witted and often stirred up trouble when they lived together, something had changed. She seemed to have become smarter. She heard from Nyo that the vegetable garden behind their new house was all taken care of by Li. Whenever Nyo went out to do business, he would bring back plenty of vegetables for them to eat. Because of this, old Zhang found Li more and more agreeable. But Zhang was still confused, always calculating and scheming without realizing that her own family wasn't getting rich either. Now that the third family was renting a cart from the first family for business, they hadn't even come to express their gratitude, as if it were expected. Sigh. The eldest's wife really seemed hopeless, and it was a pity for the eldest and the children. Women were allowed to go to the graves, so they prepared incense, candles, offerings, and paper money, and headed to the ancestral grave. Once Song Sanyu brought the ox cart into the new house and closed the door, the group walked toward the Crooked Neck Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a flat area with good feng shui. Nearby villages had decided to bury their elders there. On Qingming Festival, people from all around would come to this spot, and along the way, they encountered many villagers carrying offerings. At the foot of the Crooked Neck Mountain, the rapeseed flowers were golden, and the air was filled with the scent of earth and fresh grass. Song Sai curiously looked around, gazing at the endless mountains in the distance, suddenly thinking of his grandparents' home, where a large mountain surrounded the village, making it hard to leave. Song Dajing led the way and stopped in front of a small grave mound. Uncle and Dad placed their baskets down and took out sickles to clear the weeds around the grave. The women helped set out the offerings. The main house prepared pastries, the second house brought a bowl of white rice and a plate of rice cakes, and the third house contributed green dumplings and a jar of wine. After arranging the offerings, Song Dajing lit incense and led everyone in kneeling. Mom and Dad, I am your youngest son, Dajing. Today is Qingming Festival, and I have brought the whole family to pay our respects. We're doing well. By the way, Dad, we have 2 scholars in the family now, your great-grandson Sanha and your little great-grandson Sai. They're both doing well in their studies. I hope you two can bless our family with peace and good health from above. Song's father spoke at length. Song Dania knelt beside him, burning paper money. Once the burning was done, Song Sanyu opened the wooden stopper on the wine jar and poured some on the ground, saying, Grandpa, enjoy a drink. After Song's father finished speaking, he bowed 3 times. Once he was done, everyone else joined in with their hands together in prayer. Song Sai respectfully knelt nearby, bowed 3 times, and then looked up at the blurred inscriptions on the tombstone, feeling a mix of reverence and curiosity for the ancestors he had never met, wondering if they would know about his soul from another world. When the ceremony ended, a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated the area around the ancestral grave with green pines and cypress trees. Though the farmers prepared offerings for their ancestors, in the end, the food went into their children's stomachs. Old Zhang brought out a full plate of green dumplings and shared one with each adult and child. However, it was a bit awkward that the pastries prepared by Jiang only had 6 pieces, leaving none for Song Sai. Dahu hurriedly gave her piece to her little brother, smiling, Here, little brother, you eat this. I don't like pastries. Jiang seemed to feel a bit embarrassed and awkwardly added, "Yes, Dahu doesn't like them, so we didn't prepare any for her, haha." Song Sai felt a bit uncomfortable, unsure whether to think of Aunt as clever or foolish. Was it really necessary to be so particular about such matters? Come, eat the rice cakes I made," Li said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh as she brought over her rice cakes and offered them to Song Sai. The elderly couple present, along with Wang and Song Sanyo, looked very serious. Although the couple from the second house tried to hide their amusement, it was still noticeable that they were sneaking smiles. Song Dinyo felt embarrassed and frustrated, realizing for the first time that his wife was truly impossible. Why did she always have to fuss over such small matters? During the new year, he had let her take all the meat, yet she secretly took a pound. Now, because of some pastries, couldn't she remember the good things that the third family had done for them? Didn't she see that their family was earning a stable income of 300 to 400 when each month from the ox cart business? It was as if her mind was clouded and not clear at all. The children from the first house were also speechless at their mother's behavior. Why did she always have to create trouble over everything? Seeing the changing expressions on the eldest child's face, Song Dinyen sighed inwardly. He regretted thinking that since the eldest was older, he should marry early. Now, having married someone like this, he could only suffer in silence. "All right, let's go home." Song Dinyen gently patted Song Dinyo's shoulder and said. Wang shot a fierce glare at Jiang, returning the pastries and Song Si's hands back to Dehua. "Dehua, you can eat it yourself. My Si he doesn't need these." Originally, each family was supposed to prepare offerings for ancestor worship, and after the ceremony, they would share food with the children. But now, she had to pull this stunt. It seemed like the sister-in-law was getting worse with age. Dehua felt awkward holding the pastries, glancing at her mother standing still, and then at the others walking away. Thinking about her mother saying she didn't like to eat them, she felt a bit upset and returned the pastries to Jiang, following her family back home. Jiang thought the third family was making a big deal out of nothing. Just a few days ago, they had sent fresh bamboo shoots. Now it was just a piece of pastry. Was it really worth getting angry over? Once they returned to the new house, Song Dinyo, feeling embarrassed, didn't stay long and took the 3 children back home. Li Shi noticed her in-laws looked unhappy and for once, acted wisely by taking Song Sanhe, who was chattering and reluctant to leave the new house, back with her. Song Ernyo wanted to say something but felt it was inappropriate since his younger brother had already commented on his sister-in-law, so he just called out and followed Li Shi back. Once inside the house, old Zhang didn't want to say much. It was fine. The children would have their own fortunes. Since they had already divided the family, they were getting older, and as long as the main direction was correct, that was enough. After resting for a while, Song Sanyo and Song Dinyen prepared their sickles, axes, and ropes to go chop some firewood at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the village chief appeared at the door, smiling as he walked in with his hands behind his back. "Why are you here, big brother?"
"Please sit down."
Song Dinyen warmly welcomed the village chief into the living room. "Uncle, please sit. I'll go make some tea for you," Wang said with a smile as she got up and headed to the kitchen. "No need to trouble yourself. I just want to sit for a bit." The village chief waved his hand and laughed. Old Zhang smiled warmly, pulling his little grandson onto his lap and cheerfully said, "What trouble? Is there something the village chief needs?" Hearing this, Song Yukai felt a bit awkward and said, "Dinian, sister-in-law, I won't beat around the bush. I want to help the villagers earn more money. I heard from Dainiu and Erniu that you have a shop in town. I was wondering if I could rent a small space in your shop to sell vegetables and some wild bamboo shoots and mushrooms from the mountains." After he finished speaking, seeing that Song Dinian and the others were silent, he added with a smile, "Don't worry, we won't take advantage of you. We just want a fixed stall. We will pay for the rent and for Dainiu to transport the goods. There are over 50 households in the village, and there are plenty of things to sell every day. Dinian, what do you think?" The village chief, noticing Song Dinian's silence, asked eagerly. Come, let's have some tea." At that moment, Wang returned with a teapot and poured a cup for everyone. Song Danian raised his cup and glanced at Song Sanyu, who smiled and said, "Uncle, if it's just your family, we would definitely help. But for the whole village, there will be a lot of products.
How will we sell them?
What prices will we set? If something goes wrong, it could cause trouble." Song Sanyu, tried to help the villagers find a business for dried leeches. "Yes, I admit I made some money, but the villagers benefited too. I'm sure you've heard the gossip in the village. I don't want to do a good deed and be criticized behind my back. Besides, renting a space, transporting goods, and selling vegetables all require money and people. Will the villagers be willing to pay? If we end up doing this and people say my family is profiting from them, it would be better not to do it at all." The village chief nodded. Danian made a good point, and he had heard the village gossip as well. He had privately warned a few families who talked too much. Recently, many villagers had come to him asking him to lead this project. He thought it could work out well. In spring and summer, there are many types of vegetables and mountain goods, and if they had a fixed shop with fresh supplies every day, it could be profitable. However, since the shop belonged to Danian's family and they did not agree, the village chief felt it was not his place to push further. After sipping some tea and chatting for a bit, he left. Song Sai watched the whole process and felt that the village chief was wise and practical. He was willing to humble himself for the villagers and didn't get angry when rejected. Quite impressive. After the village chief left, Song Danian didn't say much. He took a sickle and went with Lao San to chop firewood at the foot of the mountain. Lao Zhang took Wang Shi to prepare lunch. They thought they would occasionally return to the new house, so they left some food there, which was now useful. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quickly picked vegetables and washed rice. Feeling bored, Song Sai went to the old house. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard his uncle angrily scolding his aunt in the yard. It seemed like a bad time to visit, so he quietly turned back. "Shao He," a rough, hoarse voice called from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Song Sai quickly turned around. It was his uncle Wang Gui, and his second uncle Wang Yu was also there. Both were carrying baskets and looked happy to see him. Song Sai smiled and ran over, saying sweetly, "Uncle, second uncle, what brings you here? Luckily you arrived now. Our family is going back to town this afternoon, or you would have missed us." Wang Gui laughed heartily, bent down, and hugged his little nephew, saying, "Looks like we arrived just in time." He then lifted Song Sai a bit and joked, "You've gained weight and grown taller since last year." Wang Yu smiled and patted his nephew's head, saying, "Not only taller and heavier, but you've also become quite handsome, even better looking than your little brother Xiao. Haha, old too. If that little girl hears you say that, she won't be happy." Haha. Wang Yu scratched his head and laughed foolishly. The group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the new house. When Wang Shi heard her brother's voices outside, she thought she misheard. But when she heard her son call out to his uncles, she believed it and quickly wiped her hands on her apron, rushing outside. Seeing her brothers, she was overjoyed. "Eldest brother, second brother, what brings you here?" Old Zhang heard that her daughter-in-law's family had arrived and quickly came out, warmly saying, "Oh, Chen Yun, eldest brother, second brother, you came at the perfect time. The meal will be ready soon. Please rest in the yard." "Sorry to bother you, Aunt. My mother sent some things for my sister," Wang Gui said as he set down his basket with a smile. "No bother at all," Old Zhang said, smiling widely at the sight of a basket full of meat. Wang Gui scanned the yard and, not seeing his brother-in-law, curiously asked, "Chen Yun, where is San Niu?" Wang was busy preparing wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits when she heard her older brother ask a question. Without looking up, she replied, "I'm going to chop firewood at the foot of the mountain. I should be back soon." Wang Gui and Wang Yu heard their brother-in-law was working outside, so they headed out. Wang urged them to take a break, but they didn't stop. Song Sai felt bored at home, so he followed them outside. The Crooked Neck Mountain was vast, stretching for hundreds of miles. The trees in the mountains were lush and green, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, making a rustling sound. Occasionally, clear bird songs echoed in the distance, adding life to the peaceful forest. By the time Song Sai and the others arrived, their father and grandfather had already gathered and chopped half a cart of firewood. Wang Gui and Wang Yu saw the two busy figures and greeted them before starting to collect firewood. Noticing their brother-in-law and father-in-law were exhausted and panting, they quickly took the sickle and axe to chop wood. The older and younger uncles were strong. The older uncle swung his axe with great force, easily breaking thick branches, while the younger uncle skillfully cut smaller twigs with his sickle, working efficiently. After about half an hour, the cart was piled high with firewood. Song Sanyu secured the firewood with hemp rope, then led the cart toward the new house. When guests arrived at the house, they prepared a nice meal. Old Mrs. Zhang cleaned a wild chicken and a wild duck, making chicken stir-fry, duck soup, stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, stir-fried vegetables, and stir-fried ferns. Although the two vegetable dishes were vegetarian, they were cooked with the oil from the cured meat, looking very appetizing. With 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a soup, and a bowl of fragrant white rice, it was simply delicious. The older and younger uncles had walked from Wangjia village, carrying over 100 pounds of wild game. By now, they were very hungry, and when they smelled the food, their stomachs growled loudly. The group quickly devoured the meal. By late afternoon, the family was still gathered around the table talking. Wang boiled a pot of water and brewed some tea, pouring a cup for everyone, even giving Song Sai a small bowl. This was Song Sai's first time receiving such treatment. In the past, whenever he wanted tea, his mother would say he wouldn't be able to sleep. Now that he had tea, he quickly picked up the small bowl and took a gentle sniff. The tea had a fragrant aroma with a hint of the wild. Taking a sip, the initial taste was slightly bitter, followed by a sweet aftertaste, leaving a hint of sweetness on his tongue. The tea, though not refined, had a unique simplicity and warmth. Uncle Wang Gui took a sip of tea, looked up at the sky, and smiled. Chun Yun, San Nyo, it's getting late. We should head back, otherwise it will be dark and the night road is hard to walk on. Right, second uncle quickly agreed with his older brother. Don't rush, big brother and second brother. Tonight, you can stay with us at our new house in town, Song Sanyo said sincerely as he put down his tea bowl. Wang Shi nodded eagerly. Only her family knew about the new house, and it would be nice to have her 2 brothers stay over. They could tell their parents, who would surely be happy to hear the news. No need to trouble yourselves, Wang Gui said, pleased that his sister was doing well with her new house and that her younger sister was studying in town. Big brother, the house we bought is right on the street in town. During market days, we can just open the door and sell. We also have a shop where we can do some small business. I thought you could bring your game to our house to sell, so you wouldn't have to worry about it not selling or walking back at night, he added, inspired by the village chief's suggestion. Since his brothers-in-law were visiting, he thought it would be helpful for his father-in-law, who had nothing to do in town. Wang Shi's face lit up with joy. She remembered how, before she got married, her father and older brother would carry game to sell, leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. Each time they went, the family worried about their safety. If they could just bring the game to her house, it would ease everyone's worries. Before Wang Shi could say anything, the elderly Song arrived, looking lively. San Nyo, what you said makes sense. A few days ago, I wandered around town and noticed there isn't a shop that sells game. Besides market days when hunters sell, there's hardly anything else. If our family could sell game regularly, the business should do well over time. Yes, the old man is right. When it gets hot, we can pickle or smoke the game to sell. Old Mrs. Zhang agreed with her husband and son. Among their 3 families, the 3rd family was the best for selling game, and old Mrs. Zhang naturally supported the idea. Wang Gui felt excited when he heard his brother-in-law say they had a shop and could sell wild game. After hearing what Chun Yun's parents said, he felt even more eager. Their home was too far from town, and every trip meant traveling at night, which was unsafe. If they could send their goods to his sister's house for her to help sell, it would save them a lot of trouble. Song Sai, who was sitting on his father's lap, also had an idea. He quickly raised his small hand, his eyes shining, and said, Uncle, The wild game that our uncles want to sell can't be much. Mom and Dad, why don't we let Grandpa and Grandma buy some wild game in the village? We can sell it in town, and if we can't sell it all, we can send it to the county. If Grandpa and Grandma can make money buying wild game, then our uncles won't have to run to the mountains every day, which is dangerous. I even saw a bruise on Uncle's shoulder just now. When he said this, everyone thought it was a good idea and admired how thoughtful the little boy was. Wang Gui's heart softened, and he gently picked up his little nephew from his brother-in-law's arms and held him close, softly stroking his little face while praising him. My little, he is so smart. Studying really makes a difference. All right, Uncle will listen to you. He then smiled at Wang and Song Sani and said, Today, my brother, and I will go with you. Of course, that sounds great. Song Sani chuckled. His son's idea was indeed good. If they couldn't sell the wild game in town, they could try the county. He believed that Manager Liu in the county would be happy to help. After discussing everything, they realized it was getting late. Song Sani led the ox cart filled with firewood, and the others followed him to town. Along the way, Song Sai never touched the ground. He was either on his uncle's shoulder or his other uncle's. Although it was more comfortable than walking, his uncle's muscles were quite hard, and after a while his little bottom felt sore. As they chatted and laughed about the shop's future, they soon arrived in town. His house was very close to the town gate, and from there, one could see the eaves of his home. Song Sai pointed to the house in the distance and patted his uncle's head, saying, Uncle, that's my house. Don't get it wrong next time. Uncle Wang Gui smiled and said, I got it. Uncle, you must come when I have a day off, Song Sai added. Wang teased his little nephew. Why is that? Because when you come, it's lively at home, and we have delicious wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits to eat. Because that guy Jin Yuanbao talks every day about how much he has seen out in the world, he wants to take a few friends from the private school to see the sights too. When they see such a big pile of game brought in, they will surely be amazed. They had not planned to come to town often, but since they were there for a while, one of them joked, Haha, so you just want to eat good food. Your other uncle can't satisfy you, but I can provide plenty of wild chickens and ducks. Yes, plenty. The second uncle grinned and agreed.
Hee.
Song Sai felt he was getting better at pretending to be a child and didn't feel awkward anymore. When they got home, the first thing the first and second uncles did was go to the outer shop. The room was empty and looked quite spacious. When they opened the window, they could see the street and many people strolling around. Just by looking at the location, Wang Gui knew that the wild game selling business could work. If they really started buying, both their family and the brother-in-law's family could make a little profit. Especially for his own family. If this business went well, they could hunt less often and avoid injuries. What do you think, brothers? This location is great, right? I was thinking we could do some business here and sell wild game too, so it would be killing two birds with one stone. Song Sanyu was very pleased with his choice and luck, having just bought a house and finding such a good shop location. It felt like a gift from heaven. Wang Gui patted his brother-in-law's shoulder and smiled. Sanyu, you really made a good purchase. You have a good eye. With the approval from his powerful brother-in-law, Song Sanyu felt refreshed. Since it was the first time the older brothers visited their new home in town, they planned to cook a nice meal that evening. And when they returned the next day, they definitely couldn't let them go back empty-handed. Wang thought for a moment and then took her son to the grocery store. Since her family lived deep in the mountains, buying essentials like salt and sugar would be a good idea. Wang visited the grocery store often, so the owner had become familiar with her. Plus, since she was straightforward when buying things, the store owner became even more friendly. Oh, Sister Song is here. What do you want to buy today? Little he is here too. The store owner said, then turned and grabbed a handful of dried longan to give to Song Sai. Seeing the owner's generosity made Wang smile even more. My family has guests from my side, so I came to see what I could buy to take back. The grocery store owner smiled knowingly and said, That's right. So, what do you want to buy? I'll pack it for you. Wang knew the items in the store well from her many visits and replied without hesitation, Give me a pound of salt, a pound of sugar, 10 pounds of fine rice, and 10 pounds of fine flour. That's all. Sure. The store owner grinned widely at the large order. Also, I need 2 pounds of brown sugar. Her older brother had quietly suggested this to her. Their sister-in-law was pregnant, and they wanted to buy some brown sugar to help her recover after the baby was born. Salt is 200 coins, sugar is 100 coins, fine rice is 180 coins, fine flour is 200 coins, and with the brown sugar, it totals 880 coins. You can pay 870 coins, the store owner said cheerfully, discounting 10 coins. Wang was pleased to hear this and quickly paid. After leaving the grocery store, she rushed to the butcher to buy 2 pounds of meat. Wang hurriedly pulled her son home. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw old Zhang by the well, cleaning fresh fish. The others were busy too. Song Sanni and Song Danian were unloading firewood from the cart, while her uncle had already taken off his outer robe, showing off his strong arms as he chopped wood energetically. Her second uncle was neatly stacking the chopped wood by the yard. Although dinner was quite plentiful, the fish didn't taste great. It had a strong fishy smell. If only they had some chili powder, it would be so much better. Sigh. Why can't people be content? In the past, just having a meal with meat was enough to be grateful for, but now with both fish and meat, they started wanting even more. Tonight was special because her uncles were visiting, so Song Sai had to sleep in his parents' room. Returning to the familiar spot after a few months, he couldn't help but move quickly to lie down next to his mother. Breathing in her unique scent, he soon fell into a deep sleep, though it wasn't very peaceful. He dreamt of riding in a cart and jolted awake throughout the night. The next morning, Song Sai woke up early. His mother and grandmother were likely busy in the kitchen making breakfast, and he could hear the sound of a knife chopping vegetables. 2 old hens, probably waiting for their owner to feed them, were anxiously scratching at their cage, clucking loudly. His uncles were discussing something with his father and grandfather, and their cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. It was around 6:30, and the sky was still a bit gray, not fully bright. Thinking that the teacher might check their memorization today, Song Sai closed his eyes in bed and silently recited everything he had learned from start to finish before finally getting up to get dressed. Once in the yard, the first thing he did was quickly feed his 2 mother hens. He pulled out the wooden board under the chicken coop, which had some chicken droppings on it. He lifted one corner of the board and dumped the droppings onto the vegetable patch in the yard. The patch wasn't very big, about 20 square meters, and it was currently growing spinach, chrysanthemum greens, and rapeseed, looking very green and pleasing to the eye. After disposing of the droppings, he rinsed the board with water by the well and placed it back under the chickens. Finally, he put some rice husks in the feeding bowl next to the chicken coop and added a few spinach leaves. With that, his household chores for the day were officially done. Breakfast was simple. His uncles were in a hurry to return home to discuss selling wild game, so they ate quickly. They noticed that his sister had bought a basket of items for them to take back, but didn't refuse, thinking that if they visited more often, they could bring more meat for their little nephew. Being too polite might make things awkward. After his uncles left, his second uncle arrived with a cart and his cousin Santang. When they reached the small courtyard, Song San had jumped off the cart and cheerfully said, "Little brother, I'm here to help you memorize." Song Sai felt a bit embarrassed. His cousin was quite nice. After dropping off his son, the second uncle hurried back. The Song family was curious, and Song Sanho explained, "My dad arranged a moving job a couple days ago, so he's rushing back to work." Song Sanyu understood. His older brother was a bit foolish, but the second brother was clever, even if he married a silly wife. However, compared to the older sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law had become stronger. "Cough, cough, little brother, recite for me to see if you're right," said Song Sanyu, hands behind his back, looking confident.
Okay.
It was better not to discourage his cousin's enthusiasm. In the beginning, human nature is good. The younger brother should. Little brother is wise. Keep going, corrected Song Sanha, puffing out his chest as if he had accomplished something great. A smile flashed in Song Sai's eyes as he continued. The sun, water, fire, wood, metal, earth. The right is the plateau, the left is the sea. The sun. the sun. Today, the rivers flow, and the Huai River is full, Song Sanha added without thinking, but in his heart, he wondered how his younger brother could be considered smart. Adults really like to use polite phrases, especially his father. Song Sai continued to fill in a few sentences, and Song Sanha was able to keep up, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he took on the role of a little teacher in front of Song Sai. When the time was almost up, Song Sanyu took each child by the hand and hurried them to the private school. They arrived a bit earlier today, and only the senior student, Fang Xingli, was there. When he saw the younger student arrive, he greeted him warmly and quickly went back to reciting. Fang Xingli was the most diligent and hardworking student among them. Although his older brother, Yuan Bao, was not serious, he was still quite clever. Only Fang Xingli was the type who memorized everything by heart. A 6-year-old child, he was always the first to leave the classroom and the last to go, often struggling with his studies. Fang Xingli probably realized that he needed to study harder than before. With the soul of an adult, he sometimes found it hard to focus in class. But whenever he looked up and saw his senior brother, he was always seriously reading, which sometimes made him feel tired just watching. Senior brother Xingli, Song Sai said, putting down his book. He decided to study together with his senior brother to see if he could help adjust his studying method. It wouldn't take away from his own learning and could help deepen their memories. When Fang Xingli heard his younger brother call him, he put down his book and turned with a smile. What is it, Zuan? Studying alone is really boring. Let's help each other memorize. You recite a part, and then I'll recite a part. This way, we can remember better. Since they were both memorizing anyway, Fang Xingli nodded in agreement and started. At the beginning of man, human nature is good. In ancient times, Meng's mother chose a neighbor. Your turn, little brother. If a child does not study, he will lose his skills. If a teacher is not strict, the student will fall behind. Your turn, senior brother. They took turns reciting, 5 sentences each, and after finishing, they switched, with Song Sai starting again. After successfully completing it once more, Meng Zilian and Jin Yuanbao finally caught up with the early study session.
Phew. Jilian.
I can't go on, I need a break, Jin Yuanbao said, sweating profusely as he walked to his seat and collapsed. The two families lived close to each other, and Meng Zilan had been friends with Jin Yuanbao since childhood. Ever since the last time the teacher said Jin Yuanbao was not serious about his studies, Meng Zilan made it a point to wake him up whenever she got up, so they could go to the private school together for morning lessons. If you got up faster to eat, you would have already memorized it by now, Meng Zilan said to her childhood friend, who was a bit lazy. I'll memorize it. Just let me rest a bit, Jin Yuanbao replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead and opening his books from his small backpack. Meng Zilan was pleased with Jin Yuanbao's willingness to study and turned to ask, Junior brother, were you also memorizing just now? Song Sai nodded and smiled. It's boring to memorize alone, so my second senior brother and I took turns. One person says a few lines, and we quickly went through it twice. It feels like my second senior brother is much smoother than before. Flattered, Fang Xingli chuckled and scratched his head. Hearing this, Meng Zilan's eyes lit up with interest. How about we all 4 memorize together? We can go through it even more times. Fang Xingli and Song Sai readily agreed, nodding and smiling. The 4 of them formed a small group, each taking turns to say 2 lines, and they did exceptionally well. Even Jin Yuanbao, who disliked memorizing, finished a round and clapped his hands, shouting, again, looking like he wanted more. Fang Xingli finished with satisfaction, while Meng Zilan looked at him with wide eyes, as if she had discovered something fun. Song Sai, who had already memorized many times since morning, quietly took out a small bamboo tube from the drawer under the desk, took a few sips of water to clear his throat, and looked at his senior brother's eager eyes, saying woodenly, again. He hoped this would be the last round. He was about to be overwhelmed from memorizing. In a corner outside the classroom, Teacher Fong stroked his beard, watching the scene with satisfaction, and said, Not bad. These students I have this year are quite good. Old man Fong nodded and smiled, saying, especially Song Ziyuan. Although he is only 5 years old, he acts much more mature than other children and shows a lot of cleverness. Teacher Fong agreed, noting that Jilan and Ziyuan were both smart. Even though Yuan Bao and Xingli had been there a month longer, they had already caught up. It seemed that studying required talent. Hard work alone wasn't enough. Inside the classroom, they went through the material 2 more times, and when they finally heard the thump 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 of the school bell ringing outside, Song Sai felt relieved. Teacher Fong walked in with a smile, stroking his beard and glancing at everyone. In the past, Jin Yuan Bao would have wanted to hide under the desk when he saw the teacher, but now he stood tall and confident, even stretching his neck, making it hard for Teacher Fong not to notice him. Yuan Bao, come recite it for me, Teacher Fong said. Hearing this, Jin Yuan Bao jumped up, clasped his hands behind his back, and began to recite with enthusiasm. He finished without any pauses and looked at Teacher Fong, eager for praise. His bright eyes were impossible to ignore. Very good, Yuan Bao. If you keep this up, I can give a good report to your father at the end of the year. Every year, parents come to see the teacher and bring gifts, while the teacher updates them on their children's progress. Jin Yuanbao smiled widely and said, Teacher, I understand. Song Sai nodded, realizing that parent-teacher meetings are a tradition, whether in ancient or modern times, except for the class fees. All right, sit down. Teacher Fong waved his hand, signaling Jin Yuanbao to take a seat. He continued, You've memorized the text, now we need to work on writing. The children became excited at the mention of learning to write. Teacher Fong took out the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone from the desk and set them up. Before we practice writing, I will teach you how to grind ink and hold the brush. Come closer and watch how I write. The children gathered around him, eagerly watching as he demonstrated. When he wrote the 3 characters for humanity begins, they were curious. Song Sai wondered about the strokes of traditional characters, while the others were eager to try writing themselves. Seeing their enthusiasm, Teacher Fong smiled and said, Now return to your seats and write the 3 characters for humanity begins using the strokes I just taught you. Song Sai didn't know much about calligraphy from his past life, so he couldn't identify the style of the characters Teacher Fong wrote. However, he noticed that they were neat and clear, much more appealing than the messy writing he had seen before. When the group returned to their desks to start preparing their ink, Mr. Fong said seriously, The imperial examination does not require you to write in any specific style, but your handwriting should be neat and clear so that the examiners can easily read it. This will be beneficial for you during the exams. Now go ahead and write, and I will help you correct your work. After hearing Mr. Fong's words, they began to write. Old Dad prepared a stack of white paper, which had 100 sheets. Although it was called white paper, the pages were yellowed and felt a bit rough. Yet this stack cost a whole 100 coins, which was surprising. No wonder education is expensive. Song Sai truly believed it. Thankfully, the Shin family had a gold ingot, or it would be very difficult for him to afford schooling without the duck egg business. You are still young and may not have enough strength in your wrists, so you must be careful and focused when you write. Don't let your imagination run wild. Write according to the strokes I just showed you, Mr. Fong advised as he watched them write. Song Sai thought about the stroke order Mr. Fong had just demonstrated. He picked up his pen and wrote slowly on the white paper. When he couldn't remember the next stroke, he glanced at his senior brother, Jilan, who seemed to have someone at home teaching him. Although his handwriting wasn't very pretty, it was neat and complete. Jin Yuanbao scratched his head, sweating as he tried to remember. He looked up at Mr. Fong with a pleading expression and said, Mr. Fong, could you write it again? I've mixed up the stroke order. Beside him, Fong Xingli had a similar expression. However, he had managed to write 1 character, but after starting the second, he stopped, likely unable to recall the next stroke. Mr. Fong was not angry. He walked to the front again and wrote a few characters twice. He wrote slowly, and this time the students paid closer attention. Once he finished writing, they quickly returned to their desks and carefully copied what they remembered. Mr. Fong was also busy, moving away from the podium. He started with Jin Yuanbao, explaining the mistakes in his writing one by one. When he reached Song Sai, he noticed his characters were very large. He gently held his small hand, teaching him how to write smaller and neater, encouraging him softly, "Take your time, no rush. With more practice, you'll improve." After that, he moved on to help the others, giving them guidance as well. Somehow, Song Sai felt that today the teacher was really gentle. The teacher is usually gentle, but today felt different. However, if Song Sai had to explain it, he wouldn't know how. After teaching a few big characters and ensuring that the students wrote them in the correct order, the teacher hurriedly reminded them, "Practice seriously," before rushing off to Class B. As soon as the teacher left, Jin Yuanbao put down his brush, shook his hand and frowned, saying, "It looks so easy when the teacher writes, but when it's my turn, the brush just won't cooperate." Curious, Song Sai stood up to look at the characters that Jin Yuanbao and Fang Xingli were practicing. One character was huge, much bigger than what he wrote, while another looked tiny, almost like a blot of ink. However, he understood why Xingli wrote like that. He had heard Jin Yuanbao mention that Xingli had an older brother who, due to not being very talented at studying, was sent to study with Mr.
Wang.
The cost of books, ink, paper, and gifts for a year was nearly 4 taels of silver, while Xingli had to pay over 5 taels here with the teacher. Together, they spent almost 10 taels a year. Even though Xingli's family had 2 stalls, it was still a struggle to support them. Xingli probably wanted to write smaller to save on paper costs. The teacher said just to practice more, so there's no need to rush. By the way, didn't the teacher mention we could make sandboxes and stone tablets at home? We can practice on those first before writing on paper. That way we can save paper, Song Sai suggested. Hearing this, Fang Xingli's eyes lit up in agreement. Yes, if we practice the stroke order at home, writing on paper will be smoother. Yuanbao, you should try it. Writing only 2 characters on a whole sheet of paper is really wasteful. Jin Yuanbao shrugged, saying, "It's fine. My family has plenty of paper." As soon as he said that, Fang Xingli fell silent, lowering his head to continue writing the tiny ink blot. Poor guy, Xingli must be feeling sad. Seeing the child write quietly with his head down made Song Sai feel a bit sorry for him. Jin Yuanbao wasn't a bad person. He just came from a wealthy family and didn't realize how his words could hurt others. But Xingli was sensitive, and people like him tend to overthink, which isn't good. As someone with an adult's perspective, Song Sai couldn't bear to see this. "Brother, that's easy for you to say. Your family is well off, so you don't mind these things. My family just moved to town, and we're tight on expenses. As a member of the family, I can't waste paper like that." As Song Sai wrote, he accidentally spoke out loud. Jin Yuanbao, who had just been slumped on his chair, immediately sat up, took a stack of paper from his desk drawer, and turned to Song Sai with a sincere smile, saying, "Junior brother, use mine." "Mine too," Meng Zilin chimed in, holding a thick stack of paper. "Me as well," said Fang Xingli, who had been quiet until now, as he handed over a stack of paper, his eyes sparkling as if he had found a kindred spirit. Song Sai quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "Thanks, but I won't be shy if I need it. However, using paper for practice is too wasteful. I've decided to bring my slate from home tomorrow, so we can practice writing freely in class. You should bring yours too, and we can practice together." "Okay." The chubby boy thought practicing on the slate would be fun, and was the first to agree. "I'll bring mine too. I need to practice my writing," Meng Zilin said, her eyes glinting as she looked at Fang Xingli and Song Sai's cotton cloth. "Me too." Although Fang Xingli was the last to agree, Song Sai noticed the happiness in his eyes. Phew, as long as they're happy. It's the hardest part to please kids. After practicing for a whole day with just over 10 characters, although his hands were a bit sore, the results were good. Song Sai looked at the densely written large characters on the paper, thinking he would take it home to show his grandparents and parents. They would surely be happy. Dong dong dong. The school bell rang. Jin Yuanbao, who had just been slumped on his chair, instantly sprang to life. He greeted Fang Xingli and Song Sai before quickly pulling Meng Zilin out of the school, not even giving her a chance to turn back and say goodbye to her senior brothers, dragging her away as if they could fly. Song Sai took his time folding the paper, slinging his small backpack over his shoulder, and walked leisurely outside with Fong Xingli, who was also holding paper. When they reached the door, Song Sai saw his father and greeted Fong Xingli. He then rushed over, hugged Song Sanyu's waist, and proudly handed him the paper, looking up with a hopeful face for praise. He was still a kid too, and needed some encouragement, haha. Song Sanyu felt very happy being hugged by his son. He smiled widely as he took the paper from his son's hands. Looking at the big, neat characters on it, he patted his son's little head and said, "You wrote this very well. It looks great." Song Sai was speechless and quietly stood on his tiptoes to turn the paper back to his father. Song Sanyu didn't feel embarrassed at all. He just thought it was a simple mistake, and as long as the writing was his son's, that was enough. After giving his son many compliments, which made Song Sai's cheeks turn red, Song Sanyu happily took his son home. As soon as they entered the small yard, Song Sai saw a wooden basin by the well, filled with seaweed soaking in water. His eyes lit up, and he ran to the kitchen. There, he found his grandmother cutting potatoes into thin strips. Old Mrs. Zhang was skilled. The potato strips were all the same size and looked very appealing. Seeing her son return, Wang said, "Your father bought potatoes and kelp today. We'll stir-fry them together for dinner." Did he buy chili powder? Without chili powder, the egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes would lack flavor. Yes, he bought half a pound for a total of 110 coins. Wang pointed to a cloth bag on the counter, amazed. Song Sai leaned over to open the bag. As soon as he did, he smelled the distinct spicy aroma of chili powder. Even though it was only half a pound, it looked like a lot. Thinking about finally tasting something spicy tonight, he swallowed hard. Sizzle! The iron pan was hot. Old Mrs. Zhang poured in some oil, and smoke began to rise. After adding chopped green onions and garlic, the delicious aroma filled the air. Old Mrs. Zhang noticed the smoke and called out, "Sai, go outside. The kitchen is too smoky, and I don't want you to cough." Song Sai nodded obediently and stepped outside. In the yard, his grandfather and father were opening the kelp, rinsing it with well water to remove impurities. They cut the kelp into small pieces with a knife and placed them in the wooden basin. Then, they sliced the pieces into strips and laid them out in the sun to dry. When it was time to eat, they would soak some in water to prepare for cooking. This was something the owner of the grocery store had taught Song Sanyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to do. Neither Song Sanyu nor Old Man Song had ever eaten this before. It cost 10 coins per pound, and if it weren't for business, Song Sanyu would never have bought kelp in his life. The taste is quite good. As expected, expensive things have their reasons. Third brother, I think you should finalize the iron pot soon. The sooner you do, the sooner you can start making money, Old Master Song said after tasting a bite. Hearing this, the others quickly took a taste as well. Especially Song Sai, who felt emotional after finally eating spicy potato shreds and spicy kelp shreds again. The taste is indeed good. Let's finalize the pot tomorrow. I estimate that Sai can open the shop at home during his next break, Song Sanyu said vaguely after tasting the kelp shreds. Then we should tidy up the shop in the next few days. By the way, we still need a table. You, as the head of the family, should go to the carpenter's shop tomorrow, Old Mrs. Zhang said, eager to start the business. Old Master Song nodded in agreement. In the following days, Old Mrs. Zhang and Wang cleaned the shop thoroughly. They placed a table under the window, along with several wooden boxes to hold the potato shreds, kelp shreds, eggs, sesame seeds, and soybean paste. Next to the table, they set up a stove with a flat pan on top. Song Sai nodded in satisfaction upon seeing it. Everything was ready except for the signboard. The signboard was already being made, but it would take 2 more days to arrive. Song Sai considered whether to print flyers for advertising but decided against it, thinking that not many people in town could read. Even if he distributed flyers, it might not be effective. The shop's location was good. Anyone entering the town would pass by, so it should do well without extra advertising. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Song Sai's day off. Early in the morning, he heard the sound of clanging in the yard. Remembering that it was the opening day for the shop, He immediately lost all sleepiness, sat up, got dressed, and rushed outside. Wang and old Mrs. Zhang were in the kitchen preparing the potato shreds and kelp shreds. The two had been practicing daily and had made significant progress in flavor. Just the smell was already appealing, boosting Song Sai's confidence in the business. "Mom, is the dish ready?" "I'm about to start," Song Sanyu said, feeling anxious as he saw more and more people on the street. "Almost done," old Mrs. Zhang replied while plating the potato and kelp shreds. Once she finished, Wang immediately took the plates and headed to the shop without wasting a moment. The shop at home has large windows, so when they are opened, people on the street can see everything inside. Since they sell food, it makes them curious. When they ask for the price, and hear it's 5 coins for one, they think it's too expensive and shake their heads as they leave. Several people came to ask about the price of the egg pancakes, but they all left shaking their heads. The elderly couple and Mr. Wang showed signs of worry. Even Song Sanyu was considering lowering the price by 1 coin, but since one egg costs 2 coins, lowering the price would mean earning even less. The family relies on this income, and if the price is any lower, they might as well sell vegetables. Just when Song Sanyu was about to give up, he suddenly heard a voice from below the window. "Boss, how much are the egg pancakes?" Hearing a child's voice, Song Sanyu quickly leaned closer to the window and saw it was a familiar chubby boy, grinning at him. Song Sai was surprised to see his classmates. He hadn't told them he was opening a shop because he didn't want them to spend money. Fang Xingli and Meng Jilian were also there, waving and greeting him. Behind them was Jin Bo, who was smiling and greeting them too. Song Sai guessed that Jin Bo must be in charge of the Jin family. Whenever Jin Yuanbao went out to play or Jin Fu had something to do and couldn't come to school, it was always Jin Bo who came. The chubby boy seemed quite close to Jin Bo. "Boss, how much are the egg pancakes?" Jin Yuanbao asked, winking and suddenly raising his voice. Song Sanyu was taken aback. Seeing the chubby boy's eyes blinking rapidly, he finally understood and, holding back a laugh, replied, 5 coins each, and they have an egg inside. They're delicious. Isn't that a bit expensive? The chubby boy continued to wink. Song Sanyu noticed a few passers-by looking their way and immediately perked up, saying loudly, "My egg pancakes are 5 coins each, and they are not expensive at all. Each pancake has 1 egg, 2 small vegetables, and is sprinkled with sesame seeds. They are so tasty that you'll feel full. Are they really that delicious?" Seeing more people looking their way, Song Sanyu excitedly picked up a spatula and started making pancakes while shouting, "Egg pancakes, multigrain pancakes, hot and fragrant. They are satisfying and healthy. Once you eat them, you'll want more, with endless aftertastes. They warm your heart, bringing joy and happiness. They are affordable and good for your stomach." Song Sanyu spoke while continuing his actions. He had practiced many times over the past few days, and his movements were smooth and precise. First, he lightly brushed oil on the flat pan, making a sizzling sound as smoke rose. With his left hand, he scooped a spoonful of mixed grain batter and poured it onto the pan. Using a wooden spatula in his right hand, he spread the batter while turning the pan with his left hand. Soon, the batter formed a thin pancake. He took an egg in his right hand, cracked it gently on the edge of the pan, and poured the egg liquid onto the pancake, spreading it evenly with the spatula. The pancake quickly tightened under the high heat, its edges curling up, and the aroma of the mixed grain pancake spread widely. Song Sanyu picked up a spatula, flipped the pancake, and quickly sprinkled some chopped green onions and sesame seeds on top. He skillfully brushed some soybean paste onto the pancake, making the smell even richer. Then, he added some shredded potatoes and kelp on top, folded the pancake, wrapped it in oil paper, and handed it to the chubby boy with a smile, saying, "Talking is useless. It's all about how it tastes. Give it a try." Jin Yuanbao was already mesmerized by Song Sanyu's smooth movements. Now, smelling the delicious pancake, he eagerly took it and took a big bite, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, it's really delicious and a bit spicy. I love spicy food." He continued to eat heartily, completely forgetting he was supposed to be a helper. Meng Zilian and Fang Xingli were also amazed, unsure if Yuanbao genuinely liked it or was just pretending. Seeing their friend enjoy it so much, they didn't want to miss out either. Wow, it smells so good. Uncle, I want one too. Fang Xingli, trying this for the first time, felt a bit shy, his face turning red after speaking. I want one too. Meng Zilian cheered from the side. Song Sanyu was generous. They were all good friends of his son, so he happily made enough pancakes for the kids. Wow, this is so good. Yuan, your pancakes are amazing, Jin Yuanbao said with his mouth full. After the kids' enthusiastic performance, two passers-by who had been watching curiously approached and asked the chubby boy, Hey, kid, is it really that good? Jin Yuanbao, enjoying his food, suddenly remembered he was supposed to be a helper. He quickly stood up straight and exaggeratedly said, It's really delicious. You won't know until you try it. Then he continued to eat with even more enthusiasm. The two men's appetites were piqued. The younger man spoke first. Boss, I'll have a multi-grain pancake. I'll have one too, said the older man, unable to resist the delicious smell. Seeing that they finally had customers, Song Sanyu smiled even more happily, while Lao Zhang, Wang, and Grandpa Song behind him finally relaxed. In front of the multi-grain pancake stand, several adults and children gathered. The townspeople, curious about the scene, slowly filled the area. Song Sai couldn't help but marvel at how curiosity is truly a wonderful thing, whether in modern times or ancient times. The children, satisfied with their pancakes, were enjoying them immensely. Jin Yuanbao was so focused on eating that he didn't look up, saying, Wow, Ziyuan, your family's multigrain pancakes are really delicious. I wasn't just pretending. Fang Xingli and Meng Zilian nodded in agreement, not wanting to stop eating. I can tell you like them. Later, let my dad make you some egg pancakes. They're also tasty. By the way, how did you know my family was opening the shop today? The characters on your sign were written by the teacher, right? I saw them the other day and asked Uncle Fong about it, so I came early today. How's that? Is the senior brother treating you well? Very well, Song Sai replied with a smile, noticing the other two looking at him expectantly. Both the second and junior brothers are great too. Only then were they satisfied and continued eating their pancakes. The children, who hadn't eaten breakfast, were happy after having a pancake and some tea poured by Wang. Full and content, they didn't rush to leave, but stood in the shop watching Song Sanyu make pancakes. After making over a dozen pancakes, Song Sanyu was very happy, and the rest of the Song family felt relieved. Their earlier worries eased. Sanyu, we're here. A rough voice called from outside the shop. Hearing the familiar voice, Song Sai quickly ran outside, his eyes wide with excitement. Uncle, Grandpa, you're here too. That's great. Wang Taizhu, seeing his grandson so happy, broke into a big smile, set down his load, and quickly walked over to hug his little grandson, giving him a few affectionate kisses before letting go. The uncles all patted his head and face affectionately. Grandpa Song came out with a smile, saying, In-laws are here. Come in and take a break. You must be tired from the journey. The Wang family and the Song family greeted each other and brought in several loads of wild game. Suddenly, they saw a few children standing in the small courtyard and were surprised. Song Sai quickly smiled and explained, These are my classmates from my private school. They came to play with me today. Knowing they were studying with his grandson, Wang Taizhu cheerfully said, Kids, don't leave. Stay here and have some wild rabbit later. When Jin Yuanbao and the others saw the live rabbits in the basket, their eyes widened with excitement, and they gathered around to touch the rabbits. Hearing what Ji Yuan's grandfather said, they immediately perked up. Jin Yuanbao opened his mouth to agree, and although Meng Zilian didn't speak, her eyes showed her eagerness. Song Sai had no objections and was about to invite them to stay when Fang Xingli gently said, No need. We already have lunch prepared at home. Besides, if we don't go back, our families will worry. Sai, you have guests at home, so we should head back. See you at school tomorrow. After saying this, he took the two and left. Song Sai called out to keep them, but they ran faster. After running quite a distance, Fong Xingli finally stopped and, looking at the confused expressions of the two, softly explained, "Grandpa Ji Yuan just made us some pancakes. Each one costs 5 coins, and 3 would be 15 coins. He didn't charge us for them, so it would be a bit much to stay for a meal." The two finally understood, realizing they had been focused on playing and overlooked other matters. Jinbo had been quietly following the children and nodded in appreciation upon hearing Fong Xingli's words. These classmates of the young master were good kids. This time, the Wang family brought over a total of 4 loads, with each load carrying 2 baskets. So, there were 8 baskets in total. 4 of the baskets contained common wild chickens, ducks, and rabbits, while the others held some rare badgers, foxes, and even a large turtle and a puppy. When Song Sai saw the fox and the puppy, he immediately became interested and playfully poked the 2 little creatures. The fox, being small, curled up into a ball, seemingly aware of its fate, and remained unresponsive to Song Sai's teasing. In contrast, the puppy wagged its tail excitedly at the sight of Song Sai. "This time, we only collected from a few families just to test the waters. If sales go well, we'll gather more next time," Wang Gui explained with a smile. Song Sanyu saw his father-in-law's family arrive, so he handed his work to his mother and came over. He agreed with his brother-in-law's suggestion, as they had quite a bit to sell. He had just counted, and there were a total of 18 live wild chickens and ducks, which he estimated would take some time to sell. "Brother, that's a good idea. Let's try it out first. If it sells well, you can bring more," he said. Wang Chuan and Grandpa Wang Taizhu were visiting his sister's new home for the first time. They were looking around the yard and noticed that the location was indeed good, which gave them confidence in this business. "In addition to the wild game, we also brought some mountain goods. Sanyu, you can help sell those too," Wang said, pointing to 2 baskets next to the wild game. The baskets were filled with mountain goods like bamboo shoots, wild garlic, morels, and wood ear mushrooms, along with some mushrooms that Song Sai didn't recognize, as long as they weren't the red-capped ones. "Looks good, fresh too. Sanyu, go open the shop door and display these mountain goods prominently. As for the wild game, just bring them out for everyone to choose. They won't run away with the rope," Song Danian instructed, then added with a smile, "By the way, what about the prices?" Wang Taizhu laughed heartily and said, "I'll sell them to you first, and please remember to help sell them in the future." Song Danian quickly waved his hand. "No need to worry about that. We are all family." As for the last 2 baskets of processed wild game, those were specially brought for his sister's family. Wang Taizhu asked his youngest son to take them to the kitchen, while Wang's family didn't hesitate, thinking they could help sell wild game in the future to support their family, allowing them to leave the mountains sooner. There was a door at one corner of the shop, likely from when the previous owner also ran a shop, which now benefited the Song family. Song Sanyu opened the door, and stepping outside led directly to the street, making it very convenient. They placed the wild game and mountain goods in front of the shop, and soon many people noticed. Today was a market day and the weather was warm, so there were many people on the street. The Song family's egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes were selling well, with customers frequently coming to buy. Some even returned for more to take home, making old Zhang very happy, with a constant smile on his face. Suddenly, there were many wild game and mountain goods displayed at the entrance. More people gathered around, as it was the first time they saw a store dedicated to selling wild game with such a variety. Many came to ask about prices. Song Sai quickly picked up a small puppy, which was clearly a gift from his grandfather for him to play with. Without much meat on him, who would buy him? Then, they heard Sanjo loudly say, "I almost forgot Sai's puppy. Sai, quickly bring him inside. This is a puppy from the village and I brought it for you to play with. Xiao at home has one too." With so many goods at home, having a puppy to watch the door was a good idea. Although it was close to town, they had to be careful of weasels and such. Song Sanyu nodded in agreement and smiled. "You really think ahead, Brother San." The prices for the wild game were the same as usual, so the townspeople didn't find them expensive. After all, some families used to eating pork and chicken wanted to try something different. Plus, if they bought rabbits or badgers, they could keep the fur to make a rabbit fur hat or gloves for winter. However, the biggest surprise was that the first item sold was actually a turtle, commonly known as Wang Bie. A middle-aged man came, asked the price, and without bargaining, paid right away. Before leaving, he mentioned that if there were more turtles, they should remember to find him at Renjitang, the town's pharmacy. Song Sania happily agreed, thinking it was a great opportunity for business, and replied, "Got it, boss. Next time, you don't need to come personally, I'll deliver it." He wondered if Lu, the shopkeeper at Maya Chuntang, needed any. The shopkeeper at Renjitang nodded in satisfaction and took the turtle back with him. With a good start, the rest of the day went smoothly. By noon, most of the wild game and mountain goods were sold. The Wang and Song families were pleasantly surprised by the success, feeling very happy. As the number of townspeople dwindled, only the Wang family stayed to watch the shop while the others went back to the main room for lunch. With many people and a rushed meal, Wang decided to kill 2 rabbits and made spicy rabbit meat, along with a large plate of stir-fried bok choy. It was the first time the Wang family had spicy food, and they found the spicy rabbit meat delicious. The lively younger uncle exclaimed that the previous rabbits were wasted, and this was what rabbit should taste like, making Wang feel a bit shy from the compliments. Actually, she wasn't very good at making rabbit dishes. She just thought that since her father had come after a long time, she would add some extra spices to the rabbit meat for everyone to try. After lunch, the Wang family started calculating how much money they made in the short time they had. They had 18 wild animals and sold 12. The price of wild game was 2 coins more than pork because it had fur, costing 20 coins per pound. They made a total of 920 coins. The turtles were rare, and the ones the Wang family caught were large, selling for 300 coins each. They also sold mountain goods for 110 coins. In about an hour, they made over 30 coins, and the Wang family was very satisfied. The wild game they collected this time was from close relatives. Each family only brought 3 animals, and for each one sold, they would earn 5 coins. Since it was selling so well, they thought they could collect more in the future and sell them slowly together. After all, their son-in-law had a shop, so they weren't worried about not selling. Thinking about this, Wang Taiju took a couple of deep breaths of smoke, imagining the envious looks from the villagers, feeling a bit proud. When he married off his daughter to the Song family, many people talked behind his back, but now, who wouldn't envy Wang Taiju for finding a good son-in-law? His grandson was still studying and doing well. He thought he should buy a jar of wine on his way back to show off to his old friends. Although our families are close, the money should be fair. For each wild animal sold, we get 5 coins, and since you help sell them, you can take 3 coins and we will take 2 coins. In the future, let's focus on selling more at lower prices, Wang Taiju politely discussed with Song Dajing. Song Dajing quickly waved his hand in refusal, frowning in disagreement. "We are family, so there's no need to talk about money. Just bring them over. We have nothing to do at home, so we can help. Besides, you always come with big bags, so there's no need to pay extra." Wang Taiju shook his head and said seriously, "It's different. That was food I brought for you, and this is not the same." Cough. "How about this, father-in-law? We won't charge for regular wild game. If we come across rare ones like turtles or foxes, we can charge for those. What do you think?" Seeing his father-in-law frown, he continued, "Father-in-law, think about it. If you find big turtles or foxes, I can sell them for double the usual price, and then I can charge you. How does that sound?" Song Sani remembered a conversation with a shopkeeper in the county about a deer they bought for over 20 taels of silver, and he had kept that in mind. Why do I remember it clearly? Because when he was still a young boy, he sold eggs with his grandfather in town and saw a hunter sell an adult deer for 10 taels of silver. He was so shocked. Last time, he heard from Manager Lu that they were buying for over 20 taels, and that idea has been in his mind ever since. Now, the Yu family's business is just right. In Wangjia village, with dozens of households, even if they only hunt a rare animal once a month, there will still be profit. Brother-in-law, is that true? Wang Gui was a bit surprised. Their village is far from town, and they sell any suitable prey at the right price when they get there. Hearing that his brother-in-law could sell for a high price made Wang Gui excited. Seeing the surprised faces of his brothers-in-law, Song Sanyu scratched his head and chuckled. Just buy at the normal price. I'll go out and sell more, and we can split it. Also, it's too hard for you to come here. I'll have my older brothers come by every few days, and you can just send 1 or 2 people to meet them. Since his brothers have time when they're not pulling carts, it would be better for them to make the trip and earn some extra money, which would help make up for not being able to raise ducks. Seeing how confident his brother-in-law was, the Wang family nodded in agreement. Old Master Song had no objections either. He felt an inexplicable trust in his third son. After chatting a bit longer, Wang Taizhu hugged his little grandson for a moment, and the Wang family hurried back home. The egg pancake business was slow in the afternoon. First, the market had ended, and second, fewer people usually eat pancakes in the afternoon. The Wang family and old Zhang cleaned up the stove and table, closed the windows, brought the game into the yard, and locked up the shop, ending the day's business. Back in the main room, the first thing old Zhang did was dump the copper coins from the money box onto the table. The adults started counting together. 5 coins stacked up quickly into dozens of stacks. Nowadays, there's no need to hide money while studying. As soon as the stacks were done, Song Sai exclaimed, "We sold 62 pancakes today, totaling 310 won." Actually, he also sold 3 mixed grain pancakes to a few classmates for 15 won, but he didn't count that. He wanted to thank them because if they hadn't helped so well, he wouldn't have sold so smoothly. My clever grandson is so smart. Studying is good. Old Zhang smiled brightly at his clever little grandson. Son, can you calculate how much profit we make on each pancake? Father, the eggs you bought are small, 2 for 3 coins. The others are more expensive because of the chili powder, but we only use a little when cooking shredded potatoes and kelp, so the cost isn't high. Overall, we should be able to make 2 coins profit from each pancake, meaning we earned a total of 144 coins selling pancakes this morning. 144 coins is a good amount for a day. If we can earn this much every day, I will be satisfied, Old Zhang said, looking at the pile of coins on the table. Old Song nodded. Even though duck eggs sell faster, this money feels secure. From now on, your mother and I will help you sell pancakes, and San Nyo, you can handle the game meat. San Nyo agreed, feeling relieved that the business wasn't too tiring and that he could focus on selling game meat.
Good.
Wong wong, wong wong. Hearing the noise in the main room, the little puppy, a Huang, wagged its tiny tail and jumped up to the threshold. An awkward moment happened when its front legs made it over, but its back legs didn't. Seeing this, Song Si walked over, picked it up, and set it down on the floor. Once inside the main room, the little puppy saw so many people and wagged its tail excitedly. When it spotted its little owner, it suddenly dashed forward and bumped into Song Si's feet, its soft paws resting on his pants. With big, wet eyes, it looked up at Song Si, trying to be cute, as if it knew he was its owner. Song Si loved this fluffy little pet and had no resistance to its cuteness. He bent down, picked up the puppy, and held it high while laughing. The adults nearby watched with affection. Thinking about selling game meat in the future and now having a dog, San Nyo and Old Song discussed making a larger wooden cage with a carpenter for easier care. It wouldn't be good to keep it tied up all the time, and Old Song naturally agreed, as he had the same thought. After dinner and a quick wash, Song Si hurried back to his bedroom. Today, he had been too busy watching the excitement and hadn't studied or practiced his writing, which made him feel guilty. He quickly lit a candle, did a set of eye exercises, and began to recite what he had learned recently. After going through it twice, he felt his guilt lessen a bit. Next, he focused on practicing his writing. Master Fong taught everyone 12 characters each day. After a few days, Song Si had learned quite a few traditional characters. However, the strokes in these characters were very complex, and since he was still young and lacked wrist strength, his writing was a bit large. But Song Si didn't feel discouraged. This was just the beginning, and he believed he would improve with time. After finishing the front side, he also practiced on the back, not wanting to waste any paper. While others who traveled to this world were busy making sugar, salt, and glass, he didn't know how to do any of that. He was even less familiar with soap, perfume, or gunpowder. After a mishap with a duck egg, he could only rely on egg pancakes and grain pancakes to study. Song Sai knew he had to cherish this opportunity, especially since he didn't have a solid plan for his next business venture yet. The next morning, as dawn broke, the smell of egg pancakes and grain pancakes filled the yard. Smelling the aroma, Song Sai sat up in his warm bed, yawned, rubbed his eyes, and began to get dressed. His family now had a profitable business, so he no longer had to worry about tuition fees, at least for now. He was ready to enter a true learning phase. He got up and walked to the yard, where Wang was picking vegetables. He glanced into the shop, where old Zhang was happily making grain pancakes for customers. His father and grandfather were sitting at the door, next to a small cage containing a few wild chickens and a fox left over from yesterday's sales. Everyone was busy with their tasks, and Song Sai was no exception. After feeding the chickens, he started jogging in the yard. If he weren't worried about what others might think, he would have liked to run around the street. After jogging a few laps and breaking a light sweat, he heard his cousin's cheerful voice at the gate. A smile appeared on his face. Ever since his cousin found a sense of accomplishment here, his enthusiasm for learning had been impressive. "Erniu, don't rush off. Let me make you a pancake to fill your stomach," old Zhang called out when she saw her son preparing to leave after dropping off his grandson. Song Ernia didn't refuse, as he was curious about what business the third family was running. Song Sonha, who had just gotten out of the car and was about to enter the yard, saw his grandmother making something delicious and immediately rushed over, his eyes sparkling with desire. "Grandma, I want some too." Old Zhang smiled and said, "There's plenty for you." She quickly made 2 egg pancakes and handed one to each of the father and son. The two of them were quite at ease, enjoying their food, especially Song Sonha, who kept exclaiming with delight while eating. He had already eaten at home, so after just half a piece, he felt a bit full and couldn't eat anymore. He wrapped the remaining half in oil paper and seriously handed it to Song Erniu, saying, "Dad, take this home for my older sister and second sister." Song Erniu was taken aback and gently rubbed his son's head, saying, "You eat it, son. I'll just take half a piece home." It's impressive how thoughtful Sonha has become after studying. "All right." Song Sonha put the leftover half into his small bag, planning to eat it with his lunch and tease his classmates at school. Old Mrs. Zhang didn't say much. It was fine for her son and grandson to enjoy a meal together, but asking for more for the family was not acceptable, especially since they were living with the third son now. Everything they had was from him, and she couldn't be careless. Feeling satisfied after a good meal, Song Sonha entered the small courtyard and saw Song Sai running over with a big smile, saying, "Sai, let's continue memorizing our lessons." Song Sai raised an eyebrow. His cousin seemed to have developed a passion for studying or perhaps for being a little teacher. It was unusual for him to be so enthusiastic every day. He quickly changed the subject. "Cousin, is your teacher still teaching the 3-character classic?" It had been over a month, and they had already moved on to the 100 family surnames. Song Sonha scratched his head and said, "The teacher said that besides me and Lu Tong, no one else in class can memorize it well. Everyone needs to learn properly." Song Sai understood. The private school run by Scholar Wang was meant for basic literacy, not deep learning. Moreover, Scholar Wang hadn't given up on the imperial exams, so it was normal for the pace to be slow. However, he was surprised that his cousin was doing well. Not only could he memorize the lessons, but he also understood most of the explanations. If only he could attend their private school. But it was already surprising that his cousin could study at all. Sending him to their school would be a big issue, especially with the tuition fees.
But why worry about that?
His own family spent 5 or 6 taels of silver a year on education. People are naturally selfish. He should focus on himself first. At most, he could teach a bit more every morning. "Cousin, let me teach you the 100 family surnames and practice writing," suggested Song Sai.
"Great."
Song Sonha readily agreed, as he was tired of the 3-character classic by now. "But I haven't bought any paper or pens yet." Song Sanha felt a bit shy as he spoke. Although he was young, he understood his family's situation. He hadn't learned many characters in school yet and didn't want to worry his parents. The supplies for Song Sai's studies cost a lot of money, and Sanha realized that before he started school, he thought everyone was the same. Now he understood how different they were. The private school he attended only taught basic reading, and the teacher wasn't very thorough, while Sai was aiming for the imperial examination. From the start, they were on different paths.
Forget about that.
Honestly, I don't want to waste paper either. Practicing big characters uses up too much. I had my dad make me 2 stone tablets, and I practice with water on them. Once I get better, I'll write on paper. You should ask your uncle to make you a thinner stone tablet too. You can use it in school just like I do. Song Sanha nodded, realizing that his third uncle's family wasn't as wealthy as he thought. And you don't need to buy 100 family surnames or elementary learning. Our school moves quickly, and I've already learned them, so you can use mine. Just one request. Make sure to return them in the same condition, as I will need them again in the future. Song Sai said seriously. He had his own notes in those books, and wanted to pass them down to his future children and grandchildren. Song Sanha quickly nodded, smiling. Sai, you are so kind to me. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Once I can write, I'll copy them out to pass on to my descendants so they can learn well. Sanha had visited a bookstore with Song Erniu, hoping to buy a book, but both printed and handwritten books were too expensive for their family. So, little Sanha had already planted the idea of practicing writing well to eventually make money by copying books. Seeing his cousin happy, Song Sai felt glad too. Among the children in the Song family, he liked Sanha the most and hoped for his success. Who knows, if he passed the exams, he might need Sanha's support in the future. Returning to the task at hand, Song Sai continued to chat with Song Sanha and recited the 3-character classic twice before starting to teach his cousin how to practice writing. To help his son practice writing, Song Sanyu made 2 stone tablets, one for home and one for the private school. He also made a brush from rabbit fur sent by his uncle. Although it wasn't as good as the ones bought from the store, it worked well when wet. Song Sai wrote at the beginning of man on the stone tablet and explained the stroke order and how to hold the brush. He asked his cousin to write it for him. The thin stone tablet dried quickly after writing, making it very convenient to use. Seeing his cousin write more smoothly after a few tries, Song Sai felt satisfied and went to the main room to eat. After the meal, Song Sanyu had not returned yet. Wang Shi wiped her hands, changed her clothes, and sent her son and nephew off to school. When they arrived at the private school, Song Sai did not rush into the classroom but instead carried a small food box to the backyard. Yuan, why aren't you going to morning practice? Do you have something for your teacher? Mr. Fong, who was counting books under the eaves, asked curiously when he saw his young student rushing in with a food box. Teacher, this is food for my family. I brought some for you to try. Song Sai opened the food box and took out a pancake made with eggs and a multigrain pancake. Mr. Fong accepted it without hesitation, opened the oil paper, and, smelling the delicious aroma of the egg, took a bite and smiled. Not bad, not bad. You use some spice. This pancake is great, with eggs and vegetables. Very thoughtful of you, Ziyuan. Song Sai beamed with pride at the compliment and pulled out an hourglass from a small bag, saying with a smile, Teacher, this is an hourglass. It can measure 1 hour.
You can take it to class.
Mr. Fong, curious, took the hourglass and immediately recognized its usefulness. Noticing the bamboo tube was engraved with smooth sailing, he stroked his beard and laughed. Not bad. So the characters I asked you to write were carved on this.
Hee hee.
Seeing the teacher happy, Song Sai chuckled and said cheerfully, Teacher, I'll head back to class now. Mr. Fong nodded, patted his young student's head, and smiled. Go ahead, but be careful. The threshold is a bit high. I know. After crossing the threshold and entering the front yard, he arrived at the classroom, where Fong Xingli was focused on practicing writing. He was so engrossed that he didn't notice Song Sai entering. Senior brother, are we still memorizing today? Fong Xingli turned around with a smile and said warmly, Junior brother, you came in so quietly. I was waiting to memorize with you. I feel like I remember better when we study together. Song Sai put down his bag, set out his writing tools, and looked up, saying, "All right, I'll start. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, Feng, Zhen, Zhu, Wei, Jiang, Shen, Han, Yang. It's your turn, senior brother. Zhu, Qin Yu, Su, He Lu, Shi, Zhang, Gong, Gao, Zan, Hu, Xin, Wei, Dao, Zian. Your turn, junior brother." The two took turns reciting smoothly. Feng Xingli enjoyed this feeling. He didn't know why, but every time he studied with his junior brother, it felt quick and easy. When he studied alone at home, he often struggled to remember and felt a lot of pressure. "We're here." Jin Yuanbao and Meng Jilian arrived at the classroom door right on time. They usually showed up halfway through the morning session, and Song Sai and Feng Xingli were used to it by now. After resting for a moment in his seat, Jin Yuanbao turned to Song Sai with a big smile. "Hey, Ziyuan, we did great in our performance yesterday. I came up with that idea." His eager expression for praise, combined with his rosy cheeks, made Song Sai chuckle. Yes, our big brother is amazing, and the second and third brothers did great too. So today, I asked my mom to prepare a big plate of spicy rabbit meat for lunch. How about I treat you all to a feast? He had originally planned to bring egg pancakes or mixed grain cakes, but since his brothers had already eaten breakfast, he asked his mom to cook something special for him. As soon as Jin Yuanbao heard about the delicious food, he clapped his hands and excitedly patted Song Sai on the shoulder, saying, "Good brother. That's so generous." The force of the pat nearly knocked Song Sai off his chair. Meng Jilian quickly came over to help and scolded Jin Yuanbao. "Ziyuan is still young. Why are you being so rough?" Song Sai felt touched. Junior brother Jilian was really kind, like a warm little coat. And besides, Ziyuan is already short. If you keep hitting him like that, what if he doesn't grow taller? Just when he thought Jilian was being considerate, he suddenly felt a bit offended. It wasn't that he was short, he just grew slowly. Song Sai was confident about his height. Although his parents weren't tall, his maternal relatives had good genes. He believed he would grow into a strong man. Even if he didn't reach the height of his uncle, he could at least be tall and lean like another uncle. All right, enough chatting. It's getting late. The teacher said there would be questions today, so let's get back to studying. Feng Xingli interrupted, noticing that the conversation was getting too involved. As soon as Jin Yuanbao heard about reciting, his round face shrank in fear, and he weakly said, "Why do we have to recite? We do it every day. The teacher is so annoying." Jin Yuanbao, you can't say that. You shouldn't talk behind the teacher's back. If Uncle Feng hears you, you will definitely get a beating when you go home tonight, Feng Xingli said seriously. Jin Yuanbao shivered and quickly looked around the classroom, covering his mouth in fear and saying, "I didn't mean it." Meng Jilan, who was usually friendly, had a stern face. "Yuanbao, if you disrespect your elders again, don't blame me for telling the teacher and getting you punished." Song Sai was confused. It was just a private complaint, so why were they reacting so strongly? But then he remembered this was ancient times and people deeply respected scholars. Jin Yuanbao quickly nodded and said, pitifully, "I'm sorry. Please don't tell the teacher. If you do, I won't be here tomorrow." All right, it's getting late. Let's get back to reciting," Song Sai said, changing the subject. The group hurriedly focused on their studies. Dong dong dong. The class bell rang, and Teacher Fong quietly entered, holding a ruler and looking serious. After scanning the room, he said, "Jin Yuanbao, recite what you learned yesterday." Jin Yuanbao stood up trembling and quietly said, "Cheng, Ji, Xing, Hua, Pei Lu, Rong Wang."
Yi.
He stuttered nervously, sweating as he saw the teacher's displeased expression. He quickly explained, "Teacher, I can recite it at home, really." Teacher Fong ignored the explanation and sternly said, "You can recite at home, but why can't you do it here?
You still don't know it well.
Put your hand out." Reluctantly, Jin Yuanbao extended his small, chubby hand. Teacher Fong struck it hard with the ruler, making a loud crack. Song Sai felt his heart tremble in response. The teacher was so fierce. He used to be gentle. How could he change so suddenly? After the ruler hit, Jin Yuanbao's small hand swelled up like a pig's trotter. Tears filled his eyes as he bit his lip, but he didn't cry out loud. Just a moment ago, Song Sai stood tall, but now he shrank back, not daring to look directly at Master Fong. No wonder Jin Yuanbao trembled every time he mentioned the master. He was scared too. That ruler was real, and it was painful to think about what it would feel like if it hit him. After Master Fong finished with Jin Yuanbao, he continued to check Fong Xingli. Xingli did well. Although he didn't recite perfectly, he didn't miss a word. Master Fong nodded and signaled for him to sit down, and Xingli finally relaxed. Next was his turn with his senior brother, Zhilan. After everyone had recited, Master Fong, frustrated, pointed at Jin Yuanbao and scolded, "You always come in last during recitations. Can't you try harder?" Jin Yuanbao lowered his head, too afraid to speak. "Prepare yourselves. The monthly test is on the 1st of next month. If you don't do well, it won't just be a ruler this time." With that, he waved his sleeve and left for Class B. Once Master Fong was gone, Jin Yuanbao couldn't hold back his tears any longer. He gently blew on his swollen hand, which looked like a pig's trotter, while sniffling continuously. Seeing his pitiful state made Song Sai feel sad. He could only reach out and gently pat Jin Yuanbao's shoulder to comfort him. There were only 5 days left until the 1st of May, so it seemed they needed to study even harder. He didn't want to end up with a hand like that. "Junior brother, I want to eat more rabbit meat later," said the senior brother unexpectedly. This morning they didn't learn anything new, so they reviewed what they had studied and recited it from start to finish. By the time Jin Yuanbao was familiar with it, the bell for the next class rang. "Phew, I'm so dry from reciting," Jin Yuanbao sighed with relief as the class bell rang. "Let's go eat. Food is the most important thing," Song Sai encouraged. "Right, Yuanbao, let's go eat," said Meng Jilin, who felt bad seeing Jin Yuanbao get scolded, as they had grown up together. The group lined up in the kitchen to get their meals and soon received their lunch boxes. Today, they had stir-fried rabbit meat, served in large boxes. When they opened the lids, the delicious smell of rabbit meat filled the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, there were several tables where students from grades A, B, and C were eating. Suddenly, the strong aroma caught their attention, and they looked over curiously. With so many eyes on him, Song Sai felt a lot of pressure. Looking at a large box of rabbit meat, Song Sai picked it up and served each of his senior brothers a piece. His mother had cut the rabbit meat into similar sizes, making it easy for him to serve. Most of the brothers from classes B and C were children from well-off families in town, and they were polite. When the youngest junior brother in the private school served them rabbit meat, they felt a bit shy, but no one refused because it smelled too good to turn down. However, Song Sai noticed that many of the brothers from classes B and C seemed to have also gotten into trouble, suggesting that more than just Jin Yuanbao had been punished today. Once all the students had their share of rabbit meat, half of it was still left in the box, but there was enough for everyone, especially since there were also 2 vegetable dishes. They placed their lunch boxes together, and Song Sai saw that they looked quite plentiful. Jin Yuanbao had brought meatballs, chicken legs, and stir-fried spinach, which looked delicious. Senior brother Fong had brought stir-fried shepherd's purse and minced eggplant, which also looked appetizing. Then there was Meng Jilan, whose family seemed to favor seafood. This time, he had brought an unknown type of fish and chicken stewed with mushrooms, which smelled quite nice. After a morning of reciting and being punished, Jin Yuanbao was already hungry and quickly grabbed a piece of rabbit meat, enjoying it immensely. "It's delicious. Junior brother Ziyuan, your mother's cooking is amazing," praised one student from class C after tasting the rabbit meat. It's really good, especially with the spicy flavor," another student from class C said with his mouth full. Of course. Junior brother Ziyuan's family has opened a breakfast shop that serves delicious egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes. They're crispy and tasty. Jin Yuanbao, enjoying the rabbit meat and seeing everyone liked it, began to act a bit theatrical. As soon as Jin Yuanbao finished speaking, many from classes B and C became interested. A student from class B, who was of similar build to Jin Yuanbao but looked a few years older, asked curiously, "Is it really that good?" "Absolutely. We all went there yesterday and it was amazing. If you don't believe me, you can check out the shop at the town entrance. It's right over there," Jin Yuanbao replied. Hearing this, everyone quickly took a bite of the rabbit meat and were instantly captivated by its flavor. They believed Jin Yuanbao's words and expressed their intention to visit the shop the next day. Song Sai didn't expect his senior brother to promote his family's shop so effectively with just a few words. It seemed that one big meal wouldn't be enough to repay this. He decided to invite them over to his home next time. "Actually, it's just that we have more spices at home now. Before, we only had oil, salt, and soybean paste. Since moving to town and starting a business, our spices have increased from 3 to 7 or 8 kinds, including salt, sugar, oil, chili powder, garlic, ginger, wine, and soybean paste. With these combinations, even a stir-fried shoehorn tastes good." When Song Sai placed the rabbit meat in the center, the others quickly dug in. The one who enjoyed it the most was the chubby boy. Even though one of his hands was swollen like a pig's trotter, it didn't affect his eating at all. Fang Xingli and Meng Jilian were just as eager, fighting with the chubby boy for food. Seeing this, Song Sai pushed the rabbit meat towards the three of them and moved some of the other food boxes closer to himself. It was nice to change flavors occasionally. After finishing their meal, they cleaned the food boxes and returned to the classroom. They had an hour of break at noon. Besides the time for eating, they could also take a good nap. Jin Yuanbao was the most enthusiastic about sleeping, often more than anyone else. Although he slept on the desk, he even brought his small pillow from home and would snore softly, sleeping soundly. Fang Xingli and Meng Jilian couldn't resist the sleepiness either and dozed off. Only Song Sai tossed and turned every day. He really couldn't stand sleeping on the desk. It was uncomfortable. Watching his friends sleep soundly made him envious. He could only close his eyes and rest, or else he would be tired in the afternoon class, yawning constantly and losing focus. It seemed he needed to ask his dad to make a reclining chair. Kids need support for their backs, too. When the afternoon class bell rang, they quickly rubbed their eyes and sat up straight, waiting for Mr. Fong to arrive. Mr. Fong usually started with their class before moving on to the others, so as soon as the bell rang, they sat up straight, not daring to be relaxed. When Mr. Fong entered the classroom, they immediately stood up to greet him. He waved his hand for them to sit down and said seriously, "You've been practicing writing for a few days. Show me what you wrote yesterday." Hearing it was just writing, they all sighed in relief. They were worried he would ask them to recite something. Even though they knew it well, seeing Mr. Fong's serious face made them nervous and stumble over their words, facing his intense gaze. Writing was relatively easier. They just needed to write neatly without smudging. They spread out their papers and focused, carefully writing what they had learned yesterday. Yesterday, Song Sai practiced dozens of times last night and this morning. He writes with ease. Although his handwriting isn't beautiful, it is clear and neat. After Mr. Fong looked at it, he offered a little advice but didn't say much more. After guiding each student, Mr. Fong, with his hands behind his back and stroking his beard, kindly said, "Although the imperial examination doesn't require a specific style of writing, having good handwriting can be beneficial for the exam. I suggest you buy practice books from the bookstore to copy." The students agreed with Mr. Fong and expressed their intention to buy practice books after class. Mr. Fong was pleased with their enthusiasm for learning and said with a smile, "All right, let's continue studying 100 family surnames. Take out your books and listen carefully." Mr. Fong read a sentence and explained it, briefly telling the origin of each surname to help with memory. For example, the origin of the surname Zeng can be traced back to the Xia dynasty during the time of Shao Kong, who granted his younger son, Chu Lai, the title of lord in the state of Zeng. The ancient character for Zeng was made up of Zeng and city. After the state fell, the descendants used the state name as their surname, dropping city to become Zeng. Song Sai thought Mr. Fong was quite impressive. He could derive so much knowledge from a single character, and he explained it in a simple way that was easy to remember. However, he also felt anxious about his own future in the imperial examination, considering Mr. Fong was just a student, yet possessed so much knowledge. Song Sai listened attentively to Mr. Fong's lecture. Sometimes, to aid his memory, he would jot down his thoughts in his book. When he wrote quickly, he would unconsciously use simplified characters, but he knew this habit wasn't good since he needed to adapt to local customs. So every time he wrote, he deliberately slowed down his hand and wrote in traditional characters, stroke by stroke. After several sentences, Mr. Fong glanced at the hourglass and said, "All right, we'll stop here for today. You should review on your own. Remember to connect the new knowledge with the old. Don't forget what you've learned. Also, don't neglect your handwriting practice." He then looked at the students, his gaze resting on Jin Yuanbao, and said seriously, "Especially you, Jin Bao. You are the oldest but the least reliable." Feeling Mr. Fong's intense gaze, Jin Yuanbao quickly stood up and acted like a good student, saying, "I understand, teacher. I will work even harder from now on." Mr. Fong nodded and left the classroom. After Mr. Fong left, Song Sai read through the material he had learned a few times and practiced writing big characters. Although he wrote a lot, he executed each character and stroke with the strictest standards, striving for perfection. Not only him, but also Meng Zhilan beside him and Fang Xingli in front were the same. Only Jin Yuanbao focused for a while, but soon couldn't sit still, moving around like he had ants in his pants. Everyone else was studying seriously, so no one paid attention to him. After they recited what they had learned again, the bell for class finally rang. Jin Yuanbao instantly sprang up like a wild horse, quickly packed his bag, and pulled Meng Zhilan to run. Song Si-hee and Fang Xingli were used to it and didn't find it surprising anymore. The two of them packed their bags, slung them over their shoulders, and picked up their lunch boxes as they walked out of the school, discussing what they learned that day. Once they reached outside, they said goodbye and ran off to their families.
Dad.
Song Si-hee noticed that his dad seemed very happy today and curiously asked, "Dad, is something good happening in our family?" He looked so cheerful. Song Sanyo chuckled and patted his son's head, saying, "I sold the little fox we had at home." The little fox was expensive and usually people in town wouldn't buy it. No one asked about the price at the market yesterday, so last night, Song Sanyo discussed with Grandpa Song to take the little fox to the county town to sell it for a better price. Talking about selling the little fox excited Song Sanyo, who said, "This morning, I took the fox to Luzhonggue in the county town. Before I could say anything, a wealthy person called me over and offered 10 taels of silver for the little fox." Song Si-hee was also surprised. 10 taels of silver was the income of an ordinary farmer's family for 3 or 4 years, and even for town folks, it would take 2 or 3 years. His dad made money so quickly, but it was normal for rich people to buy things. "That's great, Dad. If there are any rare animals from Grandpa's side in the future, you should send them to the county town. Even if we can't sell them for today's price, they will definitely sell better than in town." Song Sanyo nodded and said, "Of course. The county town has money. Son, you should study hard. Your mother and I will save more money these years. In the future, we will buy a house in the county town. If you do well in your studies, we can open a school there. If not, we can buy a shop and a house. We will settle down in the county town, find a girl from there, and have some healthy, chubby grandchildren for your mother and me." After speaking, he quickly patted his mouth and said, "Forget it, I earn money with your mother, so you just focus on your studies. No matter how long it takes, your parents will support you. You are our only child, and everything here will be yours in the future. If you study well, our family will become a respected one." Song Sanyu imagined that he could already see his son passing the exams, smiling so wide that his teeth showed. Song Sai felt touched and thought that his parents' ideas were more advanced than those of the people in Songjia village. They even thought about living in the county. However, this idea was right. People should strive for better, and with money, they should consider the future of their descendants. Before he started school, Song Sai was somewhat resistant to the idea of marriage. But once he settled into his studies, he began to seriously think about what kind of wife he would want and how many children he would have, as well as how to educate them. However, all of this required a solid foundation, just like how his father was currently working hard to earn money for his education. When he got home, Song Sai played with the little puppy, flipping it over for the third time. He felt satisfied seeing the puppy's cute, pitiful appearance, and then he kindly turned it back over. The little puppy held no grudges. After being flipped, it lay back down by its young owner's feet, panting with its tongue out, tilting its head, wagging its tail, and looking eager to play. Adorably silly. Song Sai patted the puppy's head, washed his hands by the well, and then went into the main room to eat. He ate politely, taking his time with each bite. Grandma Zhang liked what she saw more and more, feeling proud that her grandson was different after studying. Neighbors praised him for being diligent and handsome. Good grandson, eat more. Look, ever since you started studying, your little face has gotten a bit thin, Grandma Zhang said, noticing his hard work. She didn't know how other children were doing in their studies, but she could see her grandson was truly dedicated. He woke up early every day to run, memorize, and practice writing, never slacking off. Just seeing his determination made Grandma Zhang feel like she could work another 20 years. The others looked at Song Sai with concern, especially Wang, who gently touched her son's face and said, "You do look a bit thin." Then she turned to Song Sanyu and said, "Sanyu, doesn't our son like pig feet? You should go buy some first thing in the morning." Song Sanyu nodded repeatedly. He was particularly attentive when it came to matters about his son. Song Sai touched his slightly chubby face, thinking he was still a bit overweight. Although the family no longer had the duck egg business, others had switched from white rice to brown rice, but he always aimed for the best. So he wondered where he had lost weight. However, Song Sai didn't argue. He understood his family's feelings. He was the only child. That evening, as usual, he practiced his reading and writing. Once the hourglass ran out, he hurried to bed. As soon as he touched the bed, he fell asleep without even a moment to daydream. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Song Sai got up and stepped out of his room, just in time to see Li Shi cheerfully leading his cousin across the threshold. Following them was his second uncle, carrying a basket on his back. It was quite strange. Ever since his family moved to town, aside from his uncles, it was the first time he had seen his second aunt.
Sai.
Song Sanny had rushed over like a little firecracker. Li Shi warmly welcomed him, saying, "Look at you. It's only been a few days, and you've grown taller and more handsome. You can tell you're a good student." This was the first time Song Sai had seen his second aunt like this. Back in Songjia village, she had never treated him so kindly. Even when their family helped her husband with the ox cart business, she had only been polite, never so exaggeratedly cheerful. Although Wang Shi didn't like Li Shi, she believed in not being rude to someone who was friendly. So, she stepped forward and asked, "Why did you come today, second sister-in-law? Have you had breakfast?" I have, Li Shi replied while looking around. She noticed the impressive blue brick house and thought about the shop and wild game at the entrance, feeling a pang of jealousy. The third family was doing quite well. She smiled even more warmly and said, "Chun Yun, I brought a lot of things for you today, all fresh from the foot of the mountain."
Look.
As she spoke, she pulled the basket from behind Song Erniu. Wang Shi took a glance and saw that the basket was filled with spring bamboo shoots and Chinese tune, feeling a bit curious. When had her second sister-in-law become so generous? She looked at Li Shi with suspicion. Not just Wang Shi, but Song Sanyed and Old Master Song also found their second sister-in-law's behavior today quite strange. Perhaps the suspicious looks from a few people were too intense, so Li smiled awkwardly and pulled over Song Sanha, saying, "My Sanha's teacher visited Ernie yesterday." What happened? The usually quiet elder Song spoke up, looking seriously at his grandson. Seeing this, Song Ernie quickly said, "Dad, it's not a bad thing. Teacher Wang kept us to talk about studying. He said Sanha is doing well in his studies and has the potential for the imperial examination. If he works hard, he might even become a scholar. Recently, Sanha mentioned that his good studying is thanks to my nephew's teaching, so today, Suejo and I came to express our gratitude. He looked at Song Si-hu with appreciation, and Lee shared the same sentiment. No one knew how happy they were when Teacher Wang said their son had the potential for the examination. With one son in the family, he was their hope. Daughters eventually marry out, but sons are their roots. Now that their son showed promise, how could they not be happy? Song Sanyu and Wang were a bit surprised. They hadn't paid much attention to Sanha's studies, only knowing he was good at reciting with his brother. They didn't expect he had such talent. Only elder Song looked serious, lost in thought, and after a while, he slowly asked, "Erniu, do you have something in mind?" Song Erniu gritted his teeth and said, "I want to support Sanha's education." Everyone was a bit shocked. Even Song Si-hu was surprised. Their family could afford education because of the gold from the Shin family, but aside from the land and ox cart business, there was no other income. Relying solely on those two wouldn't be enough. Song Sanyu and Wang shared the same concern. Education isn't that simple. If it were, there would be many scholars in Jinfeng County, but they're few. Studying requires not only the child's talent and effort, but also financial support. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Sanyu said, education is good, but the costs might be quite high." He had seriously calculated the expenses. His son was 5 years old now, and it would be about 10 years before he could take the scholar exam. Just for tuition and supplies, it would cost at least 5 taels of silver a year. Especially the books, some of which cost several taels each. Their family was doing well now, but it was uncertain for Urge's family. "I know. That's why I came to talk to you and your wife today," Song Erniu said quietly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Could it be that second brother wants to borrow money? Borrowing money is fine, but studying is a long-term commitment. Song Sanni and Wang thought to themselves. "Third brother, I also want to start a consignment business. You help my wife's family sell wild game, and I want to do consignment in our village too. What do you think? You can rest assured that since I'm doing this, I will communicate well with the villagers and there won't be any gossip." After saying this, he looked at Song Sanni with hope. Lee also had a similar expression, and even Song Sanha seemed a bit nervous. Song Sanni naturally had no objections. Studying is a good thing, and since Sanha is his nephew, he hopes for his nephew to do better. After thinking for a moment, Song Sanni nodded. "Second brother, it's good for Sanha to study, but the consignment business isn't as profitable as you think. Chun Yun's family sells wild game and mountain goods, which earn more. Our Song family village can only sell vegetables and ordinary mountain goods. If you do this, you'll only make a little extra money. I know that. As long as it can make money, a little hard work is fine. I only have one son, and I want him to have a better future," Song Erniu said gently, looking at Song Sanha. Song Sanni understood. At that moment, everyone shared the same feelings. The saying "parents' hearts are the same everywhere" was truly accurate. Even the usually sharp-tongued second aunt seemed like a different person, cheerful and helping Wang in the yard. The elderly couple was naturally happy. They wished for their sons and grandsons to do well, but they were a bit worried about the eldest son. Once they decided to go to Master Fong to study, preparations had to be made. Song Erniu and Song Sanni went to buy gifts for the teacher, while Song Sai quickly took the opportunity to inform his third cousin about what to pay attention to at the private school, such as the morning practice time, afternoon dismissal time, and some of Master Fong's special habits. In short, Song Sai shared everything he knew in detail. After explaining these important points, Song Sai began to quiz Song Sanha. This time, Song Sai didn't hold back. He asked quickly and thoroughly. Song Sanha went from answering confidently at first to struggling more and more, especially when it came to explaining meanings. By the end, he couldn't answer at all, realizing that his younger brother knew much more than he did. After breakfast, Song Sanni took his son and went with Song Erniu and Song Sanha to the private school. Song Erniu felt a bit nervous, and Song Sanha was even more anxious. At the entrance of the private school, Song Sanyu explained his purpose, and Uncle Fong asked Song Sai to hurry to the morning class while the others followed him to the backyard to wait. Song Sai wanted to go in and cheer for his cousin, but he couldn't. so he could only reassure the anxious Song Sanyu with a glance. They arrived early today, and Fong Xingli hadn't come yet. Song Sai placed his backpack on the desk, turned around, and started jogging in the small courtyard, occasionally glancing at the backyard, wondering how his cousin was doing. His cousin was already 8 years old and had studied at Wang Xiucai's school, so the teacher would certainly assess him carefully. After a bit of sweating, Song Sai switched from jogging to walking slowly and began practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. He had learned this Tai Chi from an elderly neighbor during his free time, and even after so long, he still remembered the moves clearly, which made him feel pleased with his memory. "Ziyuan, what are you doing?" Just as Song Sai was engrossed in his Tai Chi, a voice came from behind. Without looking, he knew it was his senior brother Xingli. Song Sai stopped his movements, turned around, and smiled. "Brother, you're here. I'm just exercising. Didn't the teacher say a few days ago that you need to be healthy for the imperial exam?" Xingli remembered the teacher's words. Seeing that there was still time, he put his backpack in the classroom and ran out to join his junior brother in practicing Tai Chi. He thought his junior brother was just casually moving around, but after practicing together, he felt much more relaxed. When they returned to the classroom, the two began to memorize texts and practice writing. By the time Jin Yuanbao and Meng Zilong arrived, the two had already completed a large character. Seeing this, Jin Yuanbao and Meng Zilong quickly set out their writing tools and settled down to practice, knowing that the teacher would check their writing as well as their memorization. If they didn't improve, they would face consequences. Dong dong dong, the class bell rang. Teacher Fong entered, leading Song Sanyu. Besides Song Sai, the others were curious and stared at Song Sanyu without blinking. Feeling shy under so many gazes, Song Sanyu was a bit embarrassed. Teacher Fong smiled and pushed him forward, saying, "Qingyuan, greet your senior brothers." Song Sanyu looked at the students below, feeling nervous. He focused on his brother, who was encouraging him, and steadied his nerves, saying, "I am Song Qingyuan from Songjia village in Baishui town." Song Qingyuan, Songjia village. So, how are you related to Ziyuan? Are you from the same village? Jin Yuanbao was the first to respond enthusiastically to the new classmate. Song Sanha felt a bit shy and glanced at Jin Yuanbao before saying, "Ziyuan is my cousin, a close one." He emphasized the last two words. Jin Yuanbao and Fong Xingli Meng Zilian looked at the two brothers with curiosity. Meng Zilian whispered, "They do look a bit alike. All right, we'll talk more later. Qingyuan, you can sit behind Zon." Teacher Fong waved his hand. "Okay, teacher." Song Sanha obediently moved to sit behind his younger brother. Teacher Fong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Qingyuan has been studying with Teacher Wang, and now he has joined our private school as a member of Class A. I hope you all get along well and make progress together." The others had no objections. Their class had always been small, and now they finally had a new student who was also the older brother of their little junior, so they were excited. "Qingyuan, your learning pace is a bit slower than ours, but don't worry. Just follow along with us for now, and I will find time to help you catch up later." Song Sanha quickly nodded. Only then did Teacher Fong open his book and, with his hands behind his back, say, "Next, we will learn." After explaining the new material for the day, Teacher Fong reminded them to study hard, and then left. As soon as the teacher left, Jin Yuanbao couldn't sit still. He turned to his new friend, full of curiosity, and asked, "Junior brother, how old are you?" The way Teacher Fong taught was very different from how their previous teacher did, and Song Sanha felt like he had found the key to learning. Afraid of forgetting what he had just learned, he was seriously reviewing the material. When he heard the little chubby boy call him junior brother, he didn't pay much attention at first. But when he heard the question about his age, he realized it was directed at him and felt a bit confused and shy. "I'm 8 years old." "What? You're 8 years old?" Song Sanha felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. At Teacher Wang's place, everyone was around 10 years old, as they were just there to learn a few characters to find work. Being 8 made him the youngest there, but now in Teacher Fong's class, he suddenly felt like the oldest student, which made him a bit shy. "Haha, even if you're older, I'm still the big brother," Jin Yuanbao said proudly, hands on his hips. Song Sanha was speechless and turned to smile, Cousin, you should study. If you have questions, you can ask me, Xingli or Jillian.
Yuan, how could you forget about me?
Junior brother, you can ask me too. Jin Yuanbao exclaimed, looking a bit upset that he was overlooked. Song Sai found that studying with his cousin was quite nice, and his cousin treated him very well. Even the lunch boxes after meals were washed by his cousin, and Song Sai couldn't refuse. He also got along well with the others, especially with Jin Yuanbao, and they quickly became close friends in just one morning. Song Sai had to admire his cousin's social skills. The day of studying passed quickly. Song Erniu and Song Saniu were already waiting at the door. When they saw the two boys come out, they rushed over. Especially Song Erniu, who felt relieved when he saw his son looking fine. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into years. 8 years passed in a flash. Song Sai grew from a 5-year-old little boy into a 13-year-old young teenager. The family was doing well in Baishui town, thanks to their business selling egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes, along with the consignment business from his uncle and second uncle's families. However, the business of egg pancakes and mixed grain pancakes had been declining lately. The reason was simple: more and more people in town started selling egg pancakes. Since the recipe was easy, Song Sai thought it was normal for others to learn it too. But his mother and grandmother had been a bit upset and irritable during this time. On the other hand, Song Saniu and the old man were very happy every day. Their consignment business had been running smoothly over the years. Of course, there were some initial challenges. The low consumption in town led to a surplus of wild goods, and even Zuifeng Tower couldn't keep up. When they tried to sell at other restaurants in the county, they were turned away. Just when Song Saniu was feeling lost, he happened to meet Shin Qian. Seeing Song Saniu pulling a cart full of wild goods and looking troubled, Shin Qian immediately understood the situation. Plus, feeling grateful for a past favor, he didn't hesitate to help. Later, they learned that Shin Qian's family owned a security company that often transported goods to bustling areas in Daki. The company would also sell some goods along the way, which helped Song Saniu. Shin Qian's family was grateful as well, and when they learned that the Song family had saved their niece, they promised to help with free transportation as long as they had shipments. Song Saniu was not someone who would take advantage of this. During festivals, he would send some wild goods to Shin's family, which strengthened their relationship. Because of the support from the Shin family, in recent years, besides Wangjia village, even hunters from nearby villages have come to seek cooperation. Song Saniu has treated the hunters from neighboring villages fairly. Ordinary game doesn't make much profit. Only rare items are worth selling. This has made it well known in Baishui town that if you want to buy game or mountain goods, you should go to the Song family, where prices are fair and the owner is kind. Now that the family is busy with the business in town, they have entrusted the farmland in Songjiakan to their uncle's family, giving them 1/3 of the harvest each year. Perhaps feeling the difference, when they return to Songjiakan, the villagers are especially warm to them. Even the aunt has changed her attitude. According to my parents, she almost got divorced due to some mistake, and if it weren't for the pleas from my older and younger cousins, she would have been sent back to her family. After some time, the issues seemed to resolve, and she came to town with my uncle as if nothing had happened. Song Saniu is friendly, but doesn't show too much warmth. 8 years have passed. My older and younger cousins have both married and have little ones. My older cousin's fiancé was chosen 2 years ago, but tragically, just days before the wedding, her future husband fell into the water while gathering mountain goods and drowned. This delayed her plans. Due to the gossip in the village, Song Saniu felt sorry for his niece and invited her to stay in town to help with the shop. During these 8 years, a significant event occurred: the labor service. Originally, it was every 2 years, with one male member from each household required to serve. The Song family is separate but not divided, so it fell to Song Saniu this time. However, the Daiqi government allowed payment to avoid service, though it was expensive, 6 taels of silver per person. Fortunately, the family is earning money now. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to think about it. When the family decided to pay for the service, my older and younger cousins stepped up. They decided to earn the money themselves, thinking that if each worked for 15 days, they could earn 3 taels each, which is more than they could make in a year. Both were determined, and their uncle didn't oppose this plan. Seeing his 2 nephews, Song Sanyu felt a pang of love and secretly gave each of them 4 taels of silver, advising them to spend a little on good food at the worksite and not to overwork themselves. Song Dae and Song were very touched. After their labor service, they often brought some mountain goods or small dishes to Uncle San's house. Of course, Song Sanyu, as an uncle, treated everyone well. Whether it was the children of the eldest brother or the second brother, he welcomed them all equally and warmly. In recent years, the second uncle's family had been doing better with their consignment and cart business, making it easier to support San Tang Ji's education. Additionally, the second and third cousins were also earning money. This job was discovered by Song Sanyu by chance. A fabric shop needed female workers for some simple tasks. The owner, who enjoyed wild game, often came to buy, and over time, they became familiar. He then told Song Sanyu about the job. Thinking of his 2 nieces at home, he spoke up. It was just rough work, not embroidery, and the pay was low, but it would save face. The fabric shop owner agreed, without hesitation. Song Hua and Song Sanhua were already envious of their sister Song Dahua living in town. When they learned that their uncle had arranged jobs for them in town, they were overjoyed. They followed their brother Song Sanha to work early and return late every day. Even though the work at the fabric shop was tiring, they remained enthusiastic. After receiving their pay, they spent most of it on food for Uncle San's family. They were both grateful, and Song Sanyu felt very pleased. Meanwhile, Song Sai had grown into a handsome young boy. He wasn't bragging. His looks were impressive enough that he would surely be scouted in his past life. For 8 years, he followed a strict daily schedule, come rain or shine. During these 8 years, only one of his classmates from Class B had passed the entrance exam and was now teaching at the Confucius beginner class. The others from Class B had gone their separate ways to seek opportunities as they were getting older, and some were getting married, looking for jobs in town or the county. Finally, the 5 of them had moved up from Class A to Class B the year before. Yuan, what are you thinking about? Meng Jillian asked after finishing a large character and nodding in satisfaction. He noticed his junior brother staring out the window in a daze and couldn't help but speak up. Song Sai smiled slightly. Nothing. I was just thinking about my lost youth. What youth? Jin Yuanbao, sitting in front, turned around with curiosity. One would expect that with all the early mornings and late night studying, he would have lost some weight. However, the little chubby boy hadn't slimmed down at all. Instead, he seemed to be growing wider. Looking at the tight belt around the little chubby boy's waist, Song Sai worried that as he got older, he might face health issues. Never mind, hurry up and study. We have a monthly exam coming up. Since moving up to Class C, the teacher has given a test every month, and the last student in each test receives a bowl of braised pork. As soon as this was said, Jin Yuanbao shrank his neck in fear, shot an annoyed glance at Song Sai, and then looked at his friend Song Sanha with an expectant face, asking, "Jing Yuan, how has your studying been these days?" Song Sanha proudly replied, "I've been studying really hard lately. Sai says I will definitely score higher than you this time, little fatty. You will surely be in last place." Jin Yuanbao immediately became unhappy and retorted, "Humph, defeated opponent." Since moving to Class C, they have had countless monthly tests, and the last place has always been a competition between Jin Yuanbao and his cousin. They usually get along very well, but during the last few days of each month, their relationship becomes a bit tense. This scene has happened many times, and Fang Xingli and Meng Jilin are already used to it. Sure enough, after a while, Teacher Fang came over from Class B with several test papers, distributed them, and asked everyone to move their desks a bit. He glanced at them seriously and said, "Start the test." The classroom immediately fell silent as everyone began the test seriously. Song Sai took the test paper and first skimmed through it to make sure all the questions were within his knowledge before feeling relieved. The questions from Teacher Fang ranged from easy to difficult, taken from the textbooks they had studied over the years. Generally, as long as the students memorized the books, it wouldn't be too hard. Song Sai answered each question without any pause, writing confidently, with clear handwriting. He was particularly pleased with the characters he had practiced over the years. He wasn't sure what style it was, but he had bought many practice books and, combined with his own insights, his writing looked pleasing to the eye. Even teacher Fong remarked that it didn't look like the handwriting of a student in their teens. Sometimes, he would even show his writing to the master of Class C and the younger students in the beginner class, which made him both surprised and a little shy. After he finished writing, he gently blew on the still damp ink and checked his work carefully. Satisfied that there were no mistakes, he raised his hand to inform Master Fong. Master Fong was used to Song Sai being the first to finish the monthly exam. In fact, he had told them that they should not submit their papers early and must wait for the official notice. However, since the young student always finished early, rather than waste time waiting for everyone, it was better to submit early and go practice writing. So, he stood up, collected the papers, and began grading them at the desk. Song Sai felt no nervousness. He walked to the well in the courtyard to practice writing on a stone slab. Before he had practiced many large characters, Meng Jilan came out and sat beside him, smiling. "Junior brother, today the teacher's last question was actually a math problem. I took a long time to figure it out." Song Sai was surprised that the teacher would include a math problem in the monthly exam. The question was simple. If there were pheasants and rabbits in a cage, with 35 heads and 94 feet, how many of each were there? Although his grades weren't great in his previous life, this question was easy for him. He set the number of chickens as X and rabbits as Y, and solved the equations. However, for his senior brothers, it might be a bit challenging since they didn't have modern equations and had to rely on the most basic methods, like the ancient counting method. Assuming all animals were chickens, 35 chickens would have 35 times 2 is equal to 70 feet. The actual number of feet was 94, so there were 94 minus 70 is equal to 24 extra feet. Since each rabbit has 2 more feet than a chicken, the number of rabbits would be 24 divided by 2 is equal to 12. Thus, the number of chickens would be 35 minus 12 is equal to 23. Therefore, there were 23 chickens and 12 rabbits. Although it took a bit longer to calculate, the final result was the same. The September sun was not as hot as in summer. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of ink. The warm sunlight spread like golden foil over the stone slab where they practiced writing. The 2 handsome young boys wrote large characters on one slab after another. Finally, the exam in the classroom ended, and Master Fong called them in. Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanha felt drained after the exam, as if they had lost their energy. They were slumped over the desk, their eyes fixed on Master Fong, who was grading the papers. Only Fong Xingli remained calm, though he occasionally glanced at Master Fong. Song Sai had experienced this scene many times before and was already used to it. All of this knowledge is well remembered. The teacher graded quickly, and after finishing, his expression showed nothing. After a while, he picked up a test paper and fixed his serious gaze on Jin Yuanbao, saying, "Yuanbao, come up." Seeing the teacher's serious face, Jin Yuanbao thought only one thing: it's over. There's no escaping a punishment. His legs felt like they were glued to the ground, and it took him a while to slowly walk to the front. If you spent as much energy and time playing as you do on studying, you wouldn't always be at the bottom. It's over again, at the bottom again. What a pity for my little hands. I'm going to get in trouble. However, this time you did fairly well. You got the things you should know right and the things you should know wrong. You've improved compared to before. Keep it up. After saying this, he affectionately patted Jin Yuanbao's chubby little face. Jin Yuanbao was praised by the teacher for not being at the bottom this time. His earlier anxiety vanished in an instant. He took the paper and glanced around confidently, like a victorious general. Now that Jin Yuanbao was not at the bottom, the one who should be worried was Song Sanha. Sure enough, the teacher picked up the next test paper and called out, "Qing Yuan, come up." Song Sanha swallowed hard and walked up. The teacher smiled and said, "Not bad, just like Yuanbao. You got the things you should know right, but your handwriting still needs improvement." Seeing the teacher's friendly demeanor, a heavy weight lifted off Song Sanha's heart. Next was Fong Xingli, who also did well, but he didn't answer the last big question. It was a bit advanced, so it was normal not to get it right. The teacher encouraged him, and Fong Xingli returned to his seat with his paper. Then it was Meng Jilwan and Song Sai. Speaking of Meng Jilwan, Song Sai often felt that hard work seemed useless against talent. If it weren't for his memories from a past life and an adult mindset, he would have been left far behind by his little senior brother Jilwan. Even now, he was still closely trailing behind Jilwan in studies, which was quite embarrassing for someone who had traveled through time. Jilwan, come up. When Meng Jilwan heard the teacher call him, he stood up and walked calmly to the front. The teacher's gaze softened as he said, Jilwan, you answered the questions well. Your handwriting is neat and pleasing to the eye. Although Meng Jilwan acted like a little adult, he couldn't help but smile brightly when he heard the teacher's praise, his eyes sparkling. So cute. Little brother Jilwan will definitely grow up to be a handsome man with red lips and white teeth. If he passes the imperial exam in the top 3, he will surely be a top scholar. Ji Yuan, come up. Master Fong finally called Song Si forward. Song Si, he felt no nervousness at all. He was confident in himself. Master Fong looked at his favorite student with a smile. Although this student was the youngest, his character and hard work were not inferior to the others. Sometimes he spoke and acted more like a little adult than a teenager. Master Fong patted Song Si on the shoulder, held up the exam paper with both hands, and said with a smile, "Look at your little brother's exam paper. He answered well and wrote beautifully. You all need to learn from him, understand?" The others nodded repeatedly. They were used to being outshined by their little brother and felt no resentment. He was just too outstanding. Song Si, he calmly walked back to his seat with the exam paper, feeling like fireworks were going off inside him. Being praised felt great. Once Song Si he sat down, Master Fong leaned over the desk and said seriously, normally, you've only been studying in the private school for 8 years and should wait another 2 years before taking the exam. However, the county magistrate of Jinfeng County can't wait any longer. It has been years since we had a scholar, and he has been scolded by the higher officials. I had to go to the county town recently because of this, and the magistrate urged me to submit your names for the exam. He paused for a moment and continued, you have learned what you need to over the years, but you haven't had time to solidify your knowledge before the exam, which worries me. Especially your essays and poetry lack inspiration. Your first exam is the county test, which mainly covers the 4 books and 5 classics. As long as you can recite them, you have a good chance of passing. There are still about 6 months until the county test, so from now on, you need to submit 3 essays and 5 poems every 10 days. You can choose topics from the seasons or from animals and plants. Also, review the current issues I assigned you. If you have any questions, make sure to ask me. The others nodded in agreement. They understood that studying was for the purpose of passing the imperial exam and achieving success. What they thought was far away suddenly felt very close, and they were a bit dazed. Even Song Si he felt uncertain, especially about the essays and poetry. The requirements for the 8-legged essay are many. Its structure consists of 10 parts. Introducing the topic, developing the topic, starting the discussion, getting into the main point, presenting the first argument, presenting the middle argument, posing the question, concluding the argument, summarizing, and finishing. From these requirements, it is clear that the 8-legged essay is a very complex form of writing. A good 8-legged essay not only needs to meet the basic structural requirements, but also must have balanced phrases, adhere to the rules of rhythm, convey a grand atmosphere, and transition smoothly. Ideally, it should be subtle rather than direct, elegant without being extravagant, and meaningful. Of course, to write such an essay, one must be very familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics. The trial poetry must be solemn and elegant, avoiding anything frivolous or gaudy. The teacher mentioned that 2 students were disqualified in the past 2 years for including phrases like red powder and flirtation in their poems. There was even a student from a previous dynasty who lost his chance at a high honor due to forbidden words in his poem. This shows how strict the imperial examination system is, with many rules to follow. Honestly, what worries me the most is writing poetry. It is quite challenging for a modern person to compose poems. The verses I create may be neat but lack inspiration, which is probably what the teacher was referring to. After a day of classes, it was still early and the group, understanding each other well, did not get up to leave. Instead, they began to worry about the county exam next February. With less than 6 months to go, time was short. In the past, only one student from their class had passed, highlighting the difficulty of the county exam. If they aimed for the next level, the questions would surely be even harder. All right, it's come to this. We are already registered with the county magistrate, so we will definitely take the exam. Since we have to take it, let's give it our all. We still have half a year. It's not too long. If we make the most of it, maybe all 5 of us can pass, said Song Sai, trying to encourage his worried friends. Exactly. My junior brother is right. In the coming months, we need to make every second count, reading, memorizing, and practicing. Let's use our time wisely. Who knows? We might really bring honor to Baishui town, Meng Jilin said, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke. Jin Yuanbao stood up, full of enthusiasm, and waved his hand. Yes, Jilin is right. I agree. I agree too, Song Sanha added as he stood up. At 16, he was the most eager to achieve fame. Having studied and gained knowledge, he no longer wanted to return to the remote Songjia village. He wanted to step out, at least to live in the town like his younger brother. Fang Xingli finally stood up and looked at everyone, quietly saying, I propose that we cancel our rest days. Let's start our morning study half an hour earlier and leave an hour later in the afternoon. In winter, it gets light late and dark early. Everyone should bring their own candles. We just need to endure this for half a year. If we succeed, we will be respected as students in Baishui town. As soon as he said this, the others, who had been full of enthusiasm, showed worried expressions. But. Okay, I agree. The first to speak up was Jin Yuanbao, which was unexpected. Seeing that Jin Yuanbao agreed, the others immediately raised their hands in agreement. They then began to discuss their study plan for the next 6 months in detail. The discussion included the following. Wake up at 5 in the morning, start study at the private school by 6, study for 4 hours until 10, practice writing from 10 to 12, take a 1-hour break after lunch to help focus in the afternoon. The afternoon would be for writing essays, composing poetry, and studying strategies. They would finish by 5:30 and stay to study until 7:30 before heading home. If anyone had questions, they could note them down for discussion with each other or wait for their rest day to ask the teacher at the private school. Of course, they could take short breaks during the schedule to stretch in the yard. After reviewing the final plan, Song Sai thought it resembled a typical modern high school life, which he could accept. However, both Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanha held their hearts, looking as if they could hardly bear it. In the following days, everyone followed the schedule. They arrived at the private school while it was still dim in the morning and returned home only after it was completely dark. Among them, only Santang's family lived far away, so Song Sanyu allowed his nephew to stay in town with his son. Song Sai had no objections. Studying alone could be quite boring, and having someone around was nice. Song Erniu was very grateful to hear this, and often brought rice, flour, and meat every few days. Sometimes, he would also bring Li Shi to help with some chores before returning home. Upon learning that the county exam was only 6 months away, the Song family became even more focused than Song Sai. Wang Shi would wake the two of them up at 5 every morning without fail. By the time they were dressed and washed, their grandmother and grandfather would have breakfast ready on the table, even at the perfect temperature to eat. After dinner, there was still a little time left, so Song Sai would jog with his cousin in the yard until they broke a light sweat. Then they would follow their father and the dog, Ah Huang, to the private school. Ah Huang was already an old dog, dedicated to picking up the young master every day. At 13 and 16, they were already young men and didn't really need to be escorted by their family. However, the Song family insisted that as long as they were unmarried, they were still children. It seemed like it was time to show their true abilities. The group started to compete, arriving earlier each day. One day, due to rain, Song Sai and Song Sanha waited for the rain to stop before heading to school, only to find that the other three had already arrived early and appeared to have been studying for a while. Even Jin Yuanbao, who usually loved to play, was frowning in concentration. Everyone was racing against time, eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was February of the following year. Song Sai was about to face his first exam, marking the moment when years of study would finally reveal the results. In the days leading up to the exam, the teacher explained the registration process in detail. For instance, they needed to prepare materials to register at the local government office in their hometown, known as self-registration. Here, registration referred to identification materials, mainly including details about their hometown, ancestry, age, and appearance. Self-registration meant applying on their own. Although the imperial examination allowed self-registration, there were still restrictions on the candidates' backgrounds. People from disreputable families, such as courtesans, actors, and servants, were not allowed to take the exam, and even their descendants for 3 generations were also barred. Additionally, they needed to form a group of 5 to take the exam together. A local scholar would then vouch for them, confirming their hometown and that they came from a respectable background. Finding a scholar for this was the teacher's responsibility, but they had to pay a guarantee fee of 2 taels of silver. Although the government prohibited scholars from demanding this fee, it was still expected in private. The price had always been around 2 taels, but there were risks involved. If a candidate was found to have misrepresented their background or had someone take the exam for them, the vouching scholar could face severe penalties, ranging from losing their qualifications to being punished or even exiled, which could also affect their family. Therefore, asking for the fee was quite common. Of course, the 5 of them are closely connected. If one person has an issue, the others can't escape either. However, they have known each other since childhood, so they are not worried about this. It's the students from other places who, in order to form connections, temporarily team up with a few people that are the most anxious. If they choose the wrong partners, they might face consequences like failing or even affecting their families. Once they successfully register, the first county exam will be held in Jinfeng County, personally overseen by the county magistrate. The exam consists of 5 parts: the main exam, the preliminary review, the secondary review, and 2 additional reviews. Each part lasts a whole day, starting at dawn, and they must submit their papers by the end of the day. Results are announced for each part, known as FAN. The first 4 parts are called Yuanen, with the results written in a circular format and the center marked with a red pen to indicate success. The vertical stroke of the character for success is longer at the top and shorter at the bottom, symbolizing good fortune. Additionally, in the first 4 results, only seat numbers are listed, and those who pass are referred to as out of the circle or out of numbers. Only in the final part are names listed in order called Chang'an. However, they decided not to check the results of the first 4 parts and would only look at the final results to avoid affecting their mood if they didn't pass. After the county exam, the next step is the prefectural exam, usually held in April. One must pass the first part to qualify for it. The teacher, Fong, did not elaborate on this, saying they should focus on passing the first part before thinking about anything else. To become a qualified scholar, one must pass the county, prefectural, and academy exams, finishing in the top 20. If someone only passes the first 2 but fails the third, they can only be considered a student. Song Sai aims to become a scholar because only scholars truly enter the imperial examination system, which can benefit their families, such as exemptions from labor and taxes. With all the materials prepared and just 3 days left until the exam, for the next 2 days, Fong entrusted the beginner class and the second class to their senior student, who provided extra lessons and answered their questions, explaining the exam questions from the past few years. On the 3rd day, they only had half a day of class before being sent home to rest, with the teacher saying they should relax and that they would know what they needed to. Although he said that, Song Sai and Song Sanha still picked up their books at home. However, since the exam location was in the county, they didn't study for long before Song Ernia brought over the ox cart, while Song Sanio handed them their exam baskets. Song Sai glanced at the basket, which contained ink, paper, and a stone for pressing down the papers. Since they didn't need to stay overnight at the exam site, these items were sufficient. After a while, A loud voice called from the entrance of the Song family's courtyard. Are you ready? Let's go now. How could they not be ready? Song Sanyu had booked rooms for his son and nephew in the county a month in advance, just waiting to check in tonight. Seeing her son about to leave, Wang handed the prepared bundle to Song Sanyu and gently took her son's hand, saying, "You're still young, so don't feel too much pressure." "Mom, I understand," Song Sai replied with a smile, then turned to his worried grandparents and cousin, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, and cousin, don't worry about us. We'll be back in a few days. All right, Sanha, do your best on the exam." As they stepped out of the courtyard, they saw a horse cart and an ox cart waiting outside. On the horse cart were Jin Yuanbao, Meng Jilin, and their fathers. The two families had been neighbors for many years, so they shared a horse cart. Jin's father was a big man with a round face, resembling a large white bun, while Meng's father looked like a weak scholar. However, appearances can be deceiving. Despite his delicate look, Meng's father was quite capable and ran a maritime business, often traveling far with his trade fleet to bring in goods from the sea. On the ox cart sat Fong Xingli and his father, who was a simple man. The Fong family didn't have a shop and sold goods from a fixed stall on the street, so his face was tanned from the sun. When they saw each other, they smiled widely, revealing bright white teeth. Over the years, the children had studied together, and the adults had become quite familiar with one another. After greeting each other, they each got into their carts and set off toward the county. Jin Yuanbao and Meng Jilin, having never ridden an ox cart before, insisted on trying it. Unable to refuse, Jen's father stopped the horse cart, and Jin Yuanbao quickly climbed onto the Song family's ox cart, chattering excitedly. Meanwhile, Meng Jilin ran over to the Fong family's ox cart to share his poems with Fong Xingli. Along the way, the adults and children chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the county. The exam venue was at the county school, and the families had booked a nearby inn. As they entered, they saw many scholars in long robes, as the inn was close to the school and many students were staying there. The waiter at the Tongfu Inn greeted them warmly, running over with a smile. "How many rooms do you need, gentlemen?" A few people took out their reservation tokens. The waiter, seeing they had made a reservation, smiled even more warmly. "Oh, so you had a reservation. Your rooms have been ready for a while, 2 premium rooms and 3 standard rooms, right?" After saying this, he took the tokens and went to the counter to get some keys, leading them upstairs. The Song and Fong families chose standard rooms, which cost 200 coins a day, while the Jin and Meng families opted for premium rooms at 300 coins a day. This was still at the reserved rate. If they had come without a reservation, both types of rooms would have cost an extra 50 coins. Of course, the inn also had budget rooms for 100 coins a day and dormitory beds for 50 coins, but the quality of those accommodations was easy to imagine. The standard rooms were on the 2nd floor, and the premium rooms were on the 3rd floor. The families then separated and went to their respective rooms. Song Sanyu opened the door, and Song Sai stepped inside. The so-called standard room was just a bit larger than his bedroom at home, with a bit more furniture and decorations, but nothing special. Since they arrived in the afternoon, it was around 3 o'clock, and they had plenty of time. Song Sai took out his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to practice writing large characters. Although he had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but feel nervous about the upcoming exam. Practicing writing helped him calm down and relieve his anxiety. He wondered if the others felt the same way. The entire afternoon passed, and surprisingly, no one came to visit. The other students in the inn might also be studying hard before the exam. The Tongfu Inn was quiet, except for some noise when new guests checked in. During this time, the waitstaff came in twice to refill the water, being very quiet, which made Song Sai very satisfied. By the end of the afternoon, Song Sai had written 7 or 8 sheets of large characters. Once he finally set aside his anxiety, the sunset slowly descended like a tired bird returning to its nest. The distant sky glowed with a soft pink hue, and the cool breeze gently ushered in the night. Seeing his son studying diligently as soon as he entered the room, Song Sanyu didn't want to disturb him. He sat by the window, watching outside, and when he heard the sound of the brush on paper, he turned around and smiled, saying, "Son, it's dark now, let's eat." Song Sai smiled slightly and replied, "Okay, and Dad, you don't need to worry about me. Just do what you need to do." Over the years, his father had always been there for him, no matter how busy he was, picking him up early and dropping him off late, hardly getting a good night's sleep. Looking at the deep bags under his father's eyes, Song Sai felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Song Sanyu stepped forward, patted his son's shoulder, and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "You are my only son. If I don't worry about you, who should I worry about? Besides, I enjoy caring for you. It makes me happy." "Old 3, it's time for dinner," came the voice of Song Ernyu from outside. The two didn't say much and walked out of the room to the hall downstairs. Many people were already seated, including Jin Fu, Jin Yuanbao, Meng Fu, Meng Zhilong, Fong Fu, and Fong Xingli, who were waiting for them at the dining table. They quickly took their seats and began to eat. The meals for the upper and middle rooms were different. The upper room had 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and rice, while the middle room had 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and rice. The food was served on special wooden trays, 1 portion per person, somewhat similar to fast food in the past. Although the portions weren't large, there were many varieties, and they could ask for more rice if they finished. After eating, they hurried upstairs to rest since they had to wake up early the next day. Not long after they got to their room, a staff member brought water for washing. They quickly tidied up, and Song Sanyu urged his son to get to bed. Song Sai climbed into bed and took off his outer robe. Noticing his father still standing by the bed, curious, he asked, "Dad, aren't you going to sleep too?" Song Sanyu smiled and replied, "I'm not tired. I'm just sitting here. You go ahead and sleep." "Not tired? You took me to school early this morning and sat with me all afternoon. Now you say you're not tired? You can't be planning to just watch over me, right?" No, I'm really not tired. I usually go to bed late at home." "You sleep first. I'll go to bed soon." Song Sanyu waved his hand with a smile. Song Sai felt a bit confused but thought about the exam the next day and decided not to say more. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Seeing his son asleep, Song Sanyu quietly walked to the desk and blew out the candle. He sat quietly by the bed, watching his son. He knew he snored loudly when he slept, and since his son had an exam the next day, he didn't want to disturb him. Besides, they would have several days of exams, so he thought, if I don't sleep at night, I can sleep during the day. As the night passed, a sudden firecracker sound outside startled the sleeping Song Sai awake. He remembered the teacher saying that the county school would set off firecrackers to remind everyone that there was an exam today, so they should be prepared. Rubbing his eyes, Song Sai sat up and suddenly noticed his father was not beside him but was instead slumped over the desk, looking sleepy as he raised his head. "Dad, you didn't sleep in your bed last night," Song Sai said with a frown. Song Sanyu laughed and walked to the bedside to light a candle. "You have an exam during the day, so I can sleep too. Stop frowning like an old man. Get up, get ready, and let's go eat. Then I'll take you to your exam." Sometimes, his son acted like a little adult, nagging endlessly, making him wonder who was the parent and who was the child. Song Sai didn't argue. He wouldn't let his father keep talking like this tonight. After sitting up and getting dressed, the staff from Tongfu restaurant brought hot water. They quickly washed up and hurried downstairs to eat. At the table, Jin's father repeatedly reminded them, "Don't be nervous. When you get to the exam, just do your best. I heard your teacher say the county exam covers the 4 books and 5 classics. You've done well in your monthly tests, so this should be manageable." But saying that only made them more anxious. If it were easy, why hadn't there been any scholars from Jinfeng County in recent years? Their private school had only produced 1 student in all these years, so it must be difficult. The more they thought about it, the more nervous they became. Meng's father noticed the kids were tense and smiled. "Just do what you can. If you can't answer something, remember that everyone else might struggle too. Don't worry, we have some resources at home. If it doesn't go well, you can always try again." Hearing this eased their nerves a bit. They quickly finished their meal and double-checked their exam supplies. Once everything was confirmed, they left the restaurant and headed toward the county school. Although the sky was still gray, there were many people on the way, mostly students coming for the county exam and their worried parents. Tongfu restaurant was close to the county school, and they arrived in about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. The entrance to the county school was crowded, making it hard to get through. However, the entrance had already hung several large lanterns, lighting up the area. Song Sai stood on his tiptoes to look around. He saw young boys about his age and middle-aged men with a few gray hairs, even an elderly man with a hunched back and a head full of white hair. Despite their different ages, everyone's eyes were filled with a longing for success. February was still quite cold. Even with so many people around, a gust of wind would send a chill through them. Seeing his son shiver, Song Sanyu felt a pang of concern. What's going on? You can't wear a warm coat for the exam and no cotton shoes or socks either. What if you catch a cold? Song Sai did not expect that the ancient imperial examination would be so strict, with specific rules even for the candidate's clothing. Whether it was the hat, shirt, robe, or jacket, everything had to be single-layered. Even leather clothing had to be without lining, and shoes had to have thin soles. Today, Song Sai was wearing 8 layers of clothing and had 5 pairs of socks on his feet. Despite the cold wind, he had to endure it. If he wore more layers, it would be difficult to write. However, he had been exercising regularly over the past few years, so he could handle the cold. As dawn broke, more people gathered around. There weren't many students, but there were many parents. Some families sent several people to support their candidates, making the crowd seem larger. According to the teacher, this year, due to a strict order from the county magistrate, the number of candidates was greater than the total from the previous years combined. However, the teacher also mentioned that most of them were just there to make up the numbers and were not fully prepared for the exam. After waiting a little longer, the crowd began to push forward as the county school gates opened. Song Sai and his friends exchanged nervous glances. Song Sai turned to his father and uncle, waving his hand. "You should go back now. We will be in line for a while, and it's too cold. You should go back to the inn to warm up." "Yes, Dad, Uncle, you should go back. It's too cold. Just come to pick us up in the afternoon," Song Sanha quickly agreed. Jin Yuanbao, Meng Jilin, and Feng Xingli felt the same way. The parents were concerned, but they also worried about their children and didn't want to leave. They kept smiling and waving, assuring everyone that it was fine. Reluctantly, the group moved forward to join the long line. The queue was long, and the officials were searching thoroughly. By the time it was Song Sai's turn, the sun was fully up. At some point, Teacher Fong had arrived and was smiling at them, saying loudly, "Don't be nervous. I look forward to your good news in 5 days." The arrival of the teacher brought them some joy, but the officials were already approaching to begin searching. Everyone quickly bowed to the teacher and then spread their arms out. At the entrance of the county school, there were 4 officials divided into 2 teams for body searches. Each team had 2 people. One searched the body while the other checked the exam basket. They were very thorough, requiring candidates to remove their outer clothing, let down their hair, and take off their shoes and socks. They also carefully examined the exam baskets. For example, inkstones could not be too thick, brush tubes had to be hollow, and any snacks had to be cut into small pieces. The snacks that Song Sai brought were broken into many pieces to ensure everything was correct. After confirming everything, they checked names, hometowns, ages, and appearances again. Only after everything was verified could candidates receive their identification numbers and enter the exam hall. Song Sai had just taken off his outer clothing, shoes, and socks and was shivering from the cold. Once everything was confirmed, he quickly put his clothes and shoes back on and entered the exam hall with his identification number. Inside, he looked around and noticed that the exam hall resembled the descriptions in history books from his previous life. It consisted of long rows of small rooms, each barely big enough for one person to sit and turn around, making it difficult even to stand. No wonder this exam hall was also called the exam shed or number shed, as the space was very cramped and the conditions were simple, with only a desk and a stool. Song Sai picked up the coarse cloth from his exam basket and wiped the desk and stool clean before sitting down, as this would prevent dirt from getting on his answer sheet. Any damage or dirt on the exam paper could lead to disqualification, so Song-sai took all these details very seriously. Once everything was ready, the sun rose. Ding ding ding, the exam is about to begin. Shortly after this announcement, someone came down to distribute the exam papers. The first thing Song-sai did when he received his paper was to count the number of sheets and check both sides of each one to ensure everything was correct. After confirming that, he felt relieved and glanced over the exam content, realizing he was familiar with most of it. This boosted his confidence. The first exam was the main one, and Song-sai wrote his name, hometown, and family background on the answer sheet before starting to answer the questions. After years of studying the 4 books and 5 classics, it wasn't too difficult for him. However, this first exam was particularly important in the county test because passing it would qualify him for the provincial exam, making it crucial for his future. Outside the county school, parents anxiously waited for news while the children took their exams. Once the announcement of the exam starting came from inside, the parents reluctantly returned to the inn. Mr. Jean called for a pot of tea, and they began discussing the children's knowledge in the inn's hall. Mr. Jean took a sip of tea and patted his round belly, laughing. Among these kids, the most knowledgeable is definitely Yuan. I often hear my Yuanbao come home and praise him. Song Sanyu was excited to hear his son mentioned, but he humbly replied, "Oh, not at all. Haha, I've also heard my Zhilong say that his junior brother is very smart. He always remembers the explanations from the teacher clearly. Sometimes, when my son doesn't understand something, he even asks your son," Mr. Meng said with a loud and emotional tone. When the topic of children came up, Mr. Fong and Song Erniu, who had been quiet, joined in. The conversation became lively, and Song Sanyu, who had been thinking about sleeping, suddenly felt wide awake, enthusiastically praising his son. There was only one exam paper, and Song Sai valued it greatly. He didn't dare to start writing directly. Instead, he carefully wrote all his answers on a separate piece of paper first. Once he finished all the questions, he copied them neatly onto the exam paper to ensure accuracy and tidiness. He even dipped his brush in ink very carefully, afraid of getting too much and causing a mess on the exam paper. Just as Song Sai completed all the questions, the officials from the county school brought in lunch. He quickly set his exam paper aside to prevent any soup from spilling on it. Looking at the lunch, he felt a bit speechless. In the middle of the day, there was nothing dry to eat, just a bowl of thin porridge, a bun, and a plate of pickled vegetables, which looked unappetizing. He brought the meal to his desk and took out a food box from his exam basket, which contained several pieces of broken pastries. He had originally brought them in case the lunch was insufficient, but now they became his main meal. After eating a few pieces, he set them aside and didn't even dare to drink water for fear of needing the restroom. It was known that students' restroom breaks were recorded, including the duration and frequency. After a short break and doing some eye exercises, Song Sai took the exam paper and began to fill it out carefully, following his draft paper. Each stroke was done with great attention. Once he finished all the questions, he looked at his answers. The handwriting was neat and had a masterful quality, making him feel very satisfied. He shook his sore wrists, turned his neck, and patted his cold, red cheeks, waiting for the end of exam bell. After a little while, the exam bell rang, and soon a clerk came to collect the test papers. The county school gate was already open. Song Sai packed his basket and walked out with the other students. As they reached the outside of the county school, he saw his father excitedly waving at him. Song Sai walked over, and Song Sanyu quickly helped his son put on a warm coat and handed him a hot water bottle to hold. Song Sai felt much warmer. Seeing that the others had not yet come out, they waited together outside. Before long, Jin Yuanbao, Meng Jilian, Fang Xingli, and Song Sanyu all came out one after another, looking pleased, which suggested they had done well. The children were happy, and the adults felt good too, but no one asked how the exam went. Instead, they wrapped their children in warm coats and walked back to the inn together. Upon arriving at the inn, the staff politely brought 5 bowls of ginger soup. The county exam usually took place in February when it was cold, so the inn had prepared the ginger soup in advance. The students were excited after the exam, and after drinking the soup and having dinner, they discussed the test questions for a while before happily returning to their rooms. That night, when it was time to sleep, Song Sanyu insisted that Song Sai go to bed first. However, Song Sai refused. His father was worried about him and feared he wouldn't rest well, but he also felt for his father, knowing he wouldn't sleep well either. Besides, he was used to his father's snoring and found it comforting. Unable to convince his son, Song Sanyu took off his outer coat and lay down beside him. Soon he started to snore. Hearing the snoring, Song Sai happily turned over and fell asleep. The next day focused on the topic of ink meaning, which involved simple questions based on the classics and their interpretations. The exam included sentences from the 4 books and 5 classics for the students to respond to. On the third day, they examined the meaning of the classics, which required explaining the sentences from the texts, essentially a form of essay writing. After preparing for half a year, Song Sai had written 3 essays every 10 days, so he was well prepared. Then came the 4th and 5th days, and when the 5th day finally ended and they left the county school, the sun had already set. Song Sanyu draped a robe over his son and handed him the hot water bottle again. Once everyone was gathered, they headed to the Fuxing Inn. After several days of exams, Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanha immediately jumped up, excited that they would not return until tomorrow morning. The 2 boys couldn't sit still and eagerly wanted to run outside. Even the usually composed Fang Xingli felt restless. Just then, Song Sai and Meng Jilin also wanted to get some fresh air. The group quickly agreed to go out after having a bowl of ginger soup and dinner at the inn. Song Sanyu was a bit worried since his son was the youngest and had previously gotten lost in the county town. He wanted to go along but was stopped by Meng's father, who said, "A young man shouldn't be afraid to go out. He's already 15 and should be exploring the world." Song Sanyu thought about it and realized his son was already 13, so it was okay for him to go out. Besides, with his nephew by his side, he should be safe. The group of boys headed straight to the busiest street in the county town, feeling like a group of young adventurers, especially Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanha, who walked with a carefree swagger. The sky had darkened, but the streets were still lively, with many vendors showing no signs of closing up. The boys looked around, enjoying the atmosphere of a night market. Song Sai, busy with his studies in recent years, hadn't visited the county town much. Now that he was finally here, he wanted to buy some things to take home for the women in his family. He began to notice beautiful hairpins made of wood adorned with plush flowers at the stalls, reminding him of a saying, "Velvet captures the colors of spring, and the flower pins bloom like rosy clouds." As he walked a few steps further, he spotted a stall with even more beautiful plush flowers. He quickly approached and picked up a blue flower hairpin, thinking about who it would suit and how many to buy. Before he could decide, he heard a little girl's voice say, "I want all of these." The vendor selling the plush flowers smiled widely and, noticing Song Sai holding one, said, "Young master, are you still buying? If not, I will give them all to this young lady." Song Sai looked up to see a girl around 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a red outfit with a white fox fur coat, making her round face look porcelain-like. Her big eyes sparkled with joy, and she had cute dimples. She was truly adorable. However, she seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. The girl in the red dress looked curiously at the handsome young man in front of her. His hair was simply tied back, and he smiled warmly, wearing a blue long robe with a silver belt. He held a fluffy flower and looked gentle, lost in thought. She felt he looked somewhat familiar. When the young man turned his head and stared at her, the girl in red felt her cheeks flush. "Yeah, did you buy it? Hurry up, we still need to go guess the lantern riddles." 2 girls approached the fluffy flower stall, one of them pulling the girl in red anxiously. "Yeah, your name is Shen Yueyue, right?" Hearing the name, Song Sai felt a rush of memories from years ago when he lost someone, and he spoke uncertainly. The girl in red frowned and looked the young man up and down. As if remembering something, a look of disbelief spread across her face, and she covered her mouth in surprise, saying, You're that big brother. It's me. If someone hadn't called you, I wouldn't have recognized you. You've really changed since the days when you only cried. You look so beautiful now. Although she was still a bit chubby, the girl looked charming and delightful. Shun Yue blushed at the compliment, while the two girls behind her curiously watched Song Sai. Seeing their friend call him Big Brother, they forgot about the riddles and stood aside, eagerly watching the two. Big Brother, I still don't know your name. Shun Yue asked curiously, realizing she had been too busy crying as a child to ask her benefactor's name. My name is Shun Ziyuan, Song Sai replied gently. Shun Yue smiled sweetly and said, Then I'll call you Brother Ziyuan from now on. Wow, Brother Ziyuan, I didn't expect this. Jin Yuanbao and the others noticed the little brother chatting happily with someone. Just as they approached out of curiosity, they heard the girl call him Brother Ziyuan, and their eyes lit up with intrigue. Jin Yuanbao was the first to tease. Seeing the girl's cheeks turn red, Song Sai turned and smiled, explaining, She's the little girl who got lost with me when we were younger. Don't make wild guesses. Only then did they stop their teasing looks and nod in understanding. They knew about this from the little brother's stories, and the two girls with Shun Yue probably heard about it too. One girl in a light yellow dress smiled and said, Since he's your lifesaver, come with us to guess the lantern riddles. Sure. All right. Jin Yuanbao was the first to show support. Song Sai nodded at the little girl's eager expression. The others, seeing that the junior brother agreed, also nodded in agreement. Since they were already in the county town, they should definitely explore and have some fun. Yeah, do you want all these fluffy flowers? If she wanted them all, he wouldn't compete with a little girl. Shun Yue quickly shook her head and said, Big brother, you buy first, and I'll take the rest. After all, it was just for fun, so the big brother should go first. Hearing this, Song Sai didn't hold back. He thought about how many women were at home and bought a blue one for old Mrs. Zhang, a water pink one for his mother, and a pink one for his older cousin. As for his second and third cousins, he decided not to buy for them since their brother was right next to him. Besides, they both had jobs and could afford the fluffy flowers. They weren't expensive. If anything, the cost was in the craftsmanship. Each fluffy flower was 20 coins, so 3 would be 60 coins in total. The vendor, seeing the large purchase, became even more enthusiastic and offered a discount of 5 coins, making it 55 coins. Song Sai naturally agreed. Before he could take out his money pouch, Shen Yue quickly tossed a silver coin to the vendor and cheerfully said, Zhiyuan Gij, let me pay. You don't need to spend your money. It wasn't right to let a girl pay, so Song Sai counted the money and handed it to the vendor with a smile, saying, I'll pay for my own. The vendor glanced at the two and finally accepted the money from Song Sai. Seeing the junior brother buy gifts for his family, the others were also eager to buy. Jin Yuanbao was the first to buy 2 bright red ones. Meng Jilin bought a water pink and a pink one. Feng Xingli bought a lotus color, and finally, Song Sanyu bought a water pink and 2 pink ones. Seeing several young boys wanting to buy, the vendor was delighted and gave a discount of 2 coins on each. This was the first time Song Sai bought something so expensive. The 3 fluffy flowers wiped out all his savings from the past few years. If it weren't for the discount, he would have thought about borrowing 5 coins from his younger brother. But now it was just right. He didn't need to borrow money and still had 1 coin left. Thinking about how happy his mother and 2 sisters would be when he brought these home, Song Sai felt happy inside. Once the big brother finished buying, Shun Yue quickly bought the remaining few, making the vendor so happy he could hardly contain himself. After paying, Song Sai and his friends followed Shun Yue and her group to the riddle guessing event. It wasn't far. They arrived in less than 15 minutes. In front of a newly opened bookstore, hundreds of lanterns were hanging, brightly lit, making the area as bright as day. Each lantern had a riddle written on it, and many customers stopped to watch. Some were already deep in thought in front of the lanterns. Song Sai found this very interesting. Advertising in ancient times was quite innovative. Perhaps because their group was large and all young, the shopkeeper inside warmly introduced, "Come and take a look. Guess the riddles. If you guess 5 correctly, you'll get a piece of paper. If you guess 10, you'll win a handwritten book. Guess 20, and we'll give you our biggest, most beautiful lantern. Of course, that sounded great. There was no cost, and they could win prizes.
Everyone was eager to try.
Fong Xingli first took a lantern and read aloud, half of spring and autumn. Guess a character. Almost as soon as Fong Xingli finished reading, Song Sai thought of the answer. Before he could speak, Meng Zilian excitedly shouted, "It's Qin." Right. It's Qin. You're really clever, third junior brother. Jin Yuanbao patted Meng Zilian on the shoulder. He just lucky, Meng Zilian said, feeling a bit shy under everyone's gaze. Seeing the answer come easily, Song Sania happily stepped forward to take a lantern and smiled. One person inside. Guess a character.
Meat.
Fong Xingli quickly replied this time. Good. Keep going. Jin Yuanbao was getting interested, rolling up his sleeves, ready to guess. The two girls beside Shin Yueyue also became interested. They picked up a lantern and read, "From afar, the mountains of color. Up close, the water is silent. Spring has passed, but the flowers remain. When people come, the birds are not startled. Guess an object." Why did it suddenly get harder? Jin Yuanbao said with a frown. The others didn't have time to pay attention to him. Their minds were racing. Looking at the mountains and water from a distance, there was no sound up close. Spring had passed, but the flowers remained. Shouldn't the birds fly away when people approached? What could it be? It's a painting, Song Sai confidently answered. A painting? Little junior brother is right. The mountains and waters are fake, so of course there's no sound, Fong Xingli said, looking enlightened. The others nodded in agreement. They continued to guess several riddles, and everyone's interest in the riddles grew stronger. A mute person gestures, guess an idiom. It goes without saying. Climbing stairs, guess an idiom. Step by step, rising higher. After correctly answering 5 riddles, the shop assistant in the bookstore was not worried at all. Instead, he cheerfully said, "You did well. Do you want to continue? If you choose to stop, I can give you a piece of paper. But if you keep going and only answer 7 or 8 correctly, you will lose the previous rewards." Now it makes sense why the bookstore assistant was so calm. Guessing 5 riddles gives you a piece of paper, while guessing 10 gives you a handwritten book. But if you guess 5 and choose not to take the paper and then fail to guess 10, the earlier rewards are lost. It's quite interesting. It's all about a gambler's mindset. Shall we keep guessing? Song Sanha was the first to feel anxious. A piece of paper is worth 100 coins. If they don't guess 10 riddles later, that paper will be lost, which would be a pity. Of course we should guess. Don't be afraid. We have our third and little junior brothers who are sure to win, Jin Yuanbao said, full of confidence in the 2 younger brothers. Should we continue guessing? Fong Xingli turned to the 2 younger brothers. Among the 5 of them, the smartest were undoubtedly the third and little junior brothers, especially the little junior brother, who, despite being younger, always had a calm and confident demeanor. Over the years, he instinctively sought advice from the little junior brother in various situations. Yes, why not guess? With the atmosphere building up, it would feel wrong not to guess, especially with the admiring looks from Jin Yuanbao and the young girl. Upon hearing the little junior brother say to guess, Jin Yuanbao immediately took down a lantern and announced loudly, 15 days, guess a character.
Fat.
Swallowing a cow's tail in 1 bite. Report. Especially generous.
Return.
Half full, half empty. River. They quickly answered several riddles. The crowd that had gathered around the lantern in the bookstore rushed over, clapping and cheering as they saw how smoothly the guesses were going. Even the bookstore owner came out, happily watching them continue guessing riddles, looking confident in his own riddles. Seeing the crowd, Jin Yuanbao, feeling excited, read even louder. With eyes but no pearls, empty inside, lotus flowers rise from the water. Joy in meeting. Phoenix leaves fall, parting ways. Loving couples do not reach winter. Guess a summer item. It's a bamboo lady. This answer was given by Shin Yueyue, and Song Sai smiled and praised the young girl, making her even happier. Clap, clap, clap. Well done. You have answered 10 questions correctly. Do you want to claim your reward? Do you want to continue? The bookstore owner clapped his hands and said with a smile, Continue. Yes, keep going and win that big lantern. Before the group could respond, the audience around them eagerly shouted, Continue, continue. Now, they had no choice but to go along with it. Seeing his junior brother nod, Jin Yuanbao quickly grinned and picked up another lantern, saying, A young man with white hair turns black in old age. A bald head wears a cap when idle.
Brush.
Good.
Good.
After much thought and brainstorming, they finally guessed the 20th riddle. The last riddle was not an ordinary one. It was written by the bookstore owner himself. Even Song Sai felt nervous, hoping they wouldn't fail at the last moment. After writing the riddle, the bookstore owner held it up with a smile and said, With a horse, one can travel 1,000 miles. With soil, one can grow crops. With people, it's neither you nor me. With water, one can raise fish and shrimp. Guess a word. As expected from the bookstore owner, the riddle was much harder. Even Song Sai couldn't sort out his thoughts immediately. Meng Ziluan and Fang Xingli were even more anxious, frowning in deep thought, while only Jin Yuanbao and Song Qingyuan were looking around, feeling restless. Add horse to get run, add soil to get land, add person to get he, add water to get pond, Song Sai murmured. Meng Ziluan's eyes lit up after hearing this. He tugged at Song Sai's sleeve and said cheerfully, Junior brother, you're so clever. Fang Xingli's eyes also sparkled as he leaned in and whispered, It's also, right? It must be. Song Sai nodded and called out to the audience, It's also. Why is it also? Someone in the crowd asked, confused. Immediately, someone jumped in to explain, It's correct. With a horse, it's run. With soil, it's land. With people, it's he. With water, it's pond. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood and began to look closely at the group of young scholars, especially the youngest and most handsome one in the middle. Some middle-aged women even privately inquired about which family this young man came from, wondering why they had never seen him before. Ha ha ha, very good. To guess 20 riddles in one go is impressive. You must be students here for the county exam. You're all promising talents. The bookstore owner looked at the tall young men in front of him, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he smiled and said, Now, go and take down the biggest lantern from above. The assistant quickly grabbed a long pole from the store and took down the largest and most beautiful lantern hanging in the center of the bookstore's entrance. The owner received it and personally handed it to Song Sai. Thank you, boss. I wish you all the best. May your business thrive, Song Sai said, immediately showering the owner with compliments upon receiving the lovely lantern. The bookstore owner beamed with joy and waved his hand, pointing to the assistant with a smile. Go, bring me a sheet of paper and a handwritten book. I want to give these to you, and I wish you all success in your studies. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in cheers, praising the generosity of the bookstore owner. Many commented that they would bring their children to buy books here in the future. The owner's intention to promote his store was clearly achieved, exceeding expectations. After solving a few riddles and receiving so many wonderful items, the group was extremely happy, especially since they received them for free, thanks to their cleverness. Song Sai decided not to take the paper and handwritten book, but let Jin Yuanbao and the others share them. However, he kept the large lantern, and no one objected. The youngest among them, the little junior brother, had answered the most questions, so it was only fair to give the lantern to him. Yeah, this lantern is for you, Song Sai said, turning around and handing the lantern to Shin Yueyue. The little girl's eager expression towards the lantern was hard to miss, and besides, without the gold from the Shin family, he wouldn't have had the confidence to study. Shin Yueyue looked surprised, pointing at the lantern and then at herself, unable to believe it. Ji Yuangij, this lantern is for me? Song Sai nodded and smiled gently. Don't you girls love pretty and shiny things? Take it, it will be perfect for lighting your way home. The bookstore owner was generous, and this beautifully crafted lantern, adorned with pink tassels, was just the kind of thing a girl would love. Shan Yueyue accepted the lantern, lifting it to admire its details, and then stole a glance at Song Sai, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a warmth in her heart. After sending Shan Yueyue and the others back, they quickly headed to the Tongfu restaurant. Along the way, they teased Song Sai, but he cleverly responded to each joke, leaving his younger apprentice speechless. When they returned to the restaurant, the older fathers were still in the lobby drinking tea and joking. Once their sons arrived, they each went back to their rooms. Song Sanyu took his son upstairs, and after a quick wash, they went to bed. However, lying in bed, Song Sanyu found it hard to sleep. After holding back all day, he cautiously asked, "Son, how did the county exam go?"
It was okay.
I didn't encounter anything too difficult, and I answered everything. I think I have a good chance of passing, Song Sai replied honestly. The questions in the county exam weren't too hard for him, but he didn't want to make any guarantees. That's good to hear. Don't be nervous, son. I was just asking. It doesn't matter if you pass or not. Our family has saved up quite a bit from business over the years, so you can study however you want, Song Sanyu said, mainly worried about his son feeling pressured. Hearing his son's calm tone eased his mind. Song Sai chuckled. Dad, I'm only 13. Even if I don't pass, I'm not worried. I still have plenty of time. But I'm confident I can pass and become a scholar. Then we can live in the county town, and I can open a private school to support you. Song Sai didn't have grand ambitions. His goal was simply to become a scholar. There weren't many scholars in Jinfeng County, and if he succeeded, he could buy a bigger house and open a school. Being a teacher in ancient times was quite respected, and even though he hadn't been one yet, he imagined it would feel great. Exactly. Being a teacher is wonderful. Look at Mr. Fong. He's just a student and has such a good reputation. If you become a scholar, you'll be even more respected. It's settled then. I'll help you manage the school. Song Sanyu seemed to envision his son as a scholar and teacher, his tone filled with excitement. In the dark, Song Sai rolled his eyes, surprised that after all these years, his father still remembered this. All right, I'll definitely do that. Now, let's get some sleep. We need to head back tomorrow. After the county exam, there were still 3 days until the results were announced. Staying at the restaurant was too expensive, so it was better to return home and wait there. Yes, Uncle Jean, Uncle Meng, and Uncle Fong feel the same way. Let's go back first, and come back to check the results in a few days. My son has been studying hard lately, so it's a good time to help him catch up. Meanwhile, the Shin couple was worried about their daughter not coming home late and were anxiously waiting in the hall. Soon, Shan Yueyue entered happily with a big lantern. Seeing her parents sitting there, she felt a bit shy and said softly, "Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I lost track of time while playing. And you're wandering off. You only thought about coming home when it got dark." "Your courage seems to be growing," Zhao said, pretending to be angry. Seeing her mother upset, Shan Yueyue wasn't scared at all. She boldly walked over to her mother and lifted the lantern to show her, saying, "Mom, look at this beautiful lantern." Zhao had already noticed the lantern. It was big and pretty, and she thought about where her daughter might have bought it. Seeing that her daughter didn't seem to realize her mistake, Zhao's anger grew and she frowned, saying, "Shin Yueyue, I'm talking about you coming home late, not about the lantern. Starting tomorrow, you are not allowed to step out of the house. You need to stay home and practice embroidery." Seeing her mother was really angry, Shin Yueyue quickly looked to her father for help. Shin's father, seeing his daughter's pitiful expression, immediately turned to defend her. However, when he saw his wife glaring at him, he swallowed his words. Shin Yueyue hated practicing embroidery. Noticing her mother was upset, she quickly raised the lantern and said sweetly, "Mom, I met a lifesaver today, which is why I came home late. Brother Ziyuan even walked me to the door safely. This lantern was a prize he won from a riddle contest. He's really amazing." "Brother Ziyuan? Is he the same boy you always talk about, the one who saved you?" Shen Qian asked, frowning, annoyed by how often his daughter mentioned him. Shen Yueyue nodded, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Yes, Dad, you remember. Brother Ziyuan is really impressive. He solved many riddles and got lots of gifts. Plus, he recognized me right away. He's so great. Watching his daughter excitedly talk about Brother Ziyuan, Shun Qian suddenly understood what it meant when people said a girl grows up too fast. Zhao was indeed very interested in the brother that her daughter mentioned. If it weren't for this boy, her daughter wouldn't be standing in front of her now. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and curiously asked, Qiange, is the Song family who collaborates with my family to bring wild game every year the same one? Yes. Shun Qian recalled how every time he met Song Sanyu, he would always talk about his son, saying he was smart and handsome. He had just brushed it off before, but now he realized it was true. Otherwise, how could they have such a charming lantern? If the daughter wasn't attractive, would she really look like she couldn't keep him? Is this Song Ziyuan here to take the county exam? Mom, you guessed right. The big brother said he would go back tomorrow. If he passes, he will continue to take the provincial and academy exams. For some reason, talking about Brother Ziyuan made Shen Yueyue happy, a feeling she had never experienced before. Could it be because he was her lifesaver? Zhao smiled at her daughter's cute and charming look and said, he seems like a nice boy, but you know there are differences between boys and girls, right? Shen Yueyue stuck out her tongue and shyly replied, I know. The sunlight poured in like golden sand through the carved window, casting a fine pattern on Song Sai's face. He frowned and raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright light.
Creak.
Son, you're awake. Hurry up, after breakfast. We're going home, Song Sanyu said as he pushed the door open and walked in. Song Sai nodded, got dressed, washed up, and followed his father to the hall. There, only his third cousin and second uncle were having breakfast. After asking, he learned that everyone had slept in today. After 5 days of intense pressure, it was normal to relax and sleep late. By the time they were halfway through their meal, the rest of the families started to come down from upstairs. After staying in the county for a few days, they could finally go home today. Everyone was eager to return. After finishing their meal and packing their things, they quickly brought the ox cart and horse cart from the back of the inn and hurried home. During these days of exams, Wang and the elderly couple were very worried at home. They hoped their child would do well, but were also concerned about the disappointment if he didn't. The exams ended yesterday, and he should be back today. They frequently stepped outside to look towards the town gate. At noon, Song Dahua brought the food to the main room. Seeing that Grandma and Aunt San were still anxiously waiting, she was about to say that Uncle San might not return today and would come back after the results were announced. Just then, they heard Uncle San's laughter from outside. Wang and Old Zhang hurried out when they heard the noise. When they saw that he had really come back, they sighed in relief. Song Erniu was worried that Li was anxious at home, so he took Song Sana back first, planning to return early the next day. They all agreed to take a break today and report to the teacher tomorrow. Wang carefully looked at her son and asked with concern, Son, how did you do on the exam? After saying this, she seemed to feel it was not the right question and soften her tone, saying, It's okay if you didn't do well. Look at your teacher. He's much older and still a student. You're still young, so there's no rush. Exactly, our little he is only 13. No need to hurry, Old Zhang added, thinking the same way. In the past, when the whole family lived together, they all cared for little he. But since living with the third family, their hearts had shifted to the younger grandchildren, unable to bear seeing them face any difficulties. Nearby, Grandpa Song lovingly patted his grandson's head and said, Little he, Grandpa believes in you. Take your time. There's no rush. The older cousin nodded in agreement, thinking that among all the younger siblings, little brother was the most handsome and smartest. If he didn't do well, others would have even less chance. Although she didn't understand studying, she knew he was good at memorizing and had nice handwriting, so she was confident in him. Song Sai understood his family's concerns. They were worried he might be upset if he didn't do well. He found it a bit funny and said, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, and Big Sister, you don't need to comfort me. I'm confident in myself, and we'll know the results in 3 days. Let's eat first. Right, let's eat. Grandma made braised pig trotters for you today. Isn't that your favorite? Eat more to grow strong. Braised trotters. That's great. It's his favorite. At the dinner table, Song Sai held the trotters in both hands, munching with grease all over his face while sharing stories about his exam experiences, like what the exam hall looked like, what he ate for lunch, and how he hadn't had lunch for days, only snacks during the exam, which made everyone feel sorry for him. Especially old Zhang, who felt heartbroken as if she hadn't eaten lunch for 5 days herself. After lunch, she quickly grabbed a chicken from the coop and prepared it for cooking before Song Sai even realized what was happening. He really didn't want to eat chicken, and the hen his grandmother caught was one he had been raising for a long time. He had even planned to take care of this hen in its old age, but unexpectedly, it ended up in his stomach. Song Sai felt like crying without tears. Although he said that he ended up enjoying the chicken the most that night. Song Sai explained that he had raised this chicken for many years and had a deep bond with it. Rather than letting someone else eat it, he thought it was better for him to eat more. If you asked the hen, it would surely agree. Thinking about how Da Huang and the hen got along well, Song Sai ate the comb on the hen's head and gave the rest to Da Huang. Da Huang probably recognized it as a good friend and swallowed it whole without chewing. The old saying is true. Deep feelings lead to quick actions. That night, Song Sai blew out the candle and went to sleep early for the first time. However, as soon as he lay down, feelings of guilt surfaced. He had been a bit lax these past few days, but he comforted himself by thinking that if he did well on the exam in 3 days, he could make up for lost time by studying more each day. With that thought, he quickly fell into a peaceful sleep. The next day, Song Sai woke up naturally, and it felt so good. He decided that if he became a teacher, he would let his students start their studies at 8:30 a.m., so he could sleep in until then. He imagined checking students' recitations and punishing those who didn't know their lessons. He chuckled, realizing he was trying to imitate his own teacher, forgetting the path he had taken. Why make things difficult for others? Xiao He, are you awake? Came the voice of his cousin from outside. Song Sai jumped up quickly, remembering he had to meet his teacher today. He hurriedly got dressed, ate a quick breakfast, and declined his two fathers' offers to see him off, running off with Da Huang. Song Erniu and Song Sanyu chased after him, panting. Seeing that their son had no intention of waiting, they had to stop. Song Erniu said angrily, "These two little rascals run faster than rabbits." Song Sanyu thought to himself, "You called them little rascals. Of course, they can run fast. Besides, your family has little rascals, but mine has a precious son." They ran quickly and soon reached the entrance of the private school. Uncle Fong saw them and smiled, saying, "The teacher is waiting for you. Hurry inside." The two of them bowed respectfully to Uncle Fong and quickly entered the classroom, only to find they were the last to arrive. The other 3 students were already there. "You're here." Master Fong smiled gently at the two and spoke in a soft tone. Once they were seated, he slowly said, "I just asked your senior brother, second brother, and third brother. They all said the answers were okay. What do you two think? Qingyuan, you go first." Song Sanha scratched his head and said, "I think it was fine. Nothing was too difficult. I answered everything I could, especially the writing part. I was able to do that." Hearing this, Master Fong nodded in satisfaction and turned his gaze to Song Sai. Without needing to be asked, Song Sai confidently stood up and said loudly, "Master, I have confidence." Hearing his favorite student's response, Master Fong was even more pleased. He stroked his graying beard and laughed heartily, saying, "Although you all think it went well, it's not easy for all 5 of you to pass. I learned from the county school that there are about 110 candidates in Jinfeng County this time. Of course, half of them are just filling numbers or, like you, haven't settled down yet. However, the county magistrate said that 30 people will be accepted this time, whereas it used to be only 20. This gives you a significant advantage over past students. I truly hope you can seize this opportunity." After glancing at them again, he spoke even more gently, "No matter the results in 2 days, I hope you all stay true to your original intentions and keep working hard." "Understood, Master. We will keep trying our best," they replied. Master Fong stood up, waved goodbye with a smile, and said, "Go back now and rest well for the next 2 days. Come find me after the results are announced the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone was thrilled and quickly grabbed their bags, leaving the school without delay. 2 days passed quickly, and today was the day the results would be announced. Although Song Sai felt confident about passing, he still felt nervous. He was better off than his father, who had dark circles under his eyes from worrying all night. Besides his father, Uncle Jean and others were also there, yawning continuously. Since the results were being announced today, everyone arrived at the county school early, even before dawn, looking even more tired. "They're coming. The results are coming." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, pointing at the school gate. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the county school gate, which slowly opened. 2 officials stepped out, one holding a long black cloth bag. When they reached the notice board, he took out a list and posted it on the wall. The crowd quickly gathered around. Song Sai wasn't very tall. Looking at the dense crowd ahead, he swallowed hard and decided not to push through. He thought it would be better to wait until there were fewer people. Clearly, his friends felt the same way, as none of them moved forward. Song Sani couldn't hold back and was the first to rush in, pushing his way forward. The other fathers also began to charge in, especially Jean Fu, whose round figure caused quite a stir, leaving the others stunned. Although Song Sani couldn't read, he had learned his son's name well. When he finally squeezed to the front of the list, he started searching. Before he could look closely, he spotted his son's name, counted the ranking in his head, and a bright smile spread across his face. "Haha, son, you got 3rd place. You got 3rd place." Seeing his son's name filled him with joy, and he turned to shout to his son outside the crowd. Hearing this, people looked at Song Sai. When they realized that a young boy had made it to the top 3, they were filled with envy. Youth is an advantage. At such a young age, achieving such a high rank promised a bright future. Song Sani squeezed out of the crowd, beaming with pride as he grabbed his son's hand. "My dear son, you really made your father proud. Now I can walk proudly in Songjia village, haha. 3rd uncle, did I pass?" Song Sai couldn't help but ask, while the others looked on with eager expressions. Song Sani scratched his head and chuckled, "I only recognize my son's name. I don't know yours." The crowd was taken aback. "Haha, I saw it. Yuan Bao, you got 20th place. Xilan, you got 5th. Xingli, you got 9th. Qingyuan, you got 17th. And Ziyuan is the highest, coming in 3rd. Great job, everyone passed." Jean Fu jogged over, his little belly bouncing amusingly, eager to share the good news. After checking the list, the other fathers nodded in agreement, thrilled with the confirmation. Especially Jean Yuanbao and Song Sai, who had thought they would fail, were pleasantly surprised to find they had passed. Song Sani looked at his son with pride. Among so many participants, his son managed to rank in the top 3. How clever his son was. Song Sanyu felt incredibly proud, walking with a spring in his step. Next to him, Song Erniu had a similar expression, looking at his cousin with satisfaction. Meng Jilin was also pleased with his ranking. He smiled and said, "We all passed. Now we can take the next exam together. The teacher will be very happy to hear this. Let's hurry back and share this good news with the teacher," said Fang Xingli, usually calm and composed, but now beaming with joy. As the crowd dispersed, Song Sai approached the ranking board. This time, he finally saw his name, 3rd place Song Ziyuan. Those 3 light words carried the weight of his hard work over many days and nights, but this was just the first step toward the imperial examination. Since they all made the list, they didn't want to linger in the county town and quickly wanted to share the good news with their families. When they got home at noon, Mrs. Wang and the elderly couple were overjoyed with the news. Song Sai felt like his face was being pinched by several adults. After finishing lunch with his supportive brother, he hurried to the private school. At the school, Teacher Fang was already waiting in the classroom. He was very happy to see them, stroking his white beard and looking at them with satisfaction. "Very good. I am very pleased with your results, even a bit surprised. The provincial exam is in April, and I hope you will continue to work hard to become students. Rest this afternoon, and tomorrow morning I will help you prepare for the exam, Teacher Fong said with a smile, then left humming a tune, clearly in a great mood. Everyone was indeed happy after passing the county exam. They packed their bags and returned home to share the joy. Cousin also went back with his uncle, as aunt was waiting at home. In the evening, Song Sai looked at the table full of delicious food, including braised rabbit, fried lotus root, braised pork, and plates of lion's head meatballs and white-cut chicken bought from the town restaurant. Song Sanyu smiled as he placed a chicken leg in his son's bowl and said gently, "Son, need more." The provincial exam is less than 2 months away, and it will require a lot of effort. He knew his son had been studying hard for the county exam, dedicating nearly all his time to it except for sleeping. Although he hoped his son would succeed and become a scholar, he also felt for him, as studying was tough. Overall, the father's feelings were quite mixed. "If my dear grandson really passes the exam to become a scholar, I would have no regrets even if I die," said Grandma Zhang, with tears of joy in her eyes. Hearing this, Song Sai replied seriously, "Grandma, please don't say things like that. You are still young. Don't talk about dying. My grandson still has to study hard for more exams. Besides, he will need to have children for you to help take care of. My parents won't be able to manage alone, so we will rely on you and Grandpa." Song Sai loved this warm family and didn't want to be apart from them. "Oh dear, I misspoke. I still want to see my dear grandson get married and have healthy babies. That's more like it. I want you all to live long and stay by my side forever," Song Sai said sincerely to his family. They exchanged glances, feeling moved. After dinner, Song Sai brought out some colorful hairpins made of fabric and gave one to Grandma Zhang, Wang, and his older cousin, smiling, "I saw these in the county town. I hope you like them." Grandma Zhang had only received a silver hairpin from her son in her life and usually wore wooden ones. This was the first time she wore such a bright fabric hairpin, and she shyly said, "Grandson, I'm so old. Why buy me a hairpin?" "Grandma, that's not right. You're only in your 50s. You will live a long life. This is just the beginning. You just need to get used to it. I will buy you more to wear." Hearing this, Grandma Zhang felt that all her years of caring for her grandson were worth it. Wang, holding the pink fabric hairpin, looked very satisfied, thinking her son was such a thoughtful child. She felt that having him was better than families with many children. In that moment, she no longer envied others for having more kids, as her own situation felt perfect. Song Dahua was surprised to receive one too, tightly holding the hairpin and feeling grateful for her uncle's family. The provincial exam usually lasts 3 days, consisting of different sessions: the main exam, the follow-up, and the re-exam. It is typically overseen by the governor of the province. If students pass, they can be recognized as scholars. Unlike the county exam, the provincial exam requires students to travel to the provincial capital to take the test. This means that Song Sai and the others need to go to Shangzhou to participate. Shangzhou is neither too far nor too close to Jinfeng County, and the round trip takes about 3 days. A few days before the exam, Master Fong granted them leave, so they could hurry to Shangzhou. A few people returned home to pack the items they needed for the journey and prepared to set off. Knowing the road was long and full of mountain paths, Song Sanni decided to ask the bodyguards from the Shin family for help. The others had the same idea. When Song Sanni went to the Zhao family to explain the situation, the Zhao family's escort agency agreed since they knew it was for a group of students. They had often received wild game from the Song family over the years and offered fair prices. Normally, a round trip to Shangzhou would cost 1 or 2 silver coins, but now they only charged a small fee of 600 won per person, assuming they weren't carrying too much. If they had more items, the price would need to be discussed. On the day of departure, the group went directly to the county town to gather at the escort agency. The head of the Zhao family saw Song Sai walking over and smiled, patting him on the shoulder. He said loudly, "You saved my daughter. You. Well done, little one, brave and clever. I heard from your father that you ranked 3rd in the county exam. Sani, you have a good son." Song Sani chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing." After exchanging compliments for a while, when the sun was fully up, the Zhao family's escort agency set off. Song Sai counted the number of bodyguards. There were a total of 15, and they were not just protecting this group but also other students from Jinfeng County going to the exam and some merchants transporting goods to Shangzhou. The group set off toward Shangzhou. At first, Song Sai found it fun, enjoying the scenery and chatting with friends in the Jin family's cart. However, when the bumpy mountain roads made it uncomfortable, he lost all enthusiasm. They left around 8 in the morning, walking and stopping along the way. By the time it was almost dark, the Zhao family's escort agency found a familiar inn. The inn looked small from the outside, but once inside, they discovered it was spacious with many rooms. Even with their large group, everyone was accommodated. Although the furnishings were not as nice as in the county town, it was still decent for the countryside. No one complained, and after settling in, they hurried to the dining hall for a meal before resting in their rooms. The next morning after breakfast, the group continued toward Shangzhou. The mountain paths were a bit easier than the previous day, but still bumpy. They didn't encounter any bandits along the way, though there was a lingering sense of regret about that. Among this group, the most spirited is Mr. Meng. Over the years, he has seen many things while traveling around. He chats animatedly with Zhao, the leader, and soon they become like brothers. Jin Yuanbao's father is also a good talker, especially since the Yu family runs a martial arts school, giving him plenty to discuss with Zhao. After a series of stops, they finally arrive at Shangzhou Prefecture. The city is impressive, with tall walls and bustling gates. After paying the entrance fee, they enter the city and find wide streets lined with bookstores, restaurants, inns, and tea shops, creating a lively atmosphere. Here, the escort mission comes to a temporary end, as they have other matters to attend to. They split up to inquire about the location of the examination hall. Once they find out where it is, they start looking for inns nearby. Since they didn't book rooms in advance, the inns near the examination hall are fully booked. They have to settle for accommodations farther away. True to its reputation, even a good room in the city costs 1 or 2 silver coins a day, while a mid-range room is 600 won, and a lower-quality room is 300 won per day, often shared with strangers. There are also large dormitory-style rooms for 100 won a day, which are certainly very basic and noisy. The prices are much higher than in their county, and they have no choice but to stay. Even the innkeeper, knowing they are here for the exams, treats them normally without any special consideration. This makes sense, as even if they pass the prefectural exam, they are still just students. In their village or town, they might impress some people, but in Shangzhou, it doesn't hold much weight, given the many educated individuals there. According to their teacher, Shangzhou governs 5 counties, with Jinfeng County being the smallest and least developed. Each county admits 30 students, totaling 150 across all 5 counties. This time, only the top 50 will be accepted, meaning the exam has a 3-to-1 competition ratio. It may sound like a better acceptance rate than the county exam, but in reality, this exam features the best students from each county, making it much more challenging. This time, just like last time, Mr. Jin and Mr. Meng chose the best rooms, while the Fong family and the Song family opted for the average ones. The Jin and Meng families are in business, easily paying a few taels of silver without showing any signs of worry. On the other hand, Song Sai clearly noticed Mr. Fong's pained expression when he paid, which was understandable. He had visited his senior brother's house, which was small and simple. Over the years, because of his senior brother's studies, his older brother, who is 16, has not yet found a match. They are waiting for his senior brother to achieve good results and be recognized as a scholar before discussing marriage. Uncle Air had the same expression when he paid. Song Sanyu felt sorry for his older brother and wanted to split the bill, but Uncle Air refused, so he gave up on that idea. In their family, although they seemed to earn a lot over the years, they spent quite a bit on the Zui Fenglu and the Zhao family. Especially when it came to his education, his father was very willing to spend money. Besides the fixed allowance each year, he always bought the best writing materials, especially books. Although hand-copied books would suffice, his father stubbornly believed that printed books were better, as they could be well-preserved and passed down to future generations. A new printed book costs about 4 or 5 taels of silver, so after learning the price, Song Sai quietly covered his own books with leather. The provincial exam will last 3 days, and the results will be announced the day after the exam, meaning they will stay in Shangzhou for a while. From the day after tomorrow until the results are out, they will stay for a total of 8 days and 7 nights. After paying the silver, the innkeeper arranged for a servant to lead them upstairs. Just like in the county town, the best rooms are on the 3rd floor, and the average ones are on the 2nd. Upon entering the room, Song Sai noticed that the average room in the provincial city was actually smaller than those in the county town, yet it was much more expensive, and it felt like they were being charged whether they stayed or not. With just 1 day left until the provincial exam, to avoid disturbing the children's studies, the adults seemed to have agreed to hide away, as they were nowhere to be found except for a brief return after lunch. They only came back late at night when it was dark. The next morning, Song Sai was awakened by his father. He looked out the window, and it was still pitch black outside, but he could hear various noises in the hallway, suggesting everyone was up early preparing to head to the examination hall. After yawning, Song Sai got up, dressed, and quickly washed up. He grabbed a quick bite in the hall before following everyone to the exam hall. When they arrived at the examination hall, they found it crowded just like the last county exam. The main gate was open, and some students had already entered. A few quickly checked their exam baskets and encouraged each other before rushing to the end of the line to queue up. The inspection for the provincial exam was even stricter than for the county exam. Song Sai saw that the officials not only searched the candidates, but also checked their hair. When it was his turn, he was thoroughly searched. Looking at the crushed snacks in his basket, he felt like crying. After another official verified his household registration and guarantor, he signaled for Song Sai to enter the examination hall. To be honest, the examination room for the provincial exam was not as good as the one in Jinfeng County. The rooms were narrow and low, with 3 brick walls and an open side facing south. The front was a passageway. Each room was 3 feet wide and 4 feet deep, totaling just over 1 square meter. It was difficult to move, feeling even more cramped than the county exam rooms, like being in a cage. His position this time was decent at the front of the first row. Looking up, he could see the pine trees, which was pleasant. Song Sai took out a cloth and wiped down the table and stool, then neatly arranged his writing materials on the desk. He closed his eyes to relax and began waiting for the exam papers. As the gong sounded, the day brightened and the provincial exam officially began. The content of the provincial exam was broader and deeper than the county exam. This time, it wasn't just about copying. It tested the students' understanding and mastery of the 4 books and 5 classics. The exam also had high requirements for calligraphy, and good handwriting would earn extra points in the eyes of the examiners. Therefore, Song Sai wrote very carefully, even when using draft paper. The first session was on the classics, the second on ink theory, and the third on essay writing and poetry. After several sessions, Song Sai felt he had done fairly well. Although the examination room for the provincial exam was not as good as the county exam, the lunch was quite good. A bowl of mixed grain rice, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. He finished everything except the soup. After 3 days of exams, Song Sai packed his exam basket and slowly walked out of the examination hall. Song Sanyu was standing by the ox cart, eagerly watching the entrance for his son. When he saw Song Sai come out looking normal, he breathed a sigh of relief. Song Sai was still the first to exit. After days of intense focus during the exams, he suddenly felt exhausted. Once his friends came out and they returned to the inn, Song Sai drank some warm water and slept soundly until the next day, getting up leisurely when the sun was high in the sky. After much effort, they finally arrived in Shangzhou Prefecture. A few of them decided to wait until tomorrow for the results, so they went out to explore today. They walked to a lively area and noticed a tea house where a storyteller was performing, so they curiously went inside and found a place to sit. As soon as they sat down, they overheard a conversation at the next table. Who do you think will win the top spot in this provincial exam? The Shin family or the Wang family? That's easy to say. It must be the Shin family. They've been in Shangzhou for so many years, and everyone in the family is educated and has official positions. Their resources and connections are unmatched by ordinary families. That's true, but the Wang family isn't bad either. They've also raised many scholars over the years. The group exchanged glances without speaking. These discussions were beyond their reach. Neither the Shin family nor the Wang family had anything to do with them. They only hoped to pass the exam and become students. The storyteller suddenly clapped a wooden block, causing the teacups on the table to chime. Now, let me tell you about this top scholar who was originally from Huayan Prefecture. He lost his father at 3, and his widowed mother wove cloth to support his education. By 15, he passed the scholar exam, and by 22, he became a jinshi and married the daughter of a prime minister. Song Sai smiled, surprised that the themes of ancient and modern stories were the same: a humble background, relentless effort, and reaching the peak of life by marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman. Although he found it a bit cliché, the audience was captivated and engaged in lively discussion. Suddenly, the storyteller pointed at Song Sai and said, "This young man has an extraordinary appearance. He must be a star of literature descended to earth." This remark immediately caused laughter throughout the room, with his friends Jin Yuanbao and Song Sanhe laughing the loudest. After tipping the storyteller, they left the tea house, and Jin Yuanbao joked, "Little Junior, this storyteller really has an eye for talent." Song Sanhe agreed, thinking that even if his younger brother didn't rank at the top, he would surely perform the best among them, so calling him a star of literature wasn't an exaggeration. Upon returning to the inn, they ran into their father, uncle, and Mr. Meng coming back from outside. Curious about their outing, Song Sanyu smiled and said, "We heard from the inn staff that Hongfu Temple in Shangzhou is very effective, so we just went to pray. May the Buddha bless you all to pass the exam and become students. Haha, if we pass, we'll go back tomorrow to express our gratitude and donate some money for incense," Jin Yuanbao said cheerfully. The others nodded in agreement. It might be the day of the results tomorrow, and tonight the lobby of the inn is unusually lively. Everyone is discussing the answers, and now and then people are arguing about the questions, getting quite heated over who is right or wrong. After listening for a while, Song Sai and his friends found it uninteresting and went back to their rooms to rest. Early the next morning, there was a loud knocking on Song Sai's door. "Sai, it's time to check the results." Seeing that it was still dark outside, Song Sai felt a bit speechless. Well, whether he passed or not, the list is there. It can't run away. Going early would just waste time. It would be better to go later and see it directly without having to push through the crowd. Though he thought this way, his body was honest. He got up, dressed, went downstairs to eat, and then the group headed straight to the examination hall. When they arrived, they found that they were actually a bit late. The entrance was already crowded. Song Sai couldn't understand how 150 candidates could attract hundreds of onlookers. Even before the results were announced, there were already so many people. If the results were posted, there would surely be even more. Looking at his small frame, Song Sai decided to wait outside like last time. As the sun rose, the examination hall's doors slowly opened. 2 officials came out and posted the results on the announcement wall, causing the crowd to erupt with excitement. After all, those who passed would be considered young scholars, qualifying them for the next level of exams, bringing them one step closer to fame. There were so many people that even Jin's father didn't dare to push into the crowd. Everyone anxiously waited for about 15 minutes before the crowd began to thin out a bit. Seizing the opportunity, Song Sanyu quickly pulled his son toward the announcement wall, with others following closely behind. Jin's father, tall and sturdy, led the way through the crowd. After some effort, they finally reached the announcement wall. Song Sanyu started looking from the top, while Song Sai began from the middle. Song Sanyu was the first to spot his son's name. His lips trembled as he pointed the list, eyes shining, and exclaimed, Son, you made it. You're 5th. That's wonderful. You'll be a young scholar now." Hearing this, Song Sai was stunned, then hurried to the front of the list. Seeing his name, he felt an overwhelming excitement. He really had become a young scholar. The students and parents around him looked over with envy, amazed that such a young boy had made the list. "Dad, I made it too." "That's amazing." When Feng Xingli saw his results, he turned around and tightly hugged his father, his voice a bit choked up. Feng's father, hearing the good news, was also excited, with red eyes as he gently patted his son. Jin Yuanbao looked at the list and was equally thrilled, shaking his father's shoulder and exclaiming, "Me too. Dad, I actually passed the exam." Jin's father, hearing this great news, bent down and playfully bounced his son in his arms. Jin Yuanbao, realizing what was happening, immediately blushed and struggled to get down. "That's amazing. Haha, I also made it. I really didn't expect to succeed," Song Sanha said, looking at the names on the list with a big grin, while his uncle laughed so much that his teeth showed. Meng Zhilian also appeared very happy, thinking it was wonderful that everyone could celebrate together and return home without regrets. After checking their scores, they happily left the crowd. Jin Yuanbao couldn't help but ask, "Little junior brother, you got 5th place. What about you all?" "I was too busy looking at my own score. I got 42nd place, hee." "I got 39th place," Song Sanha said first, unable to contain his excitement. "My Xingli got 13th place," Feng's father proudly announced for his son. "I got 9th place," Meng Zhilian said, her face flushed and her eyes smiling, clearly pleased with her score. Hearing the other children's ranks, Song Sanyu couldn't help but feel proud, standing taller and thinking to himself, "Look how smart my son is. He always ranks high in exams, hee." Good, good, good. You are all great kids," Meng's father said excitedly. Jin's father was counting his son's achievements. He had already found it incredible that they passed the county exam, and now, unexpectedly, they had also become students. Wow, Hongfu Temple must be truly blessed. Jin's father patted his round belly and said cheerfully, "Let's go back tomorrow. It's still early. How about we go to Hongfu Temple to express our gratitude and thank Buddha for blessing the children with success?" This suggestion was met with agreement from everyone present. Song Sihu also agreed, noting that ancient temples were surely more spiritual than modern ones, which had become commercial tourist attractions, with even the monks needing a college degree. Feeling good after passing the exams, the group walked slowly, pointing out the sights along the street. After buying some snacks and treats, they finally arrived at Hongfu Temple. The Hongfu Temple is tall and majestic. Even before entering, the strong scent of incense fills the air. A few people walk into the main hall and sincerely worship the Buddha. After their prayers, they drop money into the donation box. Even though they know the money won't reach the Buddha, they give willingly. The donation box is closest to Song Sai, so he clearly sees how much several uncles donate. Uncle Jean throws a whole bag of coins into the box, followed closely by Uncle Meng, who does the same. They are quite generous. Uncle Fong donates a couple of silver coins, and considering how frugal he usually is, it seems he is genuinely happy this time. Then, surprisingly, Uncle Air also gives a couple of silver coins. Wow, another person caught up in the moment. Song Sai worries that his father might also get carried away, so he discreetly tries to signal him. Unfortunately, Song Sanya doesn't notice his son's concern and pulls out a bag of coins to toss in, leaving Song Sai speechless. After the worship, they leisurely walk back to the inn. Today, because the provincial exam results are out, there are more people in the streets than usual. The weather in April is beautiful, with blooming flowers and a gentle breeze that feels pleasant and carries a lovely fragrance. Back at the inn, they have a simple lunch, and the adults quickly head to the Zhao family escort agency as planned. They only needed to notify them when they were ready to leave. Meanwhile, the others at the inn discuss their upcoming exams, planning how to study seriously and work hard. They conclude that they need to focus on studying more, doing more practice questions, and using a strategy of tackling many problems to succeed in the exams. They also talk about changing teachers. Although Mr. Fong teaches well, he is still a beginner, and he himself said that after the beginner level, their path depends on their own efforts. Everyone wants to attend the county school, but there are two challenges. First, there are too few spots, and second, the fees are much higher than those of regular private schools. However, Mr. Fong mentioned that the previous county magistrate of Jinfeng said that if students perform well, they might allocate spots, but only for those who rank at the top. Once their father returns from discussing the return trip with the escort agency, everyone heads to their rooms, quickly freshens up, and goes to bed since they need to wake up early the next morning. The next morning, they follow the Zhao family escort agency to Jinfeng County. On the way back, Song Sai unexpectedly sees He Mingqing, the person who once saved him, and Shen Yueyue. As the caravan stopped at noon, Song Sai quickly jumped off the ox cart and ran to He Mingqing's side, his eyes wide with excitement. "Big brother, do you remember me? I'm Song Sai. You saved me before." He Mingqing, who was drinking water, looked down at the young boy and smiled.
"I remember you, little man.
"You are brave and clever. I heard you passed the entrance exam. Well done." Song Sai felt flattered, and his ears turned a bit red. Looking at He Mingqing's strong build, he curiously asked, "Big brother, are you married?" He Mingqing was caught off guard by the question and coughed. "Not yet," he replied, a slight blush appearing on his dark face. After years of hard work and traveling with the Zhao family escort, he hadn't had time to think about it. Song Sai looked him over and nodded in satisfaction, resting his hand on his chin. After a day and a half of traveling, Song Sai and his group finally arrived at Baishui town, looking weary but relieved. Although they had only been gone a few days, seeing the familiar town gate made them a bit emotional. The capital city was large, but it wasn't their home. Baishui town, though small, was their treasure. Wang and old Zhang had been worried at home, unable to eat or sleep well. They wondered how Sai had done on the exam. They often went to the town gate, and neighbors and familiar merchants would greet them, saying, "Are you waiting for your Sai again?" Not knowing if he had passed, they didn't say much, just nodded in acknowledgement. "Look, aren't San Nyo and them back?" Someone pointed toward the town gate. Wang squinted to see better, and as soon as she recognized the familiar figures, she took old Zhang's hand and ran over. Song San Nyo and Song Sai spotted their family. San Nyo stopped the ox cart and walked slowly with them, while Sai jumped off the cart, holding old Zhang's hand and smiling at his mother. "Grandma, Mom, I'm back." "Oh, it's good to be back. My dear grandson has lost weight. You must be tired from the journey," she said, gently patting Sai and watching him closely. Song Dahua looked at her younger brother with concern. He had treated her very well over the past 2 years, even better than her 2 older brothers. Every year during festivals, whenever Grandma or Auntie had gifts, she always received something. Song Dahua hoped her brother would pass the exam to become a student and later become a scholar. Grandma said he would run a private school in the future, and since she wouldn't be marrying anyone, she could help him with the school. Song Sai comforted her, saying, "Grandma, I'm not tired at all. Dad and the others took good care of me on the way. The city is so big and lively. We even went to a tea house to listen to stories. It was so much fun." Wang and old Mrs. Zhang felt relieved when they confirmed that Song Sai was fine. When they reached home, Song Sai and the others agreed to visit the teacher the next day before heading back to their own houses. The neighbors saw Song Sai return and quickly gathered around, asking, "Sai, how did you do on the exam? Did you pass as a student? Was the city fun?" "Haha, my Sai ranked 5th. He's now a student," Song Sanyu said proudly. "What? That's amazing. Sanyu, your family is impressive." Everyone knew that while they all ran businesses and sent their children to school, very few could keep it up. How did their child do so well? That's really impressive. He's so young and already a student. Sai has a bright future ahead. Hearing their grandson praised, the Song family stood tall, feeling proud. The news of Song Sai passing the student exam spread quickly through the small town of Baishui. There were only 2 educated people in town, Scholar Wang and their teacher. Now another young student had emerged, and everyone was curious. Soon, the small courtyard and the shop were filled with people wanting to see what the young student looked like. Song Sai felt like a monkey on display, being admired for a long time. Some even wanted to introduce him to potential matches, but Song Sanyu firmly declined, saying his son was too young and needed to focus on studying to become a scholar, so it wasn't the right time to distract him. However, Song Sai understood why everyone was so curious to see what he looked like. Being a tongsheng, a student preparing for the imperial examination, seemed like just a temporary status, but many people would never reach this level. Although he couldn't avoid labor and taxes like a shiotsai, a successful candidate, having the title of tongsheng meant his status would rise a bit. For example, when filing a lawsuit, those who had not studied could only be called commoners, while a tongsheng could be called student. They could wear official clothing and hats when meeting officials, and even have a seat, while wealthy merchants had to stand and watch. At weddings and funerals, guests could sit, but merchants could not sit with officials, while tongsheng could. Moreover, having the title of tongsheng not only brought pride but also made them more respected. Even if they made a mistake, unless absolutely necessary, the county officials would not easily punish a tongsheng. One evening, the family was happily having dinner when Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but say, "Now that Sai is a tongsheng, shouldn't we go back to Songjia village to celebrate and hold a big feast?" Song Danian agreed, saying that it was a big deal for his grandson to become a tongsheng. They needed to go back and hold a grand celebration and pay respects to their ancestors. Song Sanyu and Wang nodded eagerly, wishing they could fly back right away to throw a big party for their son and show off in Songjia village. Hearing this, Song Sai felt a bit speechless. He was not ungrateful, but becoming a tongsheng was just the first step toward the imperial examination. He couldn't contribute much to the family yet. It was just a title. Thinking this, he put down his chopsticks and said seriously to everyone, "Mom and Dad, the entrance exam is in August, and there are only 4 months left. I have a lot to do. Can we wait until I pass the exam and become a shiotsai before celebrating?" Upon hearing his son say this, Song Sanyu immediately canceled the idea of throwing a big feast in Songjia village and said seriously, "Sai is right. We shouldn't distract him from studying." His son was smart, and they couldn't let this matter interfere with his education. The family naturally agreed. Right now, helping Sai become a shiotsai was the most important thing for them, and they would follow whatever he decided. Seeing that everyone had stopped discussing the wedding banquet, Song Sai finally sighed in relief. He looked at his older cousin, who had been like a transparent presence in the family. His cousin had faced gossip after her fiancé passed away, earning the unfair label of bringer of misfortune, making it harder for her to find a husband. Even when suitors came to propose, they were usually much older or not suitable. With his older brothers getting married, there were no extra rooms for her, so she had to sleep in the main room, lacking any privacy. A couple of years ago, during a family ancestral ceremony, Song Sai saw his cousin carrying a large basin of clothes to the river, looking pale. Worried that she might harm herself due to the village's gossip, he confided in Song Sanyu. Although Song Sanyu was not fond of his sister-in-law, Jiang, he cared about his nieces and nephews. When he heard his son's concerns, he decided to take his niece to live in town, citing the need for help at their family shop. His brother and sister-in-law fully supported this arrangement. They knew their daughter was struggling with her marriage prospects, but they felt powerless to change the situation. Now that his brother could help, Song Sanyu was very grateful. Jiang thought it was good for her daughter to go to town, as she could earn some money and possibly find a husband there, achieving 2 goals at once. After dinner, Song Sai returned to his parents' room and shared his thoughts. Song Sanyu and Wang were surprised by their son's plan. "Are you suggesting Mingqing?" Song Sai nodded, looking at his astonished parents, and explained, "My cousin is 18, beautiful, and very capable. Just because of the unfair bringer of misfortune label, the villagers gossip and say she can't get married. I think they're just too idle. Who can predict when accidents will happen? Many people die unexpectedly every day. Does that mean they are all caused by women in their families?" I asked Brother Mingqing, and he hasn't married yet after all these years working with the Zhao family. He is 6 years older than my cousin, but I believe age isn't an issue. You have met Brother Mingqing. He is steady, reliable, and in great health. What do you think? Initially puzzled, Wang and Song Sanyu began to see this as a good match after their son's explanation. Song Sanyu nodded in agreement, saying Mingqing is strong. Over the years, he has been working with the Zhao family, so I haven't had many chances to meet him. But I know that Mingqing's parents are gone, and he has a sister who is already married, apparently to someone from the Zhao family. If Dawawa could marry Mingqing, it would be a good match. Wang was also interested when she heard about the man's background. Her niece is a good girl, and if she could find a good family, she would be happy. So she urged Song Sanyu, I think this is a good idea. Why don't you find a day to ask about it? Song Sanyu nodded, clearly taking this matter to heart. Then he remembered what his son said at dinner about the county school and asked anxiously, Son, I heard you mention the county school. Is it easy to get in? Song Sai confidently replied, Dad, the teacher said that as long as I rank high in the entrance exam, I can get in. I believe my ranking should make it manageable. Besides, their private school had produced 5 students, so it would be hard for the county magistrate not to notice. Hearing his son's confident answer, the couple felt relieved. After discussing the matter, Song Sai happily returned to his room. The next morning, Song Sai got up early, ate a quick bite, and took off with Da Huang. By the time Song Sanyu came out of the shop, there was no one in sight. In the classroom, Fang Xingli was already there, seriously reading. Song Sai admired this. Even after becoming a student, the temporary joy quickly faded as he immersed himself in his studies. This dedication was truly commendable. Seeing this, Song Sai didn't disturb him and quietly moved to the desk to practice writing. In his past life, his handwriting was not good, let alone calligraphy. Now, after working hard to improve, he was quite satisfied with his writing. If he were to return to modern times, he could support himself with this skill. When someone focuses on a task, they can really lose themselves in it, even ignoring others who came over. After finishing 2 pages of practice, he put down his brush and looked up, noticing that Jin Yuanbao, Meng Jilian, and his cousin had arrived. Perhaps inspired by him and Fang Xingli, they were all diligently studying in the classroom. Ha ha ha, you all are making me proud, Fang said, stroking his white beard and entering with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. The others immediately stood up and said loudly, Hello, teacher. Master Fang raised his hand to signal the students to sit down and said with a smile, You have made me very happy. For many years, my biggest dream has been to teach a talented student. Now that you've passed the preliminary exam, the next step is to become a scholar. I am truly happy for you. Suddenly, his expression became serious, and he spoke earnestly. After the county and provincial exams, the next challenge is the academy exam. This is the first real test on the path to success, and it is much harder than the previous ones. The academy exam will be in August, so you have 4 months to prepare. Do you understand? The students nodded in agreement. Then, Master Fang looked at his students with a hint of reluctance and said kindly, I am just a teacher, and you are aiming to be scholars. There will be many current events in the exam that I may not be aware of. Therefore, I hope you all can push yourselves at the county school. Yesterday afternoon, I went to the county to meet with the county magistrate. Initially, the county school wouldn't give us so many spots, but upon hearing that you all passed the preliminary exam, the magistrate was pleased and decided to allocate a few more spots for us. This means you can go to the county school to study together in a couple of days. Will we not see you if we go to the county school? Jin Yuanbao said with some reluctance. Although Master Fang was strict, he knew it was for their benefit, and now that they were suddenly leaving, he felt very sad. Master, I will miss you. Please continue to teach us. Song Sanha said with a pitiful look at Master Fang. The others also looked at Master Fang with sadness. Master Fang's eyes turned slightly red, and he said gently, Once a teacher, always a teacher. Even if you go to the county school, you will still be my students. Going to the county school is a good opportunity. You must study hard and strive to become scholars, living up to your parents', me, and the magistrate's expectations. Your senior brother will also go with you, so you must look out for each other, okay? Understood, Master, the students replied in unison. Master Fang nodded in satisfaction. I have arranged the time with the magistrate, so you will report in 2 days. Also, you will need to stay at the county school, so prepare your things. After saying this, he left without waiting for their reactions. The students looked at each other, packed their bags, agreed on the departure time, and quickly returned home. As Song Sai arrived home and was about to share the good news, he saw his older cousin walk up to him with a flushed face and say softly, "Thank you for caring about me, little brother." After saying this, she shyly ran into the shop. Song Sai was puzzled. Did his father finish things so quickly? Thinking this, he quickly approached Wang, who was washing clothes under the eaves of the main room, and asked curiously, "Mom, what about my cousin?" Wang smiled proudly. "Today your father went to the county town and I went along. Coincidentally, Mingqing, that young man, didn't go out today. Your father brought him out, and we didn't beat around the bush about your cousin's situation." She paused for effect, looking at him with a smile. Song Sai couldn't help but urge, "Mom, please tell me more." The young man agreed right away, his face as red as a monkey's bottom. "He promised us that if he married Da Huang, he would treat her well. He said he wouldn't care about any bad luck since his parents have passed away. Although he said that your cousin's feelings are the most important. So, we asked him to come to the shop in the next couple of days to pretend to buy something so they could get to know each other. If they like each other, we can settle things early. If not, we can find someone else. Besides, if you become scholar in the future, your cousin won't have to worry about getting married."